AFL Super Series and having those big names. Because we saw plenty of fireworks in yesterday's Driver 2 race as well. They came out and they went 3 wide going into turn number 1. We didn't even get past there. We didn't make turn number 2 because there was a massive crash around it. And it was Nash Morris who really copped a lot of damage there, who's teamed up with Diesel Thomas this weekend in the TFA tyre car. But Benny Berguana and Clay Richards, who are new to the series, well, they've been working overnight to try and repair that car.
Yeah, it's an amazing job that they've done. Looks like the car is just about buttoned up, and we are looking forward to seeing them come out. The old boys, they did the easy jobs, but the young fellas were in it up to their elbows.
Jordan Cox, well, he was caught in that as well, who was part of that incident, but later on we saw a lot of flame coming out of the car, and when he came to do the driver change, Mark Crutcher tried to get in, but the car caught on fire. It came out the exhaust on the right-hand side of the vehicle, and, well, they just shut it off very quickly, and we saw other teams rush to put that out.
Yeah, and it's such a tough thing to see because coming into this 2-day event, that was a brand new car.
But coming off the back of the last round, Alice Buckley, well, hasn't she been impressive? Been absolutely fast in that car. Teamed up with Tim Slade this weekend and, well, a dominant round for them too.
Yeah, the Enduro really went their way, bringing it home by over a second with some stiff competition. There was a bit of shuffling with some penalties applied, but an incredible race at 45 minutes. That's the money shot. That is what we're looking forward to close us out today.
Well, on today's schedule, we've also got the Innovation Race Cars. Of course, they had a 50-minute race yesterday. They'll be back here this morning, not too far away from getting their race number 3 on TV. We've also got the Eastern Sleepers Super Tin Tops as well this weekend. We've got Formula V's, we've got the Queensland Supercars as well. So there's so much more as part of the Hi-Tech All Super Series.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely killer. And of course, we mentioned the weather early on. Here's a really good look at it. It is incredible here today.
Oh, I tell you what, I can't wait for the TO2 muscle cars to get out there. Of course, we've got their race coming here this morning. Just after lunch, we'll have their second driver race, and then they go into another 45 minutes enduro to round out today's racing, and that's going to be super exciting. Who's going to be the enduro champ for 2025?
Yeah, I've got my tips. I'm going to keep them close to the chest. 18 degrees Celsius here today. Beautiful clear skies, not a cloud.
I tell you what, it is clear, and we are about to go racing. Let's head over to Mel Price.
Well, who is going to be the Enduro champ in TA2 for 2025? Any ideas, Alice Buckley?
No, not yet. Obviously, we had a good day yesterday. Just got to wrap it up and keep doing what we did yesterday and bring it into today. And hopefully we'll be claimed champions at the end of the day.
It was quite a dominant performance, really. You can't get much more perfect than that. Any secret input you can tell us about your tyre strategy or who's starting the race?
So obviously, when I started the race yesterday, it seemed to really work for us. Obviously, I'm that bit lighter than Tim, so we'll see how it goes. It also depends. Obviously, you got to work with your competitors and be on top of your game on that side of things. So we'll see how many people change their strategy, and depending, we might change it. But we're pretty strong duo together at the moment in that order specifically. But yeah, we're having good fun. The team's working well together, and everyone's happy this morning. So hopefully we can carry yesterday into today.
Yeah, well, we think so. The Chevrolet number 150 will definitely be one of the cars to watch.
Thank you very much, Mel. Melinda Price down there in the lane. Here we are, Queensland Raceway. What a destination. Lovely views, lovely scenery around this part of the world. But we are here at the Paperclip on this glorious Sunday morning. Innovation Race Cars to kick things off on the live stream. This has been the men to beat in the recent past. However, yesterday he was beaten in one of the 2 races by Jeff Emery. And it is Jeff Emery that has taken pole position for this, the 3rd race of the weekend. This one, a short, sharp sprint race before we go endurance racing this afternoon. So it'll be Jeff Emery from pole position ahead of Jeff Taunton. So the 2 Jeffs on the front row of the grid. Behind that, we have Gillison, and then we have Axel Donaldson from position number 4. Black from 5th, Goodacre from 6th. Then we have beyond that Hollinger, Finn, Gregory, Leithhead, and O'Brien. So a good field of cars. We've got the current Innovation Race Cars and a couple of older spec machines. The old Mark cars, Mark II, and the original Mark I machines as well. Got a couple of onboards out there as well. This one on the number 702, the Gillison machine. performed very, very strongly in the endurance race yesterday. So in the solo race today, he's the one doing the driving duties. He's sharing the car with Kiwi James Parker, who's debuting in the series this weekend. So great to have them a part of the series. Jillison did it solo last round. He did a mighty fine job. So I'm looking for him to potentially spring a surprise in this one. There's another 20 machine, another debutant. That is Adrian Black behind the wheel of that one. Sorry, it's Damien now behind the wheel, not Adrian. Adrian did the sprint race yesterday. Damien, of course, behind the wheel of for this one. Looking forward to seeing how these are going to go. They got 2 warm-up laps. They got the Michelin compound, same compound that they use in Carrera Cup. So it's a well-known tyre, but like Carrera Cup, 2 warm-up laps just to make sure they are up to temperature. Very, very fast machines. If you've not seen Innovation race cars before, big V8 engines powering these effectively GT3 style cars. They're not GT3 cars, but there's a lot of technology underneath them, traction control, ABS, all the mod cons you might need if you want to go motor racing. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside of me is made the mad rush up from the pit lane. Matty Cav, really looking forward to this one.
Oh, I can't wait for this to get out of the way. A little bit of repairs there. I don't know if you touched on the Finn car there. They had to get a whole clip changed overnight as well, which we saw that little incident yesterday. Great to see how modular these cars are. As we get on board with the safety car, brought to by Llewellyn Motoring in Confidence. Of course, they've got the Corvettes here this weekend. There's a couple of passenger rides as well happening for some of those lucky people who entered the draw. But have a look at this. We set them up. Innovation race cars. Race number 3 for them here this weekend. And it is all about to get underway. Taunton, can he be beaten? That is the question.
Yes, it's going to be very, very interesting. The drag race towards turn 1 between the 2 jets. Here they come then around the final corner. Rolling Star looking at the lights at the top of the screen. We are racing down towards turn number 1. Great start from Taunton. Got the initial jump. But Emery fights back at turn 1. There's a big hit. There is contact, and Taunton finds himself going backwards through the grass and into the barrier. Oh dearie me, the 2 championship leaders have come together at turn number 1. And the benefactor of that has been Jillison. He's made his way past Emery as well. So he's launched his way up into position number 1 as we go safety car. And no surprise there, but big drama, just 1 corner into today's racing action. Taunton certainly made the better start. Emery wanted to hold the inside line. He was in deeper under brakes, and the 2 came together.
Oh, that's very unfortunate to see that on the replay. Let's have a look on board here from just behind in 3rd position. And yeah, look, he was on the inside. He probably wasn't right up on the pillar, potentially just out of that side mirror point there. They won't be happy about that contact, either driver, but let's have another look from front on. You see it just come in, or just cuts that down. But it's quite bumpy there as well. Oh, wow, that's a big moment, and takes the, you don't see how much damage is on those cars. It doesn't look like too much on the back of Taunton's car, but potentially a lot of gravel going in the front of those air ducts. You won't want to be trying to drive that car too far like that, because it will really scoop them up with the amount of aero they've got. Good to see our Queensland Raceway crew, our safety crew right there at the moment. Taunton, well, can he rejoin the race? That is the question. Can we get a bit of a feel for that? It's hit the tyre barrier in reverse reasonably quickly, but it's taken the side off the wing. A little winglet on the edge, but whether that's done too much damage to the rear of the car, I mean, they're fairly durable, these Innovation race cars. We know a lot of the parts are interchangeable. Obviously, it's custom-made chassis, all produced and manufactured in Australia, designed here as well, but will there be any sort of penalty applied to Emery, whether he was far enough up? I suppose we'll have to wait and see what our driver standards observer puts on that one as well. So we're back behind the safety car now. We only got through 1 corner, and we saw this yesterday down with the TO2 muscle cars. Are we going to see a race restart there potentially, so we didn't complete a lap under racing? Difference here is we don't have a red flag. We're staying in the yellow, so we might just be a rolling start.
Yeah, absolutely, it will be, as we see the Queensland Raceway team straight on the case, and they're going to try and drag that car through the gravel trap. Once it's got that initial bit of gravel up, I think it should skim across the surface, hopefully, or maybe not.
It looks like a shovel to me. It's not. It's a very expensive shovel.
Yes. if you want a good shovel, you're better off going to your local hardware store, I think.
Potentially, I'd say just stick to Bunnings. Here we go. Let's have another look at how this all unfolded. The start of the race, and this is off the start. This is Emery on board. Just comes up. See Donaldson behind. Oh no, he went on board with Emery. Sorry, where Gillison. No, Gillison's in the back. Well, that's all unfolding over there.
I think it's a rearward camera from Gillison, and it is because we've just taken the lead from Jeff Emery there. So it looked to me like Emery really balked on the exit of the corner after the contact was made, and Gillison just kept his foot to the floor, went around the outside, and has taken the race lead. So a bit of shuffling then in the pack. It's Daniel Gillison ahead of Jeff Emery. Donaldson in the Mark II Mustang is in position number 3 ahead of Damien Flack, John Hollinger and John Goodacre. Of course, those two made contact yesterday in the opening race. Then we've got Gregory in the Mark I Ford Focus, just ahead of Brian Finn, O'Brien, Leithhead and Taunton has rejoined, albeit a lap behind.
So they've got some updates coming down from pit lane from Mel Price.
A quick little update that perhaps it's an unhappy Jeff Taunton that may have rejoined the race. It seems to feel like, according to his team, that he got sent. So we'll watch this space.
Oh, I think that's the sentiment you get from most drivers that end up off the track. I don't think they're ever going to look at it, I suppose, from a different perspective.
Nobody's ever going to say, oh, he turned myself across his nose.
No, the red mist has descended by now. I know they're pretty good mates when you get down to the pits, and they all seem to get along very, very well, and it's great to see the Innovation Race Car. It's a growing category as well, Dan. Like, we talk about how many produced, already a couple of new ones here this year. Danny Studdard always, every second round, seems to show up in a brand new car because he sold the one that he was in. So it's great to see that this is a ever-growing, I suppose, category of racing there. We see one with the high-tech oils banner on it down there. I wonder what we're seeing down there. I'll be interested to find out at the end of the weekend what's going on with that. But yeah, look, they manufactured in Australia about 6 weeks from the time you order one to when it's a fully brand new built car. And I believe they're looking into some new innovative things as well on these cars to try and keep them fresh, I suppose. I mean, although they just look so great out on track.
Oh, they certainly do, don't they? There's all different types of body shells and the like, isn't there? You can have sort of American style look, the European style look. Here is Taunton in the Mustang looking body shape as he comes into the lane. Lots of gravel still flicking up there, but we'll see how much damage there was. It didn't look too bad on the back, considering the speed at which you went backwards into the tie barrier. I'm quite surprised.
I think that's going to be a clean out. If they get rocks up in that brake duct, they're expensive brakes to have a rock get somewhere in the caliper there, or potentially the intake of the engine. I know there'll be an air filter on it, but you're just not going to take the risk, with a car of this nature. You're going to try and bring it to the pits and try and do as much as you can, but it looks like race restart is not too far away. Yellow lights are out. The safety car will exit stage left as it comes around turn number 6. Time for Gillison to get this race restarted. Now, what is Emery going to do? Is he still going to be just as keen to stick that nose at the 48 in? Donaldson in a prime spot with Flack just behind. And here we go, race back underway with 80 minutes and 55 seconds remaining in the Innovation Race Cars, race number 3 for the weekend. What a day, what a way to kick off day 2 of competition here for the Hi-Tech Oils Super Series.
Through they go around turn number 1. A great restart from Gillison. He's got a good couple of car lengths at least. Brian Finn's going to try and make his way through there on Gregory, the older spec Mark 1 car, of course. Finn trying to recover from yesterday's challenges, where he was caught up innocently in a turn 1 accident, and sadly he had to miss the race in the afternoon as well. Great to see him back. It's been a lot of work to get that machine back out there. The former Vic V8 champion doing just his second round in the series, but a fine addition to Innovation Race Cars. And as you say, I'm already hearing there'll be a couple more for the next round, a couple more for Winton, and they're expecting around 16, 17, 18, somewhere around there, they reckon, for the start of 2025. It's a category that has just continued to build non-stop. I'm enjoying seeing this. This is Donaldson on the tail of Emery, so the Mark II car taking the fight to the Innovation Race Car. There you go, Declan Fraser even having a look there from the sideline. So, I mean, it does draw attention, doesn't it? It's V8. muscle cars effectively, but with the sort of, you know, the aids of ABS traction control and the like. Who doesn't like an innovation race car? I'm yet to find anybody to say anything negative about them. They are a fine piece of machinery. And let's not forget, Australian built.
Yeah, that's one of the most. Oh, what is that coming off the car? Is that something off Emery's car potentially after that contact was made? Because he seems to be in the clutches of Donaldson at the moment, and have a look at Gillis and get away.
It's Donaldson's passenger window. The left window has come out. I'm certain of it as he went through the hairpin. There was a big gap, so well, that's going to keep him nice and refreshed in there, isn't it? Is a replay of it in slow motion down the straight. There it is, shaking, 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 and any second, there it goes. Straight off the racetrack. It's done a good job. That means we won't need a safety car for it. It's departed company centre stage left.
Yeah, now we get some fresh air into that cabin. It will upset the aero just a fraction on that car. I don't think it's going to matter too much over a 20-minute race. Only 16.5 minutes still remaining in this one, but he's got Emery in his sights at the moment, and Donaldson will just have to forget about that window being open and get on with this. Flack just behind, but Gillison now starting to check out. 2.7 seconds up the road at the moment already after just a few laps.
I imagine that'll be buffering in there like nobody's business. If you think when you open a window when you're doing 110 k's an hour on the freeway, the buffeting that you hear, a lot of people absolutely hate that noise, the buffering you get. Imagine double that speed and more here at Queensland Raceway. It'd be pretty loud and windy in there, I reckon.
Yeah, it's only a slight breeze coming across the track today. It was a lot windier yesterday. We'll see if that picks up this afternoon for some of our other racing to change conditions just a little bit. The UV's got to be up there. It's warm if you're in the sun. The temperature is quite pleasant around the 18-degree mark. They're starting to spread themselves out at the moment. Have a look at the lap time. So it's Gillis has got a purple sector 1. Emery not letting get away in sector 2. So they're very even in terms of the first two sectors. But Gillis seems to be coming home strong. Has the fastest lap just this time around with its 110.30. So Gillison's still very quick out there. It's Taunton looking to get the car back out on track. They've gone over that.
If he does, I think it's 75% of the race distance, he'll be classified and he will get points for finishing. So why wouldn't you? If you're in the championship hunt, it's been a fantastic championship. Coming into the weekend, John Hollinger led the championship. After race 1, Jeff Emery led the championship, and then Jeff Taunton took it after taking victory in race number 2 yesterday. So we've had 3 championship leaders in the last 24 hours, and it's going to change again with the controversial incident down there at Turn 1.
And there's only 11 points in the top 3.
Yeah, how good.
That is nothing. That's overall for the year. Obviously, this is an endurance round. They have 3 endurance rounds out of 6 and 3 sprint rounds to make up the 6 overall. But endurance-wise, yeah, we'll have to put those points together. Still waiting to see. We haven't got any word from race control in regards to whether there will be any penalties applied for that too. So we'll wait and find out. I'd say that's going to be post-race. And we'll wait and see if anything comes up on our screens. We'll get any word from race control in regards to anything happening out there. Maybe nothing happened. Maybe it's just a racing incident that go on. Because there wasn't too much contact in it. It's just the result looked, I suppose, a lot more dramatic than what it was.
I'm sure Taunton would like to talk about.
Yeah,
let's put it that way. I'm sure he would. There he is back on the racetrack in the Innovation race car. Fantastically presented car is that one, and he's just emerged ahead of the race leader. We've had 5 different race winners so far this season, but Gillison is not one of them. Mel, you got an update for us?
Yeah, just great to see Jeff Taunton back out in the race. Of course, they just had to change this right rear because the guard was rubbing on it after that contact. So he's back out there and hopefully he can get some points because 1 and 2 in the championship, of course, those guys are.
I'll tell you what, if that's the only damage he's got out of that incident at that speed, reversing the car into a wall, that is, yeah, go by lives again.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure there must be some from the little splitter that they have at the back of these cars. There's no way that escaped.
Oh,
sure.
No, but to be able to get it back out on the racetrack is a credit to how these cars are engineered and strength of them as well. Because you know, when you're doing distance racing like this, especially when it's a GT4 style, I suppose, like a GT DNA in the cars, really. That's what they're looking for. They've got the paddle shift on the late model ones, the sequential, I suppose, on the Mark cars, but yeah, the paddle shift on the late model ones, they're really made for some endurance racing. Yeah, it's all happening in the background, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you saw what I saw. Damien Flack there running pretty wide through turn number 1. There's not a millimetre of concrete apron that he was not using on the outside of that corner, but he's made it through, no problem at all. He's currently 0.6 of a second ahead of John Hollinger. So that's a close battle for position number 4. Out in front, though, the men that we are riding on board with just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:09.988, and that's a good couple of tenths faster than Jeff Emery himself set his PB lap last time through 1:10.1. So yeah, a couple of tenths difference between the two of them. But it was just that initial first lap, really, when Gillison put the foot down and gapped him by a good second or two in the first couple of laps on this restart that have been critical. Because since then as well, Emery has pulled away from Donaldson, despite Donaldson setting his PB laps out there on the circuit. Here is that fight a bit further back to two Johns. We saw the two Jeffs at Vizilla. Oh no, sorry, it's John Goodacre and Brian Finn. So great to see Brian Finn. He made his way past the Focus and is now latching onto the tail of John Goodacre. Great new livery on the Goodacre car this weekend after a big, sizable impact at turn number 1, similar to the TA2 crash that we saw yesterday. He
spun around and then unfortunately a car came in and lost the front clip on that car. They got it repaired overnight last round as well. So again, just much like the Finn car. Finn's probably didn't look like as much damage, but I went and had a look at that this morning, and yeah, the bar work's taken a lot of that impact, but it saves the chassis. So you'd rather take the front clip off and replace that than have to do something more dramatic, I suppose. The suspension still lines up and things like that. So we're not seeing the cars go on jigs as often to be repaired and have those massive repairs. It's more something you can do at the track, and when you get it back home, you can really just get down and get to the finite things. There's so much ducting and bracketry and things like that that are just for the brakes, for the air intake on the engine, just little things as well, the finite things that you like to keep nice and neat, but you want to get out and race, you can get them turned around reasonably quickly actually with these cars. So great to see Finn back out there, and a shout out to have Gregory here this weekend from New Zealand as well. Went to come over and he's got the on wheel of Danny Studdett's car. Of course, they do the 1 hour races over there in the Innovation Race Cars, and a couple of our guys, including Goodacre, have gone over there and taken part in that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great initiative. But as you say, these marked cars and Innovation Race Cars in particular in recent times go all over the world, not just New Zealand, but I was having a great chat yesterday to Axel Donaldson, who's currently sitting in 3rd position, and he was saying to me, you know, we've got an Innovation Race Car currently in Europe, and we were racing that in, they won actually the Asian Championship in the 1 class, and then as well, they've raced at the Spa, one of the Spa 24s as well, so it's incredible that you can race these machines in all sorts of different endurance races around the world. Of course, in recent years as well, it's been an invitational class for the Bathurst 12-hour as well. So it's really cool that you can race these machines all around the globe. We're going to shut up in the commentary for a little bit and let you listen on board with our race leader, Daniel Gillison.
Race cars, but yeah, getting on board, I noticed how much those Perspex windows or Lex windows start to flex a little bit, don't they, out of the air of the car, just showing how much goes into that. A great car to get around. And I think we're going to see a lot more of the GT races start to sort of drift into this field as well.
Because it's so affordable, that's what people say, for the speed there's nothing that compares price-wise. It's a phenomenal category in that sense. You know, these guys are lapping as fast as the supercars were last weekend here at Queensland Raceway. Let's not forget, supercars drivers are paid professionals, as Jeff Taunton put to me yesterday. You know, I'm just a bloke who has a day job who comes out for a bit of fun on the weekend. You know, this isn't my life, whatever. And to be lapping at the same speed as supercars drivers, you know, if a professional jumps behind the wheel, they'll be 1.5, maybe 2 seconds faster. That just shows the speed of these machines.
Who knows, maybe we can get a celebrity enduro going on. That'd be good. We'll sort that out for us now.
See what I can do.
Again, like I say, impressive vehicles, but anyway, so have a look at how it lines up on our ASA leaderboard at the moment. Gillison, the 3.5 second lead over Emery since we've had that restart from the safety car. He has just started to move away at the moment, and it's probably moved by about 3 tenths per second a lap. Then you go back to Donaldson, who's in third position with the 111 entry. Back to Flack, Hollinger, Finn, Goodacre, Gregory O'Brien, Lathead, and great to see Taunton back out on track in that 95 machine. I think he's carrying just a little bit of damage still with the splitter. Maybe the aero has been affected because we know how fast he was in qualifying. Well, he's about a second off the pace at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's just slowing down, letting people go at the moment. He's just going to bring it home. Doesn't want to use his tyres too much, which is fair enough. Just go back to the pace of them and the sound and everything else. LS3 6.2 litre V8 engine, 550 brake horsepower at 6,200 RPM. They do rev up to just shy of 6,700 RPM, and they deliver 705 Newton meters of torque. Hollinger gearbox, MFT 6-speed sequential transaxle operated by a paddle shift with a pneumatic shift barrel actuator. So they are proper modern racing cars in that sense. And the fact that they can go endurance racing, they've got a big fuel tank, 120 litres. It stores the fuel tank, and they run on 98 octane as well. So awesome piece of kit. That we're looking at the moment is a Mark II machine, so slightly less horsepower, a bit more aero on the Mark II. So Donaldson is lacking a little bit of straight line poke compared to some of his competitors around this track this weekend. You want a bit of straight line poke around Queensland Raceway. There's only really those two fast aerodynamic corners, you'd say.
When you talk about 98 octane fuel, what's that mean? That's if you go and get a premium unleaded. I mean, premium unleaded 95, but you go get, you can still get 98 in your normal servo. So,
correct.
We're not talking about a particular race fuel on these either. They're a pretty basic setup in terms of what you talk about the engine setup on them. But a little bit more typical, we're heading to the gearbox and the paddle shift and the transaxle. But maybe from what we've seen, a lot of the modern race cars there, some of the GT3 cars like to get involved in this one too. We saw Porsche here last time as well. They're very evenly matched. That just creates a lot of racing down there between them. If we can get more of them into the category as well. But to find out more of what's going on down in pit lane, let's head down to Tammy.
Steve Wills, we're down here just having a little bit of chat about how Axel's going. He's in third, trying to claim second. How's he doing in the car?
He's doing really well. He's he's already set the fastest lap of the race, so we just very consistent over the whole weekend. He's enjoying himself. He's a bit of a cool cat in the car, so
He's slowly making up that gap. Let's see if he can take second.
there's not too much time left in the race, so hopefully we can get past Emery.
Great.
Thanks very much, Tammy, for that. Yeah, he's certainly closing in, isn't he? He's just gone purple, actually, in sector 1 on this lap, so the margin officially down to 0.6 of a second. Speaking to Axel, as I say, he's been driving the Innovation race car overseas and got the Mark car here as part of this championship this year, but he did say to me, I do want to bring my Innovation race car back and run that next year. So that'd be really good to have him in the modern Innovation race car next year. And I think he'll be those couple of seconds faster, and I think he'll be fighting for race victories next year in an Innovation race car.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen him just outside the top 5 of both races yesterday. A 25-minute race here this morning. We move on to their 50-minute enduro this afternoon. Some of these drivers choosing to do it on their own. Some of them, well, they've got a co-driver. We'll see those driver stops. They'll have a minimum amount of travel time in pit lane where they've got to be stopped as well. So we'll get to that in our 50-minute race enduro this afternoon. But plenty to unfold for that one. As I like to say, you need to keep the points ticking over in the championship. At the moment, Jeff Taunton at the back. Well, The good thing about this is the equaliser will be the Enduro this afternoon, and how they handle that. Obviously, that tyre change is not going to be great for them, but they'll have time now to go and fix whatever potentially the error is. In saying that, Taunton's got that car up to speed. 110.54. It's not quite as fast as our top runners are doing high 109s, but he is slowly getting the car back up to pace. Maybe just not willing to risk it without having time to through to actually get like a measuring tape on that or a string line to see if that thing's still square.
Yeah, absolutely. Through they go, through turns 1 and 2. This is where the Mark II car will probably just have that ever so slight bit of advantage. Look at that huge diffuser on the back of the Mark II. We should say, we've touched on the Mark 1s and the Mark 2s, but they are eligible, so you can, if you've got a Mark 1 car sitting at home, there have been a lot sold over the years, or a Mark 2 car, that you can race in the Innovation Race Car Series. They are welcome. They've got a good little field of Mark 1 cars this weekend. Gregory O'Brien and Leithhead, all in Mark 1 cars, having their own little jewel at the tail of the field. They've got the old sequential gearbox, so they're old school. They really have to manhandle those machines.
Yeah, there's going to be tracks that suit us. If you don't have the long straights, we're starting to get the cornery a little bit. I think you'll find those Mark 1, Mark 2 cars are probably going to be a lot closer than you think in terms of the speed there. Because pound weight, getting very good, getting very even. It's the aero and things like that. You want to stretch the legs down the main straight for the Innovation Race Car. Has a slight advantage. Queensland Raceway obviously offers that to the Innovation Race Car drivers. Here we go. John Hollinger wasn't happy to be further down the pack this weekend. He was, like you say, leading the championship coming into this, and he's just been in the top 5 in both the races. We're trying to improve on that one at the moment. He's still in 5th position, but if we're looking for anything to get on podium.
Huge moment for Leithhead behind. He just went down a lap. He dropped 2 wheels off on the outside, and he gave it a bit too much steering lock on re-entry and darted to the inside of the track. It was a big moment for him, but Leithhead remains in 10th position as the time is very much ticking down now. Less than a minute to go. Donaldson is right on the tail of Emery still, but he's not able to find a way by at this point in time. Oh, Hollinger, you were just talking about him, and he has dropped off the road, so an attempt, I think, potentially at trying to get Damien Flack has backfired, and he's ended up facing backwards in the grass at turn number 3.
I've done a Matt Knowles here giving him the commentators first. That's what I've done, unfortunately. Sorry, John, it's not my fault. Checkered flag is out, and we will see the end of this 25-minute race here this morning for the Innovation Race Car. Gillison will get across the line first, followed by Emery, Donaldson. So we go, Gregory's across the line, Lathhead's across the line, so their race will finish. They're further down in 8th and 10th position. Then we go Donaldson across the line in 3rd, Flack confirmed in 4th.
The question is, how many places has Hollinger relinquished? Through across the line comes Brian Finn, and as well, John Goodacre has just got past as well. So that is costly for our former championship leader. It's really not been his weekend, has it? I had a very brief chat to him just prior to this race, actually, and I said to him, great recovery from you yesterday. It was a really good performance, and he said, yeah, but it's just a shame I got turned around at the start. But he's got good pace, just a couple of spins for him.
Here races on for Innovation Race Cars, race number 3. Gillison taking the win this time around. Fastest lap of the race, the 109.614. Emery just behind Donaldson, Flack, Finn Goodacre, but the Gordon Point came into this round. The championship lead, John Hollinger, just not having the weekend he would have liked. Gregory and O'Brien, 9th and 10th. Taunton, well, spun around on turn number 1 into the wall. They managed to recover that car and get it back out on track despite that tyre damage caused by some of the bodywork rubbing on it. But Taunton, how does he recover from this one? We've got a 50-minute enduro this afternoon. Pit stops will come into play for that one. Ready to find out how the Innovation Race Car is going to go. Let's have a look at how it all started. This is basically going to be the major highlight of the race. As we head into turn number 1, watch this for Emery. Just puts the nose down the inside. Taunton tries to close that down. Not quite sure if that was just a blind spot, I think. Potentially for Taunton. Couldn't see Emery so far up the car. We saw that windlass just go off, but apart from that, the car didn't look too bad when it came back into pits.
Emery was definitely ahead before the braking, so but Emery really dived up the inside to try and take that position. We saw Donaldson lose the window there at early on in the race as Parker made his way through, or Gillison I should say. This was late on in the race. Donaldson dropping off the road on the outside of the circuit, so that happened late on in the race there, but it still didn't enough to finish in 3rd. There was the contact between Hollinger and Flax, who was right up the inside there. when the contact was made, and he on the inside was the one that spun around. So that was a real shame for him. But our race leader out in front, Gillison, just controlled that from the very start. Didn't need to take the victory by over 5 seconds. His first victory in Innovation Race Cars.
Oh, I'll tell you what, let's head down to our race winners though. Let's head down to our race winners now with Tammy down there to find out exactly how they feel after this race.
Dan Gillison, it really was your race. You put your stamp all over it, didn't you?
Yeah, I kept out of trouble. I saw them, the two of them doing down to turn one. I thought this was going to be pretty close, so I hung back a bit. Sure enough, there was a bit of carnage. Made my way through the field without any damage, and then I just mined the gap from behind from there after the safety car. So it was good.
Great job, well done, congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Oh, there you go, quick word with our race leader down there. He got to watch it all unfold, had the front row seat, took the advantage of that one. We saw the restart. Safety car came out, did a couple of laps, and then managed to start that race off the front. But next up, of course, we got the Eastern Sleepers Australian Team Tops back out on track. Now, Brent Edwards has been super dominant in this, in that cable source Falcon that is out in front at the moment. I don't know what happened to the two Sylvias yesterday. I went down and spoke to them, and they just basically said they were distracted for a moment there. The lights, well, we didn't muck around, did we? We got the race underway. It wasn't super fast, but they were slightly distracted by the cars around them and missed the start of the race. So Corey Gillett and Ryder, they got a little bit of work to do. But up next, our Eastern Sleepers Australian Team Tops will be out on track.
Certainly will be really looking forward to this one. It's been a really interesting weekend because I'm not sure that Edwards has been necessarily the fastest, but he's just stayed out of trouble, hasn't he? While others have made a couple of errors, and that's enabled him to take the 2 wins so far. Shelby led much of race 1 but retired. He came from the back to finish second yesterday. He'll start ahead of Saint, Gillett, Ryder, Natoli in his first in his class. Head of Dennis, Ricketts. Then beyond that, Cox, Pettit, Stevenson, Ball, Maris, and the news overnight, Dennis Panner is going to take the wheel of the 88 MX-5. So he's taking that.
Well, he broke his car, didn't he?
That's right.
And he said, come on, let's share the love. They're all my cars. I know we've got drivers in them, and they share it around. They come and drive. But let me go around Queensland Raceway, please.
That's
He
right.
didn't give me laps in. All right, let's get this race underway. Stephen Shelby, super fast in this E36 BMW, but he's got to watch out because Brent Edwards has been, I want to say, consistent. He's been quick, but he's been very consistent compared to the other races, and that's where it is. Waiting for the lights to go out. Race is almost underway. One of the very few standing start races in. Have a look at the back. Natoli Ryder's gone as well. He's stuck again. But Natoli in the all-wheel drive Audi. What a comeback from him last week. Last time we were here to get any points after some engine damage. And now Brent Edwards is under attack from Tony Saint. He's on that LS-powered RX-7 around the outside. Gillett just behind him. And Bandanas right behind that. That's going to be rebuilt for that Falcon 2 after Sydney in round 2, where it had all sorts of dramas. That's a new ECU, new engine. Mate, they've done everything on the new turbo. The whole car is basically brand new. And have a look at this, Tony Saint applying the pressure as they go around. Daniel Natoli, who just doesn't have the speed down the lane straight as his car's wind up.
Trying to hold it around the outside is Saint. That'll give him the inside for the next one, but Brent Edwards wise to that one, just slowly edges towards the outside of the circuit, and Saint, going around the long way, has to yield that position. What a great camera shot from the drone cam. Showing that the elevation really at Queensland Raceway, really from the high level of the drivers, that is a fantastic view. As you can see, Peter Ryder fell right to the back of the field, so he's already made his way back past a good half dozen vehicles. But that wasn't a case of missing the lights, that was a case of stalling. So great heads-up driving from everybody behind to see that bright orange machine and take evasive action. Probably helps that the car is bright orange.
Yeah, it's got a bit of warning sign, so she come up. But Michael Ricketts out in the young car wash also, and then we under attack with Dennis Panner. That's all Dennis said. I want to go out there and keep up. Michael Ricketts, we're going to do that. I'm a celebrity. That's pretty much what he said. How was this? Corey Gillett, 27, already on the back with Daniel Natoli in the Audi. I expect to get the main straight here. Gillett's going to have the horsepower there as Sylvia gets a little bit of traction finally and drives down to turn number 3 with that move done. He's on the inside, and Corey Gillett, well, he just needs to keep some rubber on those tyres. We spoke about him putting some new tyres from his car finally after running second-hand tyres for as many races as possible, but that car likes to slide around and chew up the rubber quite a bit. But we had a good start to this weekend. It was very fast in qualifying. Took out our #1 pole award, and look, since then it's very different when it comes to race conditions.
Yeah, Natoli's been driving this really well all weekend. Very much the standout in the Ultimate TT class. There are several classes in this category, so we have not only the Ultimate TT, we've got Supreme TT Outlaw, which is what the top 4 drivers are all in, and then as well Super Sixes as well. So it's great to see all different classes. Some have got huge numbers, like the Outlaw class. Chilby goes fastest lap of the race by quite some margin on his first flying lap, a second clear of Brent Edwards, so that margin out to 2.3 seconds. The rise back from Ryder continues. He's now up to position number 6. His next target is the Ultimate class leader of Natoli in a little Audi TT, which is always rushed right towards the pointy end. There at the back, we can see just behind him now, it's in the Ford Falcon, the old school Ford Falcon, just ahead of Mick Ricketts in the Nissan Pulsar. As we said yesterday, that thing is an absolute weapon. It's certainly not a standard Pulsar. Look at the aero that it's got on it. The engine absolutely roars. The rear wing on the back there is, apart from the body shell, I don't think there's much standard on that.
No, that's Cox Motorsport build too. Jordan Cox is about CO2. He won over from TCR, racing in Trans Am as well. He is some of the brains trust behind Michael Ricketts' car. Well known for that moment over Bathurst where he had the car three-wheeling and doing those incredible overtaking manoeuvres. All these things that TNA for that Pulsar. We see Stephen Chilby now coming around the BMW once again. Very, very quick at the moment, but have a look at Brent Edwards. He is only 1/10 off that last lap. So Edwards, I think, just waiting for some tyre temperature to come up in the Falcon. You can't be disappointed when you get Stephen Chilby in front of you. We know, obviously, in race #1, he had a relay for his fuel pump starting to play up. He thought it was low fuel, even though the computer was telling me he had fuel. In the end, they found it was just a wire that wasn't quite connected really well, so it come on and off as he went around corners. Managed to get that fixed, had to work his way around the field as Brent Edwards decides, hey, I'm going to go a bit too far out wide. It's not flat out there, especially when you use a little bit of that ripple strip in the shortcut.
Of course, in the early noughties, I saw some huge accidents on that second go. I'll come back to that point. Yeah, Saint has stopped, so the man who was running comfortably in third has come to a halt out there on the racetrack. He's pulled it off the circuit onto one of the infield roads. There's different layouts here at Queensland Raceway. He's on one of those, but that is a real disappointment for him. So that looks like a certain DNF, unfortunately, in this one. For the RX-7 driver, he's had a solid weekend, hasn't he? Always been in the top 5 throughout. But his weekend, his race has come to an early end. Here comes young Helena Maris, late under brakes up the inside of Pettit, and it's got the move done on the Ford Falcon. She's actually now in a Ford Falcon sandwich. Can she get to 17? Unfortunately, though, I think she'll have to look behind because Pettit has got a lovely run, and with that extra horsepower is able to simply cruise back past up the inside into turn 4. No, not quite, because Helena Maris with the light, nimble Mazda MX-5 can brake later and hold on to that position. Strengths and weaknesses, as Corey Gillett said to me, that's what this category is all about.
Yeah, we've seen it time after time. Last year, Michael Ricketts, and the year before, very dominant in that small Pulsar, but now we've got so many more entrants in the team. Tony saying, yeah, look, Queensland's his home track, and he's joined the Super TTs for the first year that he's managed to travel down there, and it's great to have him down at Winton Motor Raceway, Sydney Motorsport Park as well, previously to this, of course. We go to Ballina at the end of September, the 27th to the 29th, so that's another 6 weeks away, so he'll head down there too. So Tony saying hopefully that's just a minor problem with that RX-7 and he can get that sorted, because the Queenslanders don't see a lot of Super TT racing up here. They don't really have this sort of category, and it's great to have so many people that are, they can fit in if they want to come racing here at the Hi-Tech All Super Series and join the Australian Super Team Tops in a national style race. As it Phil Amos having over with some updates.
We're just having a little bit of a chat here, weren't we? Car 18 Cable Solutions, the Falcon. We're talking about the start. How did Brent go in the start?
Oh, look, it wasn't his best effort. He was pretty chuffed yesterday when he watched the footage back, and he was called a wily old fox. But I think maybe old age is getting to him. at the minute. So he's a little bit slow on the racks at times. He's making up for it now. He's just done his PB ever around here. So, yeah, he's making my job look good.
Fantastic. Let's hope you can then take first.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Brent Edwards, we got some smoke, and that's Dennis Panner. Is he a bad luck charm?
It's not been a good weekend, has it, for his team? So he's come straight in. A lot of smoke coming out the bonnet. Fire extinguishers there at the ready on pit lane entry. But that is a real shame for Dennis Panner. His weekend has been a challenge from start to finish. And in fact, we have gone safety car.
So I wonder whether there's some oil out there on the track at the moment that potentially could have left a slip somewhere. We'll have to wait for it out. And I don't think anyone else told them that there's a yellow out on track yet, because they're still looking at some overtakings.
No,
yellow's got it. That might only be yellow on that corner.
Yeah, it flashed up on our screen a safety car as well, but no, we are back to green flag
There
racing.
might be the fire officials going in there as well. Brent Edwards very wide now. He's got through some back markers at the moment now. He just said that was Brent Edwards' PB out there. Well, the place record was on a Stephen Trilby at 1:15.25, so that's a couple of tenths faster than what we're seeing Brent Edwards lapping at the moment. Obviously, that time round, sometimes a little bit different as they go through a couple of cars, as they go a lap down. Now, isn't it a great little scout round again? Now, these are very different cars. We've got Ultimate Supreme Tin Top and Colin Maris taking on a Super 6 and Mick Pettit, and they're going at it.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there, we've got Corey Gillette coming around to lap them as well. So they were going through wide for just a moment back there. Our race leader, Stephen Chilby, at the moment. Not a fantastic start to the weekend, but Sunday is looking much better, and it could be a happier drive home than it was last night. Tonight, if he can keep his winning streak up. Currently leading us out there by 5.4 seconds as he comes around to complete this lap. Brent Edwards and the Cable Source Falcon just a little bit further back.
Through they go once again. That margin has stabilised a little bit. Brent Edwards last time by just around a second slower. So Chilby's just buttoned off a little bit now, I think. I think he's just going to cruise to the finish from here. He's built that 5-second margin. Gillette's a further 6 seconds behind that in position number 3. And Ryder has recovered now up to 4th position, so he's got through on Natoli in the Ultimate Tin Tops class. So the little Audi TT demoted down to 5th position in what's been an intriguing race. Here is that Audi TT that we are just talking about, just putting the number 30 of Stevenson down a lap. That's a glorious old school Holden Commodore, isn't it? Really nice to see that out there on the circuit. Got an old school Commodore, an old school Falcon. So if you like your Aussie muscle, then you'll certainly be satisfied with this category, won't you? There's something for everybody in this category. We've got former drift cars. We've got, Brent Edwards' car was actually built originally as a saloon car. And then it was outlawed. They elected not to go for the BA model. So we converted that, never raced in saloon cars, and then converted it into a Super TT car. Here is Mick Ricketts. He is out there at the moment leading his division. That is the Supreme Tin Tops with an engine cap of 2.2 litres. So that's the rules for Supreme Tin Tops. Super Tin Tops is a 6-cylinder saloon engine, naturally aspirated up to 4.1 litres. Ultimate is high performance engine from 2.2 to 4.4 litres, while Outlaw is high performance engine of 4.4 litres to a whopping 7 litres. So those are the 4 classes and how they are divvied up. It's all about engine size. Peter Wright is shaking up the action between the Super 6 bike. These two are the sole Super 6 category competitors this weekend. We're going to see a change for the leading classes. Up the inside comes Lauren Ball, a fantastic move. Up the inside, using the leader, or one of the leaders coming through to take full advantage and swing up the inside off the corner through turn 2 and down into the braking zone at turn number 3. Although, could things be returned here, because the same thing has happened but on the other foot now. This time it's Ball that's been hung out to dry. So can Pettit take advantage of Natoli coming through? No, there's a problem, maybe a missed gear, a botched gear change out of the corner. Allows Helena Maris to draw alongside. Look at how good The little lightweight MX-5 is under brake. She goes all the way around the outside. Good set, heads up driving from the youngster.
Well, yesterday, Michael Pettit, I went out and chat with him, had those brake dramas. We saw him go to the inside of actually turn 6. It was really weird. We didn't see what happened previous to that. He said, I went and touched the brakes, and the pedal went to the firewall. I had to get a quick pump. They came back, so maybe those brakes are getting very warm. I potentially say it could just be a brake fluid issue for that car. But yeah, slow down just a little bit. You can make a couple of mistakes out there. These two are going at it in the Super 6s, aren't they? Mick Pettit and Laurel Ball. They're the two main runners in here that some rounds it's Pettit, some rounds it's Ball. They exchange those wins, and a lot of points getting accumulated between the two of them. Great to have our little ultimate Supreme TT in the middle of Helena Maris, who's actually leading that in the MX-5 in that class as well for the 2025 seasons. We're 4 rounds in already with just a couple still remaining this year. There's been a bit of a spread out here. We started very early, the late February, and then we had a bit of a break before we headed off to Sydney in May. It was June here at Queensland Race, so we're back here now in August. Well, we head to Mallala at the end of September, and then we go start of November back to Winton Motor Race. So what a shot we've got here coming down to turn number 4, and Pettit gets the move done once again down the main straight on Maris. So I don't reckon he's going to catch Laurel Ball though. Laurel is just doing a fantastic job at the moment to stay in front and do those consistent times. We're seeing back-to-back. A little bit slower than what we see from our Outlaws now, Ultimate Tin Tops, but very consistent racing. And there's always a battle going on somewhere in the field. That's what I like about the Aussie Tin Tops is. And a couple of categories on your screen now, they're probably quite evenly matched when it comes to horsepower versus weight. It means, I suppose in these cars too, you can do an engine change. So we're not seeing we're seeing a lot of LS powered cars as we see across a lot of forms of motorsport at the moment. Like we all see with Chilby's BMW, we see that also in the Sylvias out there this weekend. We've had a lot of BMWs join us in Super TT. Hasn't been the BMW Cup this weekend like we've previously seen in before. I mean, we know people like Mark Tracy, who's here this weekend with his son, who's racing in the TA2 Championship in the Enduro. So hasn't got his car here, he's supporting his son instead. Of getting through a few more on the cars that are down the back of the pack as they go to lap down once again. And some like Ricketts in the background, Stephen Chilby, our race leader, with just under 2 minutes remaining. Fidanis just in front, in the Falcon. Like I said, that's had a bit of a reverse in Sydney. We didn't see it here in the last round. I noticed it's got a brand new housing on board, refreshed engine. I put the Barron inside of this one. Supported by Precision Turbo, so there's no drama getting boosted with the engine. We just got to make sure everything around it is going to play the game. So great to see him back out here and enjoying his weekend. And the Outlaws, he's on class. A lot faster. Big smile on his face this weekend too. So I think as long as he's finishing races, starting to get a bit more experience under his belt, we'll see that big smiles come from him as we continue on to the Australian Super Tin Top category here at the Hi-Tech Oil Super Series. It's day number 2 of competition. Just under 1 minute remaining in this race, number 1 for day 2, race 3 of the weekend. Edwards now 5.2 seconds behind, so they've got into a bit of a stalemate at the moment, those two. And I think you were right before you said Stephen Chilby is just managing the cars. He steps right out there and leaves a couple of black lines to show for as a checkered flag. Here's Wade, and we'll take race number 3 win.
I think he wanted to celebrate, but I think probably that was a bit more sideways than he intended.
Yeah, I think that was, he celebrated a little bit too hard too early. Is that what you're saying? A bit like yesterday with your birthday, celebrated too hard too early.
He threw it in the paddock. Brendan Edwards came across the line in second ahead of Corey Gillett. And now are their results, just 5 on the lead lap in the end. Ryder recovered after that stall on the line to finish in 4th. Natoli won the Ultimate Tin Tops category. Fidelis was next ahead of Mick Ricketts, who was victorious in the Supreme Tin Tops class. Beyond that, Patrick Stevenson, Hannah, a DNF there in the end, not finishing 13th. Signs the DNF, and Raoul, unfortunately, in his Commodore GTS DNS in that race, did not take the start of that one. Here are the race highlights then. And there we can see at the back the orange machine falling through the field. Peter Ryder stalling. Great work from everybody though to avoid making any contact. Yeah, this is a good battle early on between Edwards and the RX-7 of Saint as they went through the opening sequence of corners. But Chilby put the foot down, pulled out a margin. Brent Edwards was pushing hard to keep with him, but couldn't do so. Was made an error trying to do that as Saint pulled off the road.
Dennis Panner, well, you'd already heard one of the MX-5s here this weekend. Jumped into the 88 for day number 2, thought he'd share that car, and well, a lot of smoke. I don't know if that car's going to be back out on track for race number 4 this afternoon. Steve Chilwell will just work his way back through, lapping a few of the cars in the other categories, and had a nice little lead. There was a moment right at the end, and I thought potentially he was going to throw that car out sideways, but he managed to hold on to it and got himself a race win. Now, what has happened at Pettit and 11 Maris? They were really fighting it out, weren't they, down the back of the pack? It'd be great to unfold exactly what happened here. We're going to get our recovery crew out there. That looks like it might just be a signboard out there. I don't think that's actually car parts, too many car parts to worry about at the moment.
No, the fact that there's grass on the inside of the circuit says to me that somebody's gone to the inside. There's been an off-track excursion. Look at the front of the Falcon. That looks pretty damaged to me, the front left anyway. Here we can see from the replay. So what's happened? Oh no, oh that's a huge lockup through the grass and into the side of Helena Maris. That's a huge impact. Very, very similar to what we saw at Turn 3 in Super 2 last weekend. That's a frightening impact in the driver door of Helena Maris. Good to see that the Falcon driver of Pettit is out of the car, but that is a badly damaged Falcon. And the MX-5 driver there of Maris taking a big hit in the side of that machine.
He'd just be wanting to get out, I think, and see that. But yesterday I said he had a brake issue where he just went to grab the brake pedal and it wasn't there, and he had to give it a pump. That's a big brake lock up. I think that's happened very, very early. I think Pettit, he'll be feeling for Helena Maris. That's exactly the moment the race, they said, the safety crew said you can get out of the car. He's straight over just to see what's going on and make sure that's all okay. So I think it's some great camaraderie there. As our TO2 muscle cars are lined up in pit exit now, they are keen to get fired up after yesterday's racing. It was so much action out on track. That driver 2 race, well, it didn't even get through the second corner, and we're not too far away from getting the driver 2 back out there again. Let's head down to Meldon pit lane with our winners.
Corey Gillett, pretty happy looking P3.
I am, mate. I'm very happy. I bloody got the third there, and the car did a PB as well, so I'm really stoked with it. Before I go any further, I had a couple of kids at home that I said I'd say thanks to. So Toby, Heidi, hey babe, I'll see you. Dad's on TV again, huh?
Got to get those brownie points in. Well done.
Absolutely. I forgot the first time, so I better do it this time for sure.
Thank you
very much. Cheers, mate.
Brent Edwards, congratulations. P2, how was the start of that race?
Terrible. We've got a bit of wheel spin. Didn't have enough heat in the rears, but I had nothing for this guy. I went half a second faster than I've been all weekend, and he still went faster. So congratulations to Steve. The things are dead, but we'll take 2 firsts and seconds so far. Pretty happy with that.
Great job, great weekend.
And Stephen Shelby, P1, little bit of a celebration on the entry to the checkered flag there.
Yeah, I sort of nearly overcooked it and ruined it, didn't I? But I was a bit of a celebration. It's good to get back up on the top step. Had a pretty rough weekend with breakages and just little gremlins and stuff. But yeah, good to get back up here, and yeah, we can see what we can do on the next race.
Well, if you're not celebrating when you're winning, you're doing something wrong, aren't you?
No, that's right. I'd just like to say hi to Susie, AJ, and Kate back home. I'll see you tomorrow.
And all of the guys getting their brownie points in with the wives and kids today. Well done.
Thank you.
Yep. Our winners there for the Eastern Sleepers, Australian Tin Tops. Yes, great to see them race number 3, and Stephen Chilwell. It wasn't the day he wanted yesterday. There's the damage though from that final turn incident there. Helena Maris with a big impact. It's actually on the opposite side of that car where we would have seen the Falcon and Mick Pettit really make an impact, and I'm just trying to have a look. Matt Nolly joins us back in commentary. Of course, TA2 is not too far away. Matt, what an exciting day yesterday. Driver 2 really got a set for that impressive enduro, and well, Driver 2's back again. It's been a big night down in the pit, so I left here well after 10 p.m. last night, and many teams still doing repairs.
In fact, still repairs going on down there in pit lane, matey. Good morning to you. Good morning, everybody. Day number 3 of the Hi-Tech Oil Super Series, and day 2 of the 3rd edition of the Tag Team Enduro event here. And yeah, what a day yesterday, and so many drivers are going to start down the back of the field here for this second qualifying race round, which will see the driver 2 guys and girls out first for this one. Now, these are the results. This grid set are the results of this race from yesterday, but the points will still add towards the endurance race today, which still sees Tim Slade and Alice Buckley leading by about 21 points over James Golding and Lockie Evanet. Brody Kostecki and Paul Morris in 3rd position, but then there's a gaggle of cars separated by about 20 points, including Lowndes, Hearn and Seaton in 4th, 5th and 6th position right now. So last chance to get some points. The higher up you'll be better off later this afternoon. And man, you needed to be up the front to stay out the chaos, because this is how it all went down in the first couple of races of yesterday. And Nathan Hearn, Racy and that appliance, one Chevy Camaro, the Exchange Hotel Kilcoy entry. This was Cheney going around down at turn number 4 early in the race during the endurance race yesterday afternoon. Big moves down through the field here, but these two sprint car guys, not the first time they didn't get together this weekend.
Oh no, this is bringing back some memories there. Des Collier actually made contact as well with Danny Reed. He tried to rejoin after a couple of wheels just going off track for the moment. Then crossover was a bit of a Hail Mary in the inside on Des Collier, and that unfortunately didn't create too much damage. Diesel Thomas, though, the young driver, just 16 there, getting really, really wide. Now, we saw a lot of flames coming out of the Mark Crutcher Jordan Cox car, didn't we? Now, this is the repair as we went into the second race there. Well, big brake lock-up as well. Now, Tech entry, and there was just so much happening. Now, you want to get your marshmallows out for this one because so many flames coming out there. It was great to see that some of the other competitors there, as Hayes Jackson, unfortunately, already out of the race, runs over with a fire extinguisher and put that out.
Yeah, fine fiery yesterday afternoon during that endurance race. But in the end, it was Alice Buckley and Tim Slade who powered away to a very comprehensive victory, some 17 seconds. And incidentally, remember there was that 25-second penalty handed to the Beneke Webster car for going under time. And Marcus Ambrose bumped into him last night, accepted it was all him. We let him know we thought enough time to get to the line, and realised it was more than 10 seconds to get to the end of the line there. Costly mistake. It was a 15-second time penalty plus the additional time that was not spent in the lane. So 25 seconds saw them drop down the field to 6th position when the lights stopped here in the endurance race yesterday. Tim Slade, though, will start on pole position for this morning's race, the first of 2, and a fair bit of pressure on these drivers for this one today, because they need to get the cars up as high as they can for driver 1 to jump in for the second race just after 1 o'clock here this afternoon. So it'll be Golding and Slade on the front row, Kostecki and Hearn out of row 2, Declan Fraser and Todd Hazelwood. Haven't the names that first 6. Tyler Cheney starts from 7. Aaron Seaton, former TA2 muscle car champ, starts out of 8. Scott Andriski, strong showing for both he and Brandon Martin yesterday. Elliot Barber starts out of position number 10 today in their 63 car with Des Collier. Blake Tracy starts out of 11. A good day for that car at least. In the High-Tech Oils team, Ryan Casher starts out of 12. Josh Haynes, a rating champ, starts out of 13 with Lang McAllister, Cam Laws, Jason Pride in the second High-Tech Oils car with Robbie Farr. John Udi in the Cool Drive Auto Parts entry. Loud starting from 19th today, and Charlie Parker starts from 20. That car was one of the big benefactors in that second race yesterday, but unfortunately that was white, null and void. He made up some 13 positions. The one that could have got away there for the Desert Palms Resort, Danny Orr, Earth moving number 5 to ride in car with Blake Tracy, teaming up with South Australian Brad Gardner on this formation lap. 14 laps once again, or 20 minutes, whichever comes first.
And then we'll find that number 22 High-Tech Oils motorsport car. 6 on Hazelwood, just getting those tyres, trying to get a little bit of warmth into it, starting off the 3rd row of the grid here for this driver 2 race. Frustrating yesterday, Josh Thomas, well, he really was just in the wards in this car and sustained a little bit of damage, so Hazelwood very frustrated after that moment yesterday with so many cars that turned around in front of him. A little bit of bump and grind there from Jordan Cox as they tried to squeeze through 3 wide into turn just before turn number 2. So I think they're looking for a clean race today. Tim Slade, well, he's been super quick in that car. Jimmy Golding, he had a vibration in that car yesterday, and he managed to nurse that home in the endurance race. So that's had a different housing change overnight as well. So the Ash Jarvis crew were very busy.
And not enough time to soak up the fact it was their first team victory for Ash Jarvis Racing. Remember, Ash raced in the early days of TA2 muscle cars, and there was a lot of jubilation down that camp. Last night, both he and Lockie Evan had a very handy combination. Talking about Blake Tracy, early in this race yesterday, he went up from 19th position up into 11th by the time it all stopped yesterday. John Udi was a big mover and shaker yesterday from 26th up into 18th position, and Hugh McAllister came up from 22nd into 15th. So, can you look past that front row? Is there something from Nathan Hearn? Can Brody Kostecki go further forward? Teaming up with the dude Paul Morris, their first run in a TA2 muscle car series, but absolutely no strangers here to Queensland Raceway.
Watching Jordan Cox starting out at 21st. He is very, very quick. I know he's not going to muck around either. They're going to want to try and get a bit of redemption on there. I know they've changed all the injectors in that car. I suspect that was too much fuel going into the engine there. That's why we saw all the flame. We saw it throughout the race, didn't we? Throughout the exhaust, just massive flames coming out the side. But eventually, once in pit lane, it just really ignited. Mark Crutcher, well, we're going to have a Ricky Bobby moment there for a second.
That poor car. That was brand new Thursday when they rolled in, and now looks like it's raced for 10 years already. So watch for him from 21st. The Hank Faulkner's car is back out. They're literally finishing out just before for Barguana and Clay Richards. Luke Vanner starting towards the back with Daniel Gillison as we get set for this one. Waiting for the leader to get inside what's called the action zone, acceleration zone, which is on the exit. When he goes, the field can go. There's one coming into pit lane in the background. We'll get to that soon, because here comes race number 3 of the weekend in the TN2 muscle cars as we charge down to turn number 1. Kostecki with all the speed and nowhere to go in the normal motorplex entry. Slayed up onto the curb. In fact, it helped him get that run through. He might just get past Golding here into turn 2 for the first time, and he does. So up onto that curb, actually assisted yesterday's race winner. Heading down the back straight in car with Todd Hazel as he goes after Kostecki. Kostecki already down the inside here, chasing. Look at this move from Hearn. It'll be brave to do it here on the opening lap. That Exchange Hotel Kilcoy entry stays there. A little bump, bit of a donut ring on the side of the Chevy Performance car. Slade holds him off. So charge down, Alderson feeling some overlap on the run down. Just see that back guard starting to flap away. Gee, Hearn's brave on the outside. This is a bit esque of the production car race from last night.
I think those Americans have taught him a couple of things. That 12 months he spent over there, USA just came back for a little tour and some racing as well. And then go watch that bodywork for Slade. That starts to rub on one of the tyres. We could see some issues. Brody Kostecki already up in the third as well. And he's a super patient driver, isn't he? Yesterday, just sat there and took his opportunistic moments there and managed to get himself out of position. The 22 door is open. Blake Tracy's going to have to hang the left hand out and try and shut that. You know, you have to really lift it up. And then they try to get that shut.
I think he was using the other car to do that as he went down the straight to finish the first lap. So Nathan Hearn leads into one for the second time. That was Scott Andriski with the Harmony's towing TFH car on the outside of Jordan Cox, who's up into 11th position from 21st on the grid already. So the big mover in the number 4, they got plenty of pace with a white splitter on the front day after damage in qualifying here on Friday. So Jordan Cox hustling on their way down to turn 3. As these two start to clear away from Kostecki and Hazelwood. Gee, I know they're teammates later in the year in the endurance races, but they can't seem to get rid of each other here in this TA2 muscle car tag team enduro.
We'll wait and see if that feels just out of their blood. Try and get this. They get a bit of fun out there, I suppose, Todd Hazelwood. I know they both want to try and get the win here now, but we've got some updates coming from pit lane. Debbie, you go, mate.
Soon. It's a bit on down here at turn number 6. Hearn pitches the right front. Kostecki does the same, and that's the invite that Hazelwood's looking for. He just closed the door on the exit. 2 guns going at it here on the Dick Johnson straight. And it's Battle Pack's Broom, wherever you look behind there. Declan Fraser in a Dodge Challenger under siege from Tyler Cheney. James Golding back to 7th now. Elliot Barber, Aaron Seaton and Jordan Cox inside the top 10.
What a move from him. I said he would be super aggressive. Craig Lamb's doing a nice job as well, already up into 15th position from 20th. So he's starting to move back to the pack after that DNF yesterday with those gearbox issues. That'll put him in strong position too for the Enduro. Yesterday they started out of the front 3 rows. Managed to come home to the podium there in 3rd position. So it's just about accumulating those points for the Enduro. We saw so many DNFs yesterday that although there was a really good result for one driver and not such a good result for another, we still saw him in the top 5 rows.
Hearing from the pits also, the 97 did not make it out for this. They were looking to get out for today's race, but shown our screens has gone out there. They were still thrashing on that car when we were walking towards the commentary box a few moments ago. Heavy damage internally on the Hank Faulkner's Mustang. So 25 cars out on the track right now as Hazelwood goes again. And Kostecki, who's parked that car down the middle. Hazelwood just trying to open the door, forced up on the curb here at the final turn. And now a bit of overlap on the exit, a little rub coming out of turn 6. Feisty between the 2 endurance teammates.
How good is this to watch? Knowing that they're actually going to have to share a car later in the year. And they were watching this, and it was someone else coming into their car in the Bathurst or the Sandown, and you know, some different words being said. I reckon there's going to be some bands going on, definitely. The endurance starts soon, yeah.
Through the right hander, up onto the back straight, speeds of over 230 kilometres an hour from his TA2 muscle car. So working their way down, Hazelwood regroups as the red Mustang that normally would have Nash Morris behind the wheel. He's of course with Diesel Thomas this weekend in the number 18 Mustang for TFH Racing. And great to see the quality of drivers we have this year. It's the 3rd edition of the Tag Team Enduro that started Hidden Valley back in 2023. We're at the Bend in South Australia last year. but it just continues to grow and grow, stacked with supercar drivers and experienced drivers to that fact as well, not just from supercar as well, but really showing our regular drivers how far this competition has come in 2025. As now he moves to the outside, here at turn 6, so he's not afraid to put the car where he feels is the best advantage. He's driving around the outside. This could be huge from Hazelwood. They'll stay side by side. Bit of side draft on the main straight. They'll be almost dead even at the finish line. It was 24 hundredths of a second. He stays to the outside. This is brilliant racing between these two.
I want to go back and see what the hand signal was there from Hazelwood. I saw him give him a little bit of a signal there. I'm sure it was a bump up. We like that around the outside. Hazelwood has a lot more experience, I suppose, sliding these cars around the racetrack. We've seen with the Trans Am, obviously the championship winner last year, so a few more laps, slightly different tyre for him, but I think Brody Kostecki and Paul Morris did a fantastic job yesterday with the Enduro to really manage that car and bring it home on a second position on the podium. Declan.
I wonder if Kostecki was thinking, there's no way the boys can go on the outside here, and he did. I think we undersold how cool that move was from the TFH Mustang, so he's cleared away from the Norwell Motorplex car as Nathan Hearn starts to light up the screens. Fastest lap of the race, 1:13.0 on the previous lap. They've got 1.5 seconds back to Slade. Hazelwood and Kostecki. Then you've got this battle between Declan Fraser, 2022 Super 2 champion, and behind Tyler Cheney. Unfortunate for his dad yesterday to have that tap around down at turn 3. That car was mighty fast, and young Tyler doing a great job today in that 51. Behind them is Golding. Nash Morris is up in 8th position. Elliot Barber 9th, and Jordan Cox is now 10th. Aaron Seaton, Brian Casher, George Biedeke up into 13th position from 24th on the grid. Then Lowndes is now 14th. Tracy Andriski, Jason Prine, Josh Haynes, Gillison, and Luke Vanner. Good to see the 82 car out on the track today in 20th. Let's go back to pit lane.
Down here in the Hangchar Forklifts pit bay, the Richards and Bargwanna car failed to warm up this morning before the Driver 2 sprint race. Potential electrical fault means that they were here until midnight last night, but not able to join the race.
So one problem to another for the Hampshire Forklifts team. They, Stephen Richards and Clay were here when we left the track at 9 o'clock last night. They weren't likely to be leaving anytime soon with damage to the front, while Jason Bargwanna was underneath the car trying to help fix the rear. This is the move from Golding and Morris on the outside. So the outside line seems to be the way to go here today.
Golding in that front left guard already, so something's happened there. They've had a little bit of contact. They'll be upsetting the air on that car just a little bit potentially, even some of the braking. You won't see that the air really pulling the flow of the brakes. So I wonder what goes on with that one. Nash Morris working his way back through. So really Jordan Cox has got back to 13th now. So is there another problem with that brand new car? Because he came all the way up into 10th.
And he's dropping his head down to 15th now. Now screens puts Lowndes up into 13th.
He's in pit lane too.
Now, that's a shame. So Nash Morris, well, we've been loving the guys up behind him. He's actually the big mover of this race today, from 22nd up into position 7 now. Both he and Diesel Thomas, a teenage star. That's a good little combination, matched in height and weight, incidentally, too, which is a key thing we'll talk about in the endurance race here later this afternoon. And we're hearing it's the same issue for the 4 as what it was yesterday, as he just dribbles back into pit lane. But there's no denying when this car's on, it's got pace.
Yeah, we've seen that. Mark Crutcher, he pulls some ripping laps in qualifying, can't he, throughout the series. We've seen him, you know, he might be 15th or 16th when it comes to qualifying. All of a sudden, we'll see him in the top 10 in the 6th or 7th position. So the car definitely has some pace. They haven't had the opportunity to come into any type of shakedown. You can see the frustration from Jordan Cox. He's very cool and calm and collected yesterday when we interviewed him, but I think that frustration will be building.
Yeah, I tend to agree. It started off bad. They don't tend to get better once Friday practice is out of the way. Of course, a star in the TCR series for many seasons, but stepping up into the Trans Am series in 2025. It's a combination that's done all 3 of these tag team enduro events. Another red mark, another DNF for the Crutcher Developments team, and first DNF of the race. So Hearn, Slade, Hazelwood and Kostecki still the top 4 in this race. Ryan Casher is moving now to 19. He's blazing up the field, but sharing the car with Connor Roberts at this event. Watch Declan Fraser, Soul Dodge Challenger, with Hayden Jackson, who bravely went out to pit lane to put that fire out on the 4 yesterday. And while that 4 car has come back into pit lane, J-Mac has caught up with Jordan Cox.
Just getting in right here. Jordan, for the first 2 laps, it was fantastic, but then all going pear-shaped.
Yeah, the car was on fire. It felt, well, literally in the end, actually. So, but no, it was going really well. Yeah, the car's handling really good. Like, it's a very good car from that perspective, but the reliability issues kept creeping in. So, yeah, we just lost power after about lap 3, and that was that, unfortunately. So, we'll try again. The boys changed some stuff last night, so we'll go through the next list of things, and we'll try and get it ready for the next one, for Crutch.
Well, let's give it a crack.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
It's one of those cliches you kind of think, oh yeah, we were actually on fire yesterday briefly in that race. Poor Jordan Cox, you can see Mike Crutcher in the background there, talking on with the team, so that puts him out of business and will put him pretty much to the back of the field, you think, for the endurance race later today. To go through for another lap, Nash Morris on Fraser and Tyler Cheney, good 3-car scrap here for 5th, 6th and 7th. Golding, so we didn't see what happened. We know that guard's gone missing, but he's dropped down into 8th spot now. Elliot Barber just behind, and Aaron Seaton, the former champion, who's back in a TA2 muscle car for the first time since 2023. Former champion for Harris Racing, Craig Harris, that was a regular in the Super 2 series in the initial years. They're working this 9th lap of the race. Remember, 14 laps or 20 minutes, whichever comes first, and that was a bit of conjecture yesterday as Morris to the inside here at the first of 2 left-handers. It went 2 laps over yesterday, which proved costly for a couple of teams there that may not have been fueled up for that many laps. In the end, we got those 16 laps in the end in under 20 minutes. So safety car free, we're doing that so far. So the 9th lap of 14 in this race 2 for driver 2. TA2 muscle car tag team enduro for 2025.
I think the amount of bodywork and bus work that had to change overnight, the driver 2s might have been worded up a little bit today. So we just need to bring the cars home, all right? Driver 1, it's a championship that they're fighting for. We just got to get into the enduro. Let's let it all play out when we get to that. Have a look at Declan Fraser and Tyler Cheney. This is a fantastic battle. Nash Morris just got involved for a moment there, but looking very pacey in that Mustang. We know Diesel Thomas has been quick all season as well. Thought for a moment yesterday it would have been a bit upset that, you know, Brody Kostecki and his old man have come out in his car and done really, really well, but it looks like the TFH High guys have been supreme in getting those cars turned around. They had to borrow the rear guard off the Ashley Jarvis outfit. They've got a spare car at the back. They tried to actually use those tyres as their car, not allowed to do that under the regulations, so they started pulling paddle work off it just to try and repair that car and get it back out on track.
Yeah, at one point I'm going to wheel out the Ed Hodson car for this. It was on standby. In fact, the car is still sitting down there in the paddock area. It should have been needed. So nice gesture from Ash Jarvis Racing to put the car out there ready just in case. But they managed to patchwork on the number 18, which ironically was Nash's first T or Trans Am car back in the day as well. So like an old pair of jeans, he's jumped back into the 18 for the tag team enduro. This is lap 11 of the race. Hearn leading by 1.4 seconds to Tim Slade and Todd Hazelwood. Cheney going side by side, in fact gets ahead, or does he? Rubbing mirrors for turn 1, and Cheney moves ahead.
Seeing a little puff of smoke there actually just in front of them. It really shows up here on our screens. It might just be a little bit of a brake lock pinch maybe potentially from in front of them from Nash Morris. This is a great little fight. As Tyler Cheney just found the sweet spot, the 86 star. I know he had a tough weekend recently in the 86s, but he's starting to get his craft there. I was talking to his dad and he said, he just made a little bit of an error when it came to the wet weather, but he's really starting to create a name for himself. Graham Cheney, a lot of experience. Have a look as we go further back. Golding now under attack. Barber right on the back of him. Seaton just behind. We'll have a look at a little replay here, and that's wet. Oh, that's Danny Reedy.
That's Charlie Parker behind the wheel. Down there, the front end of the Danny Orr Earth, who's turned into an earth mover for a moment down there. It turns, you know, very lucky to get out of that too. And there'll be a front grille that's full of rocks and pebbles, so the drivers around will need to be conscious of that heading down towards turn number 1.
They last night too, when we left here at 10:30, they still had that car up at Jack Sentinel, still going over it. So a couple issues there. They've had a rough weekend, got turned around as well yesterday in some of the racing. Nathan Hearn, how aggressive was he at the start of this race? Take no prisoners.
Well, he needed to because Snap's been his Achilles heel all weekend long. If he couldn't get past Golding, it was going to get very hard to stay with him. But Golding, he's back in 8th position, and Slade just 2 seconds behind Nathan Hearn, former series champion in TA2 muscle cars in his own right, a double Trans Am champion. Spent some time in the USA, and he came back a really different driver, didn't he, after that 18-month stint over there. His dad, Stewie Hearn, is here as always. Legend of V8 Dirt Modified Racing in Lismore. And young Tom Davies that he's looking after in the Trans Am series this year. It's a good little combination, one of many we have in this tag team enduro. So we go back to Lowndes on Ryan Casher. Here is the leader, The Chevy Camaro coming down to the final turn and controlling this race. A 13.0, still the fastest lap of the race. And Tim Slade just shadowing him back there in the Chevy Performance car that Alice Buckley will drive later today.
Well, it's day two. They're starting to tune in their tyre bank as well. We saw them on 4 green tyres for qualifying. They had to take those qualifying tyres into their next race from each of the drivers. Today, though, they've got the option whether they're going to use those brand newies, whether they're going to, maybe they're using this race, maybe they're using some of the used ones from yesterday as well. So there's going to be a couple of different strategies yet to play out, I think, this morning and this afternoon. We'll wait and find out how that's all going to unfold. There's plenty of races still to come. The TO2 Muscle Cars Course Driver 1 will kick us off at 1 p.m. this afternoon. Then we head into the endurance race from 4 p.m.
This is a different scenario. This isn't Hazelwood behind, incidentally. This is Nash Forest now on Kostecki. Remember, Kostecki took the Flash under his wing many years ago. They ran an XL briefly under Flash Bush Motorsports and the Norwell Motorplex stable. He's probably looking in the mirror going, did I teach him too well, perhaps? As the Nash is flying here down into turn 4. The door was open for a moment and shut just as quickly. So he's watching his car ahead and now wants to get on with it.
What I want to know is if he's roughing up his own car, does he have to repair it after the weekend?
That's a very good question. Be mindful of that, wouldn't you? Yeah, that's my car.
Yeah. Can you look after it, please? Oh, no, that was my fault. I'll take that one.
So on the final lap for Nathan Hearn, but we can't take our eyes off this battle for 4th and 5th. As they blaze down the Dick Johnson Straight into the final lap we go. A much cleaner affair. Is it just the calm before the storm this afternoon? Or has his drivers was being ringed by their mechanics last night going, we don't want any more damage today. Seriously, it was like a demolition derby up there yesterday afternoon. Morris lined himself up beautifully here. He's tucked in behind the back of the Norwell Motorplex Mustang. Kostecki will be watching that mirror up. Eases that car. Or is Morris going to fire it down the inside? It's a long way. Here he comes. Doors open. And moves it. Puts the elbows up and bumps Kostecki up. The Flash is on fire here today.
Oh, will that fire up Brody Kostecki though for a bit of return soon? Potentially we'll have to wait and find out because they've only got a couple of corners still to go around your race leader. Nathan Hearn in the 42, Chevy Camaro. One corner still to get around. Very aggressive at the start of this race. Went around the outside. Forced it. Got past Tim Slade on lap number 2 and now have a look as he slides it out onto the main straight. Nathan Hearn back on the top step of the podium.
That's a much better result. He's about to chalk up his 23rd birthday tomorrow. And that could be just the luck he needs. He picks up the win by 3 seconds as Aaron Seaton at the final turn. It's George Miedeke in the final battle for 10th position with Elliot Barber just ahead at the finish line. Gee, there's been some big moves from the back of the field today. But he'll finish just behind in 10th spot. Miedeke 11th, Ryan Casher will be 12th, just from Lowndes, by 10th of a second of the line. Further down the field, Luke Vanner here in the Alien Tech entry. Is this going to be a pass to the finish line? They're drag racing to the end. No. Covers him off. And Charlie Parker will settle for 20th position. So Nash Morris from 22nd up into 4th in today's race. George Miedeke from 24th up into 10th. But Nathan Hearn, his 13th career win in the TA2 Muscle Car Series by 3 seconds. And didn't he celebrate that? Back to Slade, Hazelwood, Morrison, Kostecki. That's Nash Morris in 14. Tyler Cheney in 6th spot ahead of Fraser, Golding, Barber and Aaron Seaton in the unit racing car that Ben Gomersall will drive this afternoon. Behind them, Miedeke, Casher, Lowndes in 13th, Blake Tracy in 14th, Josh Haynes 15th, Scott Andriski dropped down the field in 16th place with Brian Gillison and co. Cam Laws in 21st, Hugh McAllister fell down the field in 22nd with Nick Lane, John Hooney, and the only DNF for today's race, Jordan Cox.
Yeah, a lot of work to do there. Let's check out some of the race highlights. It's not going to be a dramatic start as we saw yesterday's race between our drivers two entries. They still went too wide into turn number 1. We saw a line of tyres flake as they went wheel to wheel. Nathan Hearn super aggressive in the 42 and they came around turn 3 and he stuck on the outside of Tim Slade. Gave the bodywork a bit of a nudge and was forced onto the dirt for just a moment. Here we see that's Josh Haynes getting a little bit of a serve to the outside early on in the race. You can see that throughout our initial coverage. Now these two teammates, how exciting was this to watch for a couple of laps as they started to go side by side. Blake Tracy had the door open on the Hi-Tech Oil 22 machine as well. And look at him. There he goes side by side. Now this is great. Big thumbs up there we're hearing there from Todd Hazelwood to his teammate.
And a tricky run between all the way down to turn number 1. This is Charlie Parker There's some unplanned earth moving down at turn 6. What about this move from Nash Morris? I'll be keen to hear what Brody Kostecki has to say about this down at turn 3. But out in front, Nathan Hearn, the Chevy Camaro, powered out by a Speedway car to 13th career win, and that helps them massively in the points, moves them up to the 4th outright for the weekend in that 42 machine. Slade and Hazelwood finishing in position 2 and 3. Nash Morris, Kostecki and Cheney through that top 3. A much calmer affair to what we saw yesterday in the opening stands of the qualifying races. But J-Mac, Nathan Hearn unstoppable here in the second co-driver race of the weekend.
Todd Hazelwood peels himself out of the TFH hire machine after a fantastic podium result. Came into this Driver 2 race currently occupying, it was 8th position on outright points. That's a valuable point haul to help you on the road into the Enduro.
Yeah, exactly. No, it was, I guess today is a bit of redemption. We had a really tough day at the office yesterday, but yeah, we've been working really hard as a team at TFH Racing. Made quite a few changes yesterday, trying to experiment, understand this Goodyear tyre a little bit better, and yeah, today was certainly a much better package. So yeah, biggest thing with today is just understanding how we can manage these tyre sets as best as possible, give ourselves the best opportunity in Enduro. So once I had a good tussle there with Brody and got him out the way, I just sort of started to consolidate, look after the tyre and bring it home.
Well done.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Continuing to collect those points, Tim Slade, P2. Are you playing the long game, or did you just not have the pace in that one?
Yeah, I mean, I think we had, Herney definitely had a bit better pace than us at the start, and then I think it was pretty level. We might have been a little bit better than him later, but yeah, definitely playing the long game. You just got to keep accumulating the points. You know, each race is worth the same amount of points, but yeah, Alice is off first in the next one. The car's been really speedy. We're playing around a little bit with setup, you know, working out what might be a little bit better or worse, and then yeah, aim is to obviously take out the enduro and the points overall for the weekend. So yeah, just sort of looked after it.
It's looking pretty good so far, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's great. Like I said, we've got a really speedy car. Alice and the team are doing a great job. So yeah, roll on the next couple of races.
Well done.
Nathan Hearn, a fantastic result there, taking the win in the 42 machine. It was definitely a bit of bump and grind happening back in the pack, but how are you feeling after that run there?
Really, really good, actually. We knew we had a fast car. We made a change for the Enduro yesterday. I knew we had a fast car. We really screwed up pit stop big time, and we went from 2nd to 8th. But no, look, we just thought we'd just leave the car and see we got in race speed, and that thing was a rocket. So it was really good. Got to the front, held my gap, and yeah, I mean, you go around the outside, turn 4, you can't really do that unless you have a grip advantage, and we definitely have one of those.
Fantastic stuff. Talking about grip advantage, I know it's very early yet. We've still got another sprint race to get out of the way, but what's the tyre bank looking like?
Looking really good, actually. So we're actually having a really smooth weekend in terms of procedures and looking the car looking after itself. Yeah, so it pits up right in the Enduro race. I reckon we've got a really good shot at being right at the front.
How hard has this machine been to set this up? Obviously, 2 different days, slightly different weather conditions, but 2 different drivers. Has it been hard to come to a middle ground?
It's actually worked out really well. So Tommy, he's a great steerer. We have a very similar driving style. So I've literally just bolted myself in the car and let Tommy have the keys to it, and took him a bit to get used to, but he's just as quick as me. So it's we've got a really, really good balance. I mean, we're way the same. The car's easy to corner weight, and I think just me and Tommy are a really good team together. So, I mean, where I've lacked in driving, he's gained, and where he's lacked, I've gained. So, yeah, we're looking really good for the Enduros. Fingers crossed.
We're looking forward to it. Mel Price.
Continuing to move forward and collect some points, the Cheney combination. Tyler, tell us about that one.
Yeah, it was real good, you know. We sort of struggled in that first start, trying to get past on Deck and Fraser. But yeah, no, we sort of, once we got clear of him, we made a big gap, which was good. The pace is there, just sort of struggled in that first half.
It was giving you a little bit of a hurry up again then at the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, and so what's it like driving with Dad?
Yeah, it's real good. He's my dad. He does a lot of stuff for me, like always, you know, organising a lot of stuff, which is real good. And yeah, I think he's pretty happy with how I'm going.
Great to see you in the top 5. Well done.
Thank you.
Nice job. 6th position earlier today for the Cheney and Cheney combination. So that's the first of 2 co-driver races locked in. They'll be back out just after 1, and that will set the grid for the big one this afternoon. It's a massive amount of categories we've got here at the Hi-Tech Oil Super Series, but let's lower the centre of gravity one more time with these incredible human beings that want to race supercars. Over to Matt Cavanaugh and Dan McCarthy.
Thank you very much, Matt. So we're really looking forward to this. Something completely different. So we haven't seen anything like this year as part of the Hi-Tech Oil Super Series. Yes, we are going racing with the Ultimate Steel Framing Queensland Supercarts, and yeah, it's going to be a really interesting race. Lots of different classes, lots of different body shapes, engine configurations. So we'll talk you all through that as the race goes on. But these things, if you've not seen supercar racing before, these things absolutely fly. Huge field as part of the action here this weekend. Chris will go from pole position in the 101 machine. Alongside of him will be Weir. Then we have Russell Jamison from third, Timothy Philp from fourth, Douglas Amis from fifth, Laurie Boots, Sean Field, Nicholas Raymond, Paul Paneras, and Daniel Belford from rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, Stuart Robertson will be on the fifth row of the grid with Ian McIntosh, David Dyson, Jack Murray, Michael Smith, Christian Stebbing. Well, the DNF last time will be out of 16th position. It keeps going down there, and I'll tell you what, the supercarts, we got a taste of them last year. It wasn't the Queensland supercarts, but we got to see some supercarts at Winter Motor Raceway last year. They are very fast. They will get in speeds up to an excess of 200 kilometres an hour. 1 inch from the floor, and let's go away to race 4 for the Ultimate Steel Framing Queensland supercarts here at Queensland Raceway. The smoke screen is about to appear. Good old two-stroke. We like it, don't we, Dan? This brings us back some memories for you as well. Let's have a look. We only go 4 wide, and we're good to see this go 6 wide. At some points, they head into turn number 1, and Chris still a little lead there. Look at them jet away. The acceleration of these little machines here. The power to weight ratio is absolutely unbelievable. Timothy Weir in second.
Through they go, no damage, fortunately, no contact from anybody. Great heads-up driving as they head down the back straight. So it's Weir that leads, but Chris moves out to the inside on the run down to the hairpin, turn number 3. Late on the brakes though from Weir. Is Weir in a little bit too deep? No is the answer. Nicely done. With the different racing lines, what we see in the cars, they're able to carry much more mid-corner speed and just carry the speed all the way through the corner as Amis is under pressure at the moment from one of the cars behind Amis. One of the members really that has helped put this race meeting together is certainly always working in and behind the scenes as we look for the fight for third position. Jamison and Philp, as Philp comes up the inside under brakes, and he's made the move for third position. But look at this as they come onto the pit straight. It's nose to tail for first and second, but side by side. Second and third. Jamison up the inside. I thought he had the move done just before. He now has to. So 35 moves up to position number 3. Those two changing positions already on multiple occasions. J-Mac has made the run up from pit lane to join me for this supercar race. This should be an absolute belter, and it's already proving to be with the top 2 pulling away, but this is a great run for third.
Yeah, Jamison and Philp looking to try and go toe-to-toe here, and that's the battle on screen now. The 23 jumping up in the third, but still under fire. Amos in the mix there as well, the 46 machine. And having a look, track speeds of upwards of 185 kilometres an hour. In fact, 190 kilometres an hour down the Dick Johnson straight for Crisp in the 101 machine. Here we go, the run through 4 now. And we are just streaking away.
Onto the pit straight they come, change of position then. So Crisp is taking up the running at the front of the field. It was very tight between these two coming into today in the 250 national battle for round honours. However, Crisp won the race earlier on today. Now he's back at the head of the field. He can finish there. He will win the round. It's a big round for these guys. The 50th anniversary race meeting of the Queensland Supercar Club. They've got so many interstaters that have come back to take part in the race meeting. Oh, it's up the inside, there's contact. There was a late lunge up the inside, and the door was closed. The 89 half spun, and we got it back the right way, but it's dropped back behind some of the lower class cars. Here's a replay of what happened. It was a late move up the inside, lost the rear. He saw the contact was going to be made. He slid it out. There was a little bit of contact, but that was good heads-up driving to try and avoid the incident.
Yeah, Chris was actually not too badly affected there. Didn't get too out of control after the contact, but very, very tough. Weir did initially lose 2 places. He's already gained 1 back. Slots himself back into 3rd place.
So,
in fact, actually looks like he has already got potentially back into 2nd place. We'll look to try and close that 4-second gap down.
Still 3rd behind Jamison, but it shouldn't take him too long to get back through. They go around turn number 1. I was talking to some of the competitors yesterday, and they were telling me how bumpy it is through that first corner in these cars. It's bumpy in a race car, let alone a race car. When you're just a couple of centimetres from the ground, no suspension or anything like that. The only suspension you have is your tyre.
And whatever you've got, oh no, problems for the 45 machine. That's shooting off on the short track. And livid for Field. Was running in 9th place and will plummet down the order.
Doing well in the 250 national class, but a real disappointment for him. Coming under a early retirement there. You can see the frustration, couldn't you? Hitting the steering wheel in disappointment. Here we are then. This is Weir moving back through. Somebody else there with their hand up with a little bit of a mechanical issue. He went through but ran just a little bit wide. So the 35 of Boston Jamison in the 125 open class briefly got back through, but the sheer horsepower of the 250 versus the 125 is too much to be able to keep up into turn 1.
Have a look at it through turn 1. The bodywork's moving around. You can see a wheel hopping up off the ground. And here, through the run into 2, the 125 starting to really fight back. Tucks into the slipstream. This would be for position, but this big long back straight into 3. Jamison's not going to be able to really keep with him, but still moves out to the inside. Tucks back in through turn 3. Weir runs wide. You have to wonder, after only 5 minutes and the tyre's gone.
Well, surely you wouldn't think so, would you? But certainly the way he slid through there, it looks like he is trying hard anyway. And I think traction mid-corner there, looking like, again, suffering from mid-corner oversteer. Of course, we saw that when he made contact with Crisp, so maybe just a little bit of a setup tweak between races has gone in the wrong direction. This is the 4th and final race for this category this weekend. So this is where, yeah, again, turning in and then that mid-corner oversteer. As soon as he makes the initial turn, he's having to turn and steer in the wrong direction away from the corner.
You can really appreciate the gap between 1st and 2nd. That's what 5.3 seconds looks like between Crisp and Weir on the run down the deep Johnson straight. TO2 muscle cars getting pushed back into their pit bays, getting ready for the Driver 1 sprint race a little later on. 6 minutes down on the clock here for the Queensland Supercars, and it's Crisp from Weir. Jamison holding down 3rd, Philp in 4th with Amos rounding out the top 5.
Jamison has just gone purple in sector 1, so it shows how fastly committed he is through turns 1 and 2. Through the big balls corners, I suppose you call them here at Queensland Raceway. He is certainly really brave through that section of road to be able to keep up with the big 250 national entrant ahead of him. Jamison and Philp are in the same class, the 125 open class. Yesterday they shared the victories in race number 1 earlier on today, race 3 of the weekend. It went the way of Jamison, so if he can stay ahead of Philp in this one, he will take the victory in the 125 open class. However, he's got the carrot dangling in front of him. He can see a potential outright 2nd position, and he doesn't want to let that one out of his grasp. He said a PB lap last time through that was less than 2/10 slower than Weir. That's a phenomenal time in a car with half the CCs.
Quick time still stands at a 1 minute 15.17 set by Crisp on lap 3. We've just gone through lap 6 now. Shots of the race leader and the 101 machine. You just see that 4-wheel drift through turn 3. Look at how much the motor moves around on the mounts in the chassis rail.
Yeah, good pickup. Yeah, it's fascinating to see that through the loaded corners, but look at the traffic, heavy traffic at the moment for the race leader, but he's carving through like, not even knife through butter, a hot knife through effectively oil at this point. Looks like melted butter out there. He's absolutely flying through left, right and centre. We should say the lap difference between the fastest class of Crisp out there at the moment, 1:15.1 is his best lap, down to the slowest class out there, a 1:27.8. So that's a good 12, 13 seconds difference between the fastest class and the slowest, and that's why they've been able to catch up so quickly.
Just looking on, this is further back in the pack. That's Dyson, currently running in P17.
He's actually the class leader in the NGB heavy class this weekend. And oh, we got somebody recovering a kart out there on the exit of turn number 2. That's Vetrum, who was sitting in and around the top 10, fallen now to 15th position. That's a real shame for him. He was having a strong weekend, but no more a DNF in the final for him.
So Jamison able to get up over Weir. You can see the 89 was up in second, now relegated to third. Interested to see him through these next few corners and see what the body language of the kart is really doing here. You just see as he applies the power, both of them getting right out onto that sawtooth curve. That must rattle the fillings in a supercar.
Yeah,
you'd really know about it there.
Yes, I'd rather that though than the big curves on the inside of turns 4 and 5. You don't want to touch those, or the inside of turn 6 as well. Yeah, the sawtooth curves, the flat ones on the outside would be alright, but yeah, you'd want to stay away from the big curves that we see some of the TA2s use on occasion, but yeah, certainly want to stay away from it in a kart this low to the ground. Through turn number 1 they go. I can't get over this performance from Jamison. This is absolutely brilliant from him to be able to be beating the 250 national runner. Oh, look at these two lower ranked class karts heading down the back straight. The 410 of Ian McIntosh and the number 91 Stuart Robertson, both in 125 class karts, one in 125 open, the other in 125 national heavy. But, this is fantastic racing. Queensland Supercar so happy to be here this weekend, and no retaliation. Look at the straight line speed difference, and importantly there's a back marker that's got in the way, but not for long.
Yeah, that was really interesting. Jamison looked like he was going to get stuck behind that back marker, but Weir also was getting way offline there. The gap didn't open up like I was expecting with the inclusion of the lap traffic here, but through turn 6 goes Weir and goes purple. Let's see the run to the finish and see if he's got something cooking. There's your race leader, Crisp, and the 101 machine.
Except purple in sector 1 did but lost a bit of time in that traffic in the middle sector. But it was only 0.04 of a second slower than his best lap, despite hits in that traffic. So Weir's kart is certainly coming in strong late in the race. But out in front, this man, Crisp, in the 101 machine. Gareth Crisp leading the way by a lead of 9.5 seconds.
Less than 1 minute remaining, and disaster for the number 70 machine of Jamison. Of course, not Jamison up in third.
No, another Jamison. That's the driver of the 2019 Anderson Maverick kart that has come to a halt out there on the circuit. They'll have to drag that away off into the gravel trap out of harm's way. But out in front, Crisp has gone purple again here in the middle sector. An absolute flyer from the driver of the 101 car. He takes victory in race number 4, and with it takes the round victory, fastest lap of the race as well on the very last lap. Thank you very much, says Crisp. I'll take home all of the plaudits and all of the rewards that go with it. And what a prize it is. You saw the trophy like I did, a huge trophy up for grabs for winning the 50th anniversary round. Lots of changing of position. Further back looks like it's going to be a drag race to the line between the 410 and the number 3, but the 3 is a lap ahead. That's Stebling coming home in position number 7.
The 33 of Dyson.
Is slow on the exit.
Yeah. And problems with traffic still coming up. Throws his hands up. Oh, Dyson. What a time for a mechanical.
The NGB heavy class leader is just going to try and roll across the line. If he can do that, he will win the class. This is ridiculous at the moment. He's just praying, hoping that the wind's blowing in the right direction so he can crawl across the line. We are meters away from the finish line. Will he make it across? It's crawling to a halt, you know, J-Mac. I don't think he's going to do it.
So what happens if he has to roll the front wheel like this, exactly like this? Can he do it?
The support from people on the sidelines.
That's a cameraman.
Yes, this is for victory in class, but I'm not sure he's going to do it, you know. He's having to jump out, and I don't think he'll be able to push it across the line. He probably will do that and have a bit of a discussion with the stewards. Great effort from him.
Oh, that is heartbreak.
Oh, dearie me.
There it is.
Pushes it across the line to the cheers of people watching on from the sideline. Notably, I think he had both feet on the cart when it rolled across the line. I think he's thought about everything there as he went across the line. I was in the cart, I'll say. I was in it. Here are the results then from that one. The 101 machine of Gareth Priest taking the race victory, the round victory, and the 50th anniversary trophy. Ahead of Weir, Jamison coming home in position number 3, winning his class ahead of Phil. Then just outside the top 10 we had Moyes, Robertson, McIntosh, Kane, Murray, Dyson, the other Jamison, Beckram, Field and Smith. Quite a few retirements in the end in that one. All of those outside of the top 20 failed to greet the checkered flag. Very, very dramatic race up and down the field in that one. And Mel Price is down there with our winners.
Russell Jamison, P3. That was a good race. It was pretty close, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was close. The car's been awesome all weekend and got to latch onto the bigger 250s again, which was awesome. So yeah, some good lap times and had a ball. It was awesome.
Yeah, brilliant effort to be matching those guys.
Yeah. Oh, we've been on a bit of a development path with the 125 and getting some good horsepower out of it. So it's good to see some results.
It's definitely working. Well done.
Yeah, it's going good. Thank you.
Tim Weir, you were able to nab second again. How was that?
Yeah, it was really good. I had a go at Gareth, I think, on lap 2 down at turn 3, but I just lost the rear and had a bit of a spin, and that was enough for him to get away. But that was good. Fixed that little horsepower issue from the previous race, so doing quick times. Russ is extremely fast in that 125. I had a bit of fun with him, so all good. We'll take second overall for the weekend, and well done to Gareth. He was just too quick.
Great, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
P1 Gareth Crisp, a victory, a round victory, purple on the last lap. Doesn't get much better.
No, I had a great weekend, honestly. Yeah, I just pushed as hard as I could. Didn't know what was going on behind me, didn't care, just focused on bowling. So, honestly, great result.
Just how tough is it out there physically?
Look, it really starts to get you in the later half. Your neck starts to go, your shoulders start to go, you start to lose a bit of concentration. You know, we don't probably keep as fit as some of the professional guys. It's probably part of it, but yeah, honestly, but I made it through, and I'm glad it's over. That's for sure.
Is there a rib fest under there? No, that's brave. Well done.
No, thank you.
A big shout out to our supercars here this weekend. Great racing from them down as well, and great to see how many of the cars are starting to develop, but how fast they are. You know, 114s to get around Queensland Raceway, that is right up there with things like the TO2 muscle cars, not too far by 1 second. That's keeping up with our Super Tin Tops, our Queensland Touring cars. I mean, that's a blistering pace to be 1 inch off the ground, and they'll be doing 200 kilometres an hour. Incredible. You've got to definitely have some need for speed.
I drove a supercar once many moons ago, not very quickly, I'll be honest, and that's simply because I didn't have the bravery to do it at Mallala. The long straights there, it's smaller than this here at Queensland Raceway. The speed you're doing at the end of the straight is mind-boggling in a cart that's like 1 centimetre off the ground. Absolutely insane. Got to be brave to drive one of those. Changing up a bit, we're going from the little carts to some muscle car action with the Queensland touring cars. Got a good variety of machines from all down the years, as you've probably already seen. We've got some Commodores, some Falcons, a little Escort there as well. We've got 10 out there for the final race of the weekend, and here they are. Trent Robb starting from position number 1 ahead of Shane Stewart. Hudson James from 3rd, Murray Riley, Warren Wadley, Grant Fry, Clayton Mortensen, Mark Hyde, Malcolm Douglas, and Paul Bonnet-Barrasso.
Yeah, the big XE power. God, there is some memories coming back when you watch some of these cars get around. Of course, Queensland Touring Car Championship. All in the name, really.
Yep.
To be based loosely on one of the touring cars that we have here in the country. But there's some big horsepower cars there. The good news is they're not stock. They get to amp these up quite a bit. I did see some very impressive fueling systems and oiling systems in these cars for the longevity as they want to get around. The Queensland touring cars here. Can't wait for me to get this rolling start underway. The BMW on the front row of the grid too. That's a turbocharged 6-cylinder in that one, which I think sometimes the turbo cars have a bit of the advantage with the torque that they can really pull if they get the tune right on those things. But the big Commodore has been fairly dominant here this weekend. Let's get race 4 started here this afternoon at Queensland Raceway. It's day 2 of the Hi-Tech Oil Super Series. Getting a little bit of an inch, aren't they, as they go around. You just sitting there edging forward there, the FS Commodore as well. Riley, want to get this underway. James, that FS Commodore in 3rd position. Might get the run down the inside. Here we go. Lights are up, waiting for him to go out. Can the BMW or Stewart go around the outside? We'll have to wait and find out. Lights are out and we are underway with racing. Ruff to the lead of this one.
Good start down into turn 1. They're going to be 3 wide. Look at the FS Commodore on the inside of James. A big set. Great pass. Caught the 2 on the front row. Napping almost there at turn number 1. That was a huge set up the inside, but it certainly paid dividends. He has clear air in front of him. But here comes the BMW. It's got more poke in a straight line. And there's some retaliation from Stewart. But Stewart's earlier on the brakes. And once again, James fights back. So he reclaims the position around the outside. Good stuff already from the Queensland touring cars. As you can see, we've got a few replica liveries out there as well, including that one on the side of the Wadley machine, the iconic Lap of the Gods, Greg Murphy tribute livery.
Yeah, I think you've got to have that when you come to this one. A little bit of a dive down there from Trent Robb and the Black Commodore, whether he could make it down there, didn't quite get the nose in. They did have a race a little bit earlier on this morning, so there will be some temperature in those tyres and a little bit left in the brakes. They won't be going out on a cold tyre quite there, but the temperatures will still need to come out. And have a look at the aggression as James throws the FS Commodore around. Really got that car set up on the outside wheels. You could see the suspension move over and dug it in and gets some nice grip coming out of turn number 6. They complete another lap. Stewart in 2nd position. Robb 3rd. Wadley 4th. Riley 5th. Brian Mortensen, Hyde, Douglas, Monacorso. To round out now 10 cars here for the Queensland Touring Car Championship. The BMW just looks like it's trying to find a spot. I was surprised to see the BMW braking so early coming down the order. Thought the Commodore would carry a little bit more weight to brake sizing. Like to see this time around, they might be waiting for a little bit of warmth. There is that the window starting to pop out as well on that car.
Tends to be thick, doesn't it, here today? We saw a window fly off in the Innovation Race cars earlier on, and we've got another loose window here in this one. But Stewart really cranked it sideways out of turn 2 onto the back straight. Certainly got some poke under the hood of that BMW. And the rear tyres sometimes can't live with it by the looks of it. But he's kept it under control and is in position number 2. But look, here comes Robb. He's won a couple of races this weekend, DNF'd in the other. But he is back to fight for victory once again in this one. Into the final corner, 1, 2 and 3, nose to tail. But it's Robb the person flying at the moment, purple so far this lap, and it's got the run out the final corner, but doesn't quite have the legs to get through on Stewart. Nevertheless, fastest lap of the race. him, fast lap on anybody in this race. So this is very much now a three-way duel. Stewart's faster than James, but Rob is faster than both of those two. It's going to be a pretty interesting end to this race, that is for certain.
I mentioned tyre temperature. It looks like Trent might just be, that might have found a sweet spot there for him at the moment. That window flapping around, they're going to need to worry about that one. So come down into turn number 3. Hopefully that's common in that car. I'm not going to see that fly out. You can see it's got the vents open at the moment for a bit of circulation there as the temperatures start to get a little bit warmer here at Queensland Raceway as we head towards the back of winter. It was 18 degrees this morning, that getting up over 20 degrees at the moment, but there is very warm on the UV index. Have a look at how close they are. Great to have these shots as we look down over turn number 4 and 5. Not much in this one. I think Trent Rudd might have got a little bit of draft there last time. We saw that amazing lap time of a 19.21. Just can't quite put the nose in there, and I have a feeling there's a bit of respect going on between these drivers at the moment because they really don't want to exchange those paint jobs or take any livery off the cars. But a gentleman like driving just remotely, you can see he just probably could have taken a dive, decided not to. They'll try and regain that position when they get the opportunity to as we go just under 11 minutes remaining in this race number 4.
I know that we spoke on the warm-up lap about the awesome XE Falcon, the Greens Tough livery tribute, but unfortunately that's not made it out there for the final race. That's a real disappointment. We go nearly 3 wide on the back straight. This is quite something down there as the 68 brakes on the far inside, the 84 in the middle, but Rob broke late around the outside, is remaining around the outside. Through on the BMW, a great pass. Didn't expect him to do it that way. He's gone around the long way, covered extra meterage, but it's paid dividends. Great pass.
Yeah, it seems to be a good line going around the outside. We saw that from the TA2s a little bit earlier. We've seen it from some of the other categories as well. So the outside line seems to be very gripped up today. Had it clean since last night. We had our fight in the night, obviously, and there was a bit of dust and dirt carried onto the track from all the racing yesterday. So clean circuit this morning, and they are back underway around the outside. Trent Rudd looking for another race win here, and he's going to go around James. Can they go side by side here? Do they give each other enough racing room? They do. We don't see him get any wheels off onto the dirt. And have a look at the crew cheering on the side, coming through the fence, giving the thumbs up, and Trent Rudd will take the lead in this race as we complete lap number 4.
I reckon he saw Todd Hazelwood in the TA2 race overtake Brody Kostecki around the outside. He thought, I'll have a piece of that, I'll replicate that move, and that's exactly what he did. So he moves on through into the race lead with an outside pass around turn number 6. 2 hairpins on that lap, went around the outside, first in turn 3, and then at turn 6. Brilliant stuff from Rob. But we have to say, brilliant racing from those two on the inside as well. They left him racing room, they didn't try and push him off or squeeze him into the grass or anything cheeky like that. So good respect from the Queensland Touring Car competitors. As we see on the back straight, the fight for 4th is closing up a little bit between Wadley and Riley in 2 Commodores. The Craig Murphy came up tribute livery, even got 51 on the side just to really make sure you've nailed the tribute. And then directly behind that we have Riley in the number 47 machine, that being a VE Commodore, so slightly newer spec, of course, later model. Of course, I'm sure everybody at home watching in Australia anyway will know their different Commodore models and Falcon models. So yeah, this category, you touched on it earlier, it's, as you say, if they've raced in Australian touring cars or V8 supercars or even super touring over the years, that make and model is eligible for this category. So that's why we see Ford Escorts, we see BMW M3s and a few different machines. But the real favourites, as you expect here in Australia, the favourites being the Generals men, the Holmes, and the Blue Oval fans being the Falcon, the Ford Falcon drivers. It's in our blood, isn't it?
Is it in your blood?
You've lived here long enough. My life, that's for sure.
Yeah, I know. It's something you grew up around, don't you? And it just seems to be part of your DNA in the end, where you just keep getting drawn back to those Falcons and Commodores, especially of the previous eras. Now the VE Commodore's not that young. Started out there in, what was it, 2006. So, you know, it's moved on quite a number of years, almost coming to the 20-year mark. Think about that, another 12 years, we'll have that as a classic car.
I know, right? It's ridiculous.
Could have been part of the Touring Car Masters, we'll have to wait to find out. As ever, Queensland Touring Cars on track at the moment with just 7 minutes remaining in this race. Number 4, Trent Rubb, had to work his way to the front from the 3rd position, 2nd row of the grid, got past James, who had a fantastic start. Up into 2nd, and Stewart comfortably 3rd at the BMW, and having a look at the lap times now, they're starting to get themselves into a rhythm. Rubb at 19.5, that time of 20.3 for James, who slowed down a bit, and the 20 flat there for Stewart. So looking at the advantage, and now there's some big issues, yeah. Stewart at the BMW is flying past, and that is not good. There's that smoke coming out from underneath, and now we've got another car off to this, same car, sorry. It's moved to the inside.
That's a real shame. It was such a good start to the race, led early on. But yet there is smoke coming from the back of that car. Oh,
That's steam.
There's fluid underneath, look, as well.
Yeah,
Not that it's
so that could be
leaking badly.
that could be a cooling system potentially, or is it oil? Because you wouldn't think cooling that far back. I would think that would be oil.
It's not the right colour for cooling. That's
No.
a browny colour. Look at the tyre running over it. That is brown. So, yeah, that's dirty oil, I think.
It's just normally you see the steam where that come from. Something to do with the cooling system. Well, you do know sometimes the cooling system you get the red cooler as well, but we'll have to wait and find out, because if that has leaked oil, that is going to cause a little bit of a slip, which will be a clean up there. It looks water-like, you're not going to see. No, look at the hose. Yeah, that's an overload. That's going to be a radio overflow hose there.
Yeah, I agree.
That coolant, the steam going away. That's unfortunate for James, doing so well in 2nd position. Stewart will get promoted up into 2nd, Wadley into 3rd, Riley into 4th, and it's Brian Mortensen.
Out in front, though, that means Rob's lead is pretty much doubled, because he was pulling away from James, and then that moment has just occurred. So Rob now leads by 5.1 seconds. Just set his fastest lap of the race on that last lap of 1:18.9. The next best after that is Stewart in 2nd place at 1:19.5. So big difference there between Rob and Stewart. That's a real shame, though, for James, who has parted. There he is, just on the inside of the circuit, pulled the car out of harm's way. What disappointment that is motor racing. We've seen lots of dramas over the course of the weekend. I'm sure there'll be more elation, disappointment over the course of this remaining final day of round 4. The fight in the night is part of the Hi-Tech Oils Super Series here at Queensland Raceway. There we focus in on the Stewart machine. Took a victory yesterday when Rob recorded a DNF. So took full advantage and took the race victory. I'm very impressed that the window's still hanging in there, doing its best job to remain securely in the car. It's only hanging on by the strip at the bottom now, but it is hanging in there.
Well, let's hope that stays there for the final 4 minutes of this race at the moment. Trent Rubb just opening that gap up, 6.6 seconds at the moment, down into the 1:18s now. That is starting to find some real pace there with Stewart. Mid-19s, back to a 20 flat for Wadley. So temperature's coming up in the tyres, brakes are in the sweet spot at the moment, because you can see those times probably dropped about 1 second across the field of cars out there on track. Number 47, Riley, Murray Riley there, just outside of a podium position if we can get on the 51. They could really take that down to the wire. At this point, Trent Rubb got a commanding lead, well over 7 seconds now. A few laps still to go in this race. Time certain, of course. Great to have them here this weekend as part of the Hi-Tech Oils Super Series. Seen them join us in previous years as well.
Absolutely not championship round for them. We probably see bigger grids, but yes, it's not championship. They had around only a couple of weeks ago. Not too many out this weekend, but good to see a good portion still that have made the run out there. Of course, it's just valuable testing, isn't it, to run it in race conditions, and why wouldn't you when you got your chance to be on the live stream as well?
Did you say it's fun? It's fun to be behind the wheel of a race car.
Absolutely. believe during their rounds, so you can see the different runoff areas and stuff. So they're not just using the same configuration, and they do go and visit Lakeside, of course, here in Queensland, and the ever-growing Morgan Park facility as well. So they got some fantastic tracks in this part of the world.
Yeah, pretty cool up there at Morgan Park. I can tell you that. We went there a couple of times as part of the High Tech Oil Super Series. Flowing a couple of corners, plenty of overtaking opportunities, but let's get back to Queensland Raceway. Trent Raab leading us here in the number 63 B category. Just less than 2 minutes now remain. A couple more laps. Inside checkered flag is out. You can see that phase. Trent Raab will take the checkered flag in this 4th race. Come back there and think for the weekend and be getting a whole heap of points there. Stewart promoted up in the 2nd position after that retirement there from Hudson James. Back to Wadley, Riley in 4th as we watch him come around and finish off this race. It'll be the 5:05 of Fry.
New member to the Queensland Touring Car ranks in recent times, so great to have him in one of his first race weekends here at Queensland Raceway. He's a more modern VE Commodore, finishing very strongly there in 5th position. I'm sure as a UV he'll be pretty pleased with that, but it was Trent Raab in the end by 9.7 seconds at Stewart. Wadley closed in late on but couldn't get into 2nd position. He beat home Murray Riley, as you say, Fry in 5th ahead of Morton Sting, Hyde, Douglas, James, and the sad non-starter there of Oscar Ross. James getting his notable DNA. Here are the highlights from the Queensland Touring Car. On the line, it was an easy jump initially from the front 2, but as we lunge up the inside from James to take the race lead. Rob fight back around the outside after starting from pole, briefly demoted into 3rd, but reclaimed 2nd by going a long way around the outside of Stewart at turn number 3, and he replicated the move at turn 6 to take the lead down into turn number 1.
Oh, this was a big heart-stopping moment there when we saw James pull to the inside and the steam was coming out. It looks like a radiator overflow hose or something like that. It'll be devastating for him after being in 2nd position. Trent Raab, though, dominated after that. Opened the gap up well over 9 seconds and managed to come home and take the checkered flag. Big lead to really end of the weekend for the Queensland Touring Cars there. And the Big Black Commodore will get himself another race win as we have a look at the scenes here at Queensland Raceway. The sun beaming down on this beautiful track that we've got here. 6 corners to get around. It's an impressive track to look at it. Just 3.13 kilometres if we go in our format we've got at the moment. Have a look at the cars lined up out the back as well, all the transporters. It's been a big weekend, an endurance round here for the High Tech Oil Super Series. So coming a bit later, we've got the lights flashing and everything. There'll be a bit of elation down there, I would say, between some of the drivers there. Stewart gets that 2nd place in the end with Wadley in 3rd. Listen to the rumble of Trent Raab's Commodore as it comes into Parc Fermé.
Can't say it's not loud, can you? That is thundering. It's causing an earthquake. Maybe that's what caused the earthquake here in Queensland yesterday.
Grabs your attention, doesn't it, as they come out. The Queensland Touring Cars always do. If it's not the liveries, it's definitely the noise of the cars. As they get out of this one, team will get in there and they'll try and get that safety gear off so we can have a word with our windows. Let's head down to pit lane, though, with Mel Price to catch up with our winners.
Oh, no time to get out of the car, but P3, Warren, he was coming to get you at the end there.
Sorry?
Sorry.
Oh, yes, at the end, yeah. Yes, I'm having a bit of trouble with the car misfiring and getting it back to 2nd gear, so I'm a little bit inconsistent on the laps.
Well, you managed to hang in there for another podium. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Shane Stewart, we're just getting the gear off. How was that race?
Yeah, it was really, really fun. Yeah, we started 2nd, finished 2nd. Unfortunately, it looks like Hudson had a bit of an issue. It would have been fun to racing, but we'll do that next time. And I'd just like to say a big thanks to Rubbercraft Australia for all the grip this weekend. It's been awesome.
Fantastic, congratulations.
Thank you.
And P1 for Trent Raab, congratulations. You didn't have the best day yesterday, but you finished on a victory and a convincing one.
Yeah, no, we didn't have a great one yesterday. We had a bit of an electrical issue in race 2 and had to start from the back in race 3, but still managed to get through the field and get the win. And then starting from the front was a little bit easier. The guys sort of swamped me into the first corner there, which made it a little bit hard, but once I settled down a bit, we got through it.
Well, they say you're only as good as your last race, so well done, P1.
Yep, I'll take that. It's been a battle to get the car here today, but thanks to Dane Reynolds at DR Automotive, Oil Baron Supply, Winfield Carrying Co, my old man for helping.
Good stuff, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, big congratulations to our Queensland Touring Car Championship cars that have made it out this weekend as part of the Hi-Tech Oils Super Series. Our endurance round here, the second time we've visited here in 6 weeks. Queensland Raceway always offers some fantastic racing, of course. We're going to have a lunch break right now, but we're not too far away from all the action getting back underway. Join us on SBS for all the action from 1 p.m. as we kick things off with our Driver 1 race with the TA2 muscle cars, and that will set the field for our 45 minutes enduro later on this afternoon. Plenty of excitement still to come. Join us on SBS. We're not too far away from 1 p.m.
Mess that he likes to call his bedroom. Where did you put them? These ones. Yeah. Let go. Oh, let go, you weirdo. You've got these. seen all your bits, Trav.
As we know, that old clean gear tyre, which a few of the drivers have been trying to get their head around for this weekend. Some have been running on Hoosier tyres in the Trans Am Series. The final time in the grid for quite a bit of spotting traffic down there. It's been quite hectic down here today. The quality has gone up, I'd say 500% since even last year's event at the Bend Motorsport Park in South Australia. Here is the grid. It's an old Chevy front row with Alice Buckley and Jared Hughes for today's first race. Lockie Everett and Tom Davies, one of his great results on that second row. Van Gomersol and Graham Cheney, his best qualifying result of the season. The IES Motorsports car. Diesel Thomas will start from 7. We welcome Clay Richards, who teams up with Ben Barguana. Josh Webster will have George Wiedeke for company in the Auto Fix car for Marcus Ambrose Motorsport and Des Collier on row number 5. The Dude having his first run in the normal Motorplex section with Brody Kostecki. A tough combination there today. Hayden Jackson and Josh Thomas in the field. Brad Gardner, Brandon Madden, who's been doing time in the Aussie Racing Car Series. Connor Robertson, Tim Blanchard, who drove in the Trans Am Series. Notable supercar star in his own right. Mike Crusher starts out at 18 in what was a brand new car on Thursday before the dramas they had during the 2 qualifying sessions. Glenn Ebert starts his first race from 21st today. Aaron Prosser from 22. Paul Hadley 23. Back to Steve Wilson, Brock Payne and Lee Stibbs. Both of those cars going rear of field for being under height yesterday. So a couple of good qualifying results went begging for both those cars. Expect them to charge, particularly Lee Stibbs in that 66 having former TA2 muscle car champ, we should say reigning TA2 muscle car champ, Josh Haynes.
Indeed, and Brock Payne, the reigning Formula RX8 champion, he qualified inside the top 10, so really disappointing for him to be starting from the rear of the grid. So 2 hard chargers, expect them to come throughout this first sprint race here this morning.
The Goodyear tyre, which a few of the drivers have been trying to get their head around for this weekend. Some have been running on Hoosier tyres in the Trans Am Series. The final time, incidentally, we'll see the Goodyear tyre in operation. They'll switch back to Hoosier for the next round at Mallala in South Australia. Gee, sounds good to say Mallala for our next round of the High-Tech Oil Super Series in September. As Matty Cav has done arguably the quickest run up pit lane, hopefully under 40 Ks. It's for Matty Cav running back up here. Hey, here we go. This is going to be a big one.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely massive. Yeah, I had the pit lane limiter on as I came up, just to make sure we didn't get any drama today. I tell you what, I love the Enduros. It's the 3rd year that we've been doing it now, and it just seems to get a little bit more exciting. They just massage the rules a little bit every time. The biggest thing I think they've done really well is we've got that limit from when they come into pit lane to when they exit. So that's, we're going to be watching that very closely, and we'll see how some of the teams fare with that. But we're going to get the sprint races out of the way first, aren't we? And look, our 8 drivers, that is a list of names, isn't it?
I said to Dan as you were sprinting back up here, it's gone up at least 500% on last year, in particular that first year at Hinton Valley. There's some nervous teams down there. They've got some gun drivers teamed up with some rookies and drivers in their first or second season in the series that are hoping just to get through these 2 races. You can sit down and map it out and say, yep, we'll take it nice and easy during the qualifying race, we'll save it for the big one. But as we know, that old cliche, when the red mist comes down, things get very real out there. We jump in car with Brad Gardner. He's got young Blake Tracy. Can't say young now, he's 18. He's celebrating his 18th birthday at Sandown at the Trans Am round and almost won a race there on that occasion. So that's a good little combination in the High-Tech Oil Chevy Camaro. They'll come from the 7th row today with Josh Thomas and Todd Hazelwood, who's leading this year's Trico Trans Am Series as well. So wherever you look, there's quality. Wherever you look, there's drivers hoping to perform on what is becoming a bigger and bigger stage. Jared Hughes' championship lead is over 200 points. They just want to go home with the trophies. Teamed up with superstar Craig Lowndes, 7-time Bathurst 1000 winner. Lowndes had his first drive in the car yesterday. Did some testing recently, but it's a completely different animal to what he's driven in the past.
Yeah, I think watch out for Diesel Thomas as well. We saw him last time here at Queensland Raceway really take to Alice Buckley. I know she had a tie going down in the final moments of that race, but Diesel Thomas coming out of 7th position in the TFH higher racing car as well. Watch for him. Of course, Graham Cheney teaming up with his son this weekend. Tyler Cheney's been very quick now. It's going to be interesting to see him coming out of Toyota 86s now. And he's jumping in with some big names in the driver B. So I really can't wait for the second race as well, because I think there's going to be some fireworks.
Yeah, and that qualifying time yesterday was 1 second covering the top 10, 1.8 covering 18 cars. And it's just phenomenal to see this. When you put the finger over the top, of the top of the pole time there. Everything else from second backwards is only a few tenths of a second. It's incredible.
And take nothing away from the two down there, 25th and 26th. Brock Payne and Lee Stick. Now, some technical infringements yesterday. Unfortunately, vehicles saw them go to the back of the pack. The time didn't count. Now, Brock Payne, his first ever time in the Tier 2 Muscat of Sydney, got the podium. So, yeah, look for some hard charges coming from the rear of the field in this, and there could be some risks taken, I'd say. I've already heard they're selling out of front bars before the race even started.
Yeah, I think they've got double digits left down there, but they don't want to be using them, particularly that new car. What was a new car for the number 14? That went out yesterday. Any problem they can think of went wrong for Crutcher and Cox yesterday. Their third year of teaming up. You're in car with Lee Sticks now in the Hi-Tech Oil Chevy Camaro, the South Australian. That's with Josh Haynes. That is a very good combination, incidentally, but like you said, 26th on the grid. There's a lot of work for them to do. And it's all about points here. If you had a bad run in qualifying, you need to get the points. The more you get, the further up you'll be for the 45-minute race later today.
Yeah, well, Lee Stibbs was 7th fastest, I think, before
he
got that second Frenchman. So he's got some pace in that car. That's obviously a new outfit for them. It's the third car in the Hi-Tech Oils Motorsport entry as well. So joining the team there as they get a couple of laps to get these tyres in the zone to get underway. Have a look at the Team Chevrolet up the front. There was a little bit of talking going on, I think, with our behind the visor show as well. These two are going to go at it once again. And Alice Buckley, the only one to get into the 111s when it came to qualifying as well.
New qualifying record, incidentally. We welcome you to the TFA Tyre TA2 Muscle Car Series, presented by Maritimo. And waiting for them to hit the start zone. They're in it now, and the two Chevy Camaros will lead us down to the green flag. This is your qualifying race number 1 for the AE drive. It's the Chargers on to turn 1. Buckley leads, with Jared Hughes trying to tuck in front of Lockie Evan the Cam Quarries entry. Lots of cars sliding across turn number 1. With that earlier fog today, it was quite cool with the single digits to start the day. But an absolute burst of sunshine out there today. It's off the track, surfing in the 42. Here's Davies. He's going to try and stop fishtailing here. And look how much debris he's picked up in the front splitter here. They charge down the back straight at over 230 kilometres an hour. Challenge on the outside from Hughes. He's been hung out to dry there, but watch Lockie Evan, that sky blue number 8, the Cam Quarries entry.
I reckon watch out for Evan in the front domicile as well, just behind them. He's doing a fantastic job. Wasn't it lucky when we saw just before as the rejoin at the moment with Davies when he went off the dirt? That could have really been implications. We get a move done here, and as Evan got Hughes at the moment, I think Jared Hughes may have gone back to the third position there. Lachlan Evan really putting on a hard charge. Such a different change to have Golding in there also. I know he doesn't drive and coaching with Evan normally, but now he's in the car and be able to relay that data and really have a look at the difference between the two.
Lap 1 of the boxes cars skating across the track down here. It's Tim Blanchard in the Cool Drive Auto Parts entry, heading down the Dick Johnson Straight for the first time. So 14 laps or 20 minutes in a lap, whichever way you want to look at it. We're 3 and 4 wide across the control line, but it's Buckley that leads from Evan at Hughes. Graham Cheney up into 4th position. What a strong showing in the 51 IES Motorsports Camaro. Gossel runs next with Jackson, Thomas. Clay Richards runs in 8th. The Dude is up into 9th. Josh Webster is in P10.
We didn't talk about the tyre allocation. The 6 tyres allocated to each driver at the start of qualifying. Now, they have to bring their qualifying tyres into this first race. So, luckily for Alice Buckley, 4 laps. Jared Hughes did 6, but there's a few further down that did 10 laps. So, this could play. He was off doors open for Crutcher. He's already trying to get out of the vehicle. And does that look like Graham Beattie?
I saw that looping around as you were talking about the tyres down there at turn 3. But here, the Goodyear's starting to plead for mercy, and that great result has put him stone mudless last in the IES cars, and no one was smoke billowing through that second left-hander. Hard to see from there, but you can see a bit of a mark on the unit racing car of Ben Gomersall. Oh man, it was such a strong showing for Cheney in qualifying yesterday. He's around some pretty tough company and now finds himself back in 25th position as we chalk up another lap. Buckley leading by 5/10 of a second. Looking back, is that Jackson?
Yeah.
The tyre rubbing on the 81 perhaps?
He's just having no luck this year, is he, at all? The 81, he was not too bad in qualifying, just getting in, at the back of that top 10, and now look at the back, he's got him all over him at the moment. He's holding on to position there for Jackson in 5th, but Richards, Clay Richards now, he's surely going to have to take a moment here to have a look down the inside there, and he's followed by Diesel Thomas and Paul Morris. It's just maybe a train that comes down the inside as they head to turn number 3.
And there goes Clay down the inside. Behind is Diesel Thomas in the 18. They'll be 3 wide on the exit. Paul Morris lining up for a piece of the action in the red Norwell Motorplex entry, charging down to this double left-hander sequence. Back in Cohen Lee Stibbs. And Stibbs at the moment, the 66 has come up in a 21st position as he feeds at 4th gear, back into 3rd, back into 2nd. These 4-speed gearboxes. And trying to pick his way through the field. Wherever you look, it's action stations here. In race 1, driver A race, the TFH TA2 Muscle Car Series. Another qualifying race to come up this afternoon. And looking forward to that endurance race of 45 minutes. So it settles down with Buckley leading by just under a second from Lockie Evident back to Hughes, Gomersall, Clay Richards, his first run now. And now here comes Paul Morris to the inside. Access denied, only just from the 81, the Dodge Challenger. Oh, they're still holding on.
Is that some tyre that just went off the outside, though? I think it is starting to cut that Goodyear down. And how many laps can they afford? Oh, no, starts to slide. I think that's delaminating. And with the tyre bank you've got for the weekend, if they come and take a tyre, it's going to hurt the company endurance either later today or tomorrow. It just really upsets your weekend this early. In first race number 1 is Paul Morris now. This is Norwell Motorplex. Mustang down the inside. There's going to be the TFH guys that follow. Is that Diesel Thomas there? Yes, it is. That's unfortunate.
And behind Tom Davies and the Chevy Camaro, the Exchange Hotel Kilcoy entry being prepared by Nathan Hurd Racing this season. So I think he's got around. Contact down here now. So a troubled race has now ended up facing the wrong direction for Hayden Jackson, who's going to plummet down the field now. So they're racing very hard for a qualifying race.
Yeah, Josh Thomas gone down a number of positions as well. Unfortunately for him, he just caught up to the back end of that. Here goes Davies fighting back up that massive moment coming out of turn number 2 where he had a big excursion and now he's up alongside Morris.
Let's have a look at this on the replay. So inevitably there's going to be contact. That's what happened to Thomas. It's peeled away the front right guard on the TFH Mustang. This will be like for the in-car. Whoa, he was having his own moment and just got the back of the 81. Race control will be looking very carefully at that. He was out of control in the 69. Never there was contact between the two of them. But has to brought this race alive in the mid pack. Blanchard, a sea of sky blue cars in this shot on their way down to turn number 3. A long way to play out as Madden in the Harvey's towing service TFH car teaming up with Scott Andriski, getting a little bit comfy with the appliance white Chevy Camaro on the way down to turn 4.
Yeah, they won't want to be rubbing panels too much there, will they? It'll be something where they just make a little bit of damage to a tyre or something like that. Maybe sell it down too early in the weekend. We've still got another day of racing tomorrow to do this all over again. And tyres are going to get massive talking point as the weekend goes on, just to see who's got something left tomorrow to take the fight to them. Brad Gardner up in the 10th position. That's a nice little fight back from him. They're just trying to find some pace in that car this weekend. Haven't quite found a happy setup that they had big issues yesterday. So they've done a big change overnight. They've heard an axle at this centre and then they've gone and done the input shaft on the gearbox as well, just for a bit of security and make sure they get some finishes with some races.
Yeah, it's been quite a few drivers in dramas. Yesterday gearboxes, like I said, axles and drive shafts and tyres. Well, this is a 2-driver event here this weekend, the 3rd edition of the Tag Team Enduro. We just saw the 81 looping around. He's got Declan Fraser for company, and Noel Price is down in pit lane.
Fraser, it's always sad watching your car not a good start to the weekend so far.
Yeah, Hayden did a great job. He was up like 10 spots in the first lap, and he was trucking along nicely. We got bombed down into 4 by someone, and they made a bit of a desperate move and ran wide and had a bit of damage on the rear. And then 2 laps later, just got T-boned in the exact same corner by his teammate. So, yeah, it's been unfortunate. Obviously, he's still out there circulating. He's coming back through the pack at the moment, but it's the first race of the weekend. We'll just get through it and have some more fun.
Well, hopefully not too much damage, and then it'll be your turn to get out there and make up some spots, get some knowledge.
That's a plan, yeah. He seems to have pretty good pace at the moment coming back through, so hopefully it's all good.
Fingers crossed. Good luck.
Thank you.
Declan Fraser, former Super 2 champion. He'll start from 8th for his race later today. But watching his teammate try and work his way back from 20th position in the Dodge Challenger. So let's have a look how it's going down here in race number 1 today. Alice Buckley by 1.4 seconds. Continuing on with that fairy tale weekend at the recent round here a few weeks back. Lockie Evelyn runs in second. Jared Hughes is now flying. We've got a yellow beam displayed on the way down to turn 3, so we'll try and chase that. Behind us, Gomersall, the man trying to keep in touch for the TA2 Muscle Car Series honours in 2025. Clay Richards runs in 5th now. Paul Morris has come up in a 6th position from 12th. teaming up with Brody Kostecki. Absolutely put a marker down next to these two later on this afternoon, that endurance race. Diesel Thomas is next with Madden, Davies and Josh Webster. Now your top 10. Collier is next with Brad Gardner. Rained in 12th spot. Blanchard in 13th with Brock Payne and Josh Thomas. Those guys down there in 13th, 14th and 15th position.
Oh, who's that turned around on turn number 4 as well? We just had some contact.
2 cars. There's 2 cars in that shot.
I hope it's not Brock Payne because he's got all that 14th from 23rd. He is having a really bad luck this weekend after technical infringement, hoping to work his way back through the pack, or is it further down? That's unfortunate, really unfortunate for the small family team. Look at Alice Buckley though, dominating out in front. That Chevrolet entry, Tim Slade has been really helpful, I think, in getting the car set up for this and the information that he can bring back to the team. And Alice Buckley's had an absolute rocket ship to drive. And this is the replay of what happened earlier. Rock on his own.
On his own down there, the Hutchinson Builders car, and Josh Thomas, for the second time in this race, avoiding the scene of someone else's accident. And again, we'll have to start picking his way through the field. For Brock Payne, he come from 25th on the grid and well inside that top 20, but now has to do it all again.
Yeah, it's a lot of work to get through. You know, we talked about this afternoon, Paul Morris free up to the 6th position, as we set up our screens, but it's what the drivers do combined that takes them into their position for this Enduro this afternoon. So even if you're not up in front of the grid, depending on how your co-driver ends up, a couple of strong results, top 1 results can see you right up at the pointy end. And
Paul Hadley now down here at turn 3 in the second IES Motorsports car. So he returns, but down at the back of the field. So turn 3 has been treacherous once again. It was treacherous enough last weekend with Super 2, but it's carrying on with the TA2 muscle cars. The IES Motorsports car puts him back down to 24th position on Morris. And Diesel Thomas here battling for 6th and 7th on the track. The 2 big movers inside the top 10 right now. Got to say, well done. A big attaboy to Brandon Madden, who's up into 8th position now. That's a good little combination with he and Scott Andriski as well.
yeah, they're doing really well come this race. All Matt just working away in the background. Diesel Thomas just patiently waiting behind the much more experienced Paul Morris, who's in front of him at the moment. But he'll just chip away at that, I think, and they'll look for some result to try and bring home for Diesel Thomas at the moment. He's got Nash Morris alongside of him, so would have been great to have father-son taking it out, wouldn't it? We're battling it out. We changed some of the drivers around, but we'll see Brody Kostecki get out in that 67 car in the next race.
And there was a lot of drivers yesterday in the pits, a lot of teams working out who they were going to make Driver A and Driver B, pretty much up to the last 10 minutes of qualifying. And once they qualified, that was it. That's how they had to stay for the weekend. So for some teams yesterday, in fact, 3 combinations have swapped out the last moment to make Driver A and Driver B. And tactically, do you want a fast guy in for race 2? Because tomorrow, Driver 2 starts the race, the first race of the day, the Driver 1 comes out. So the format's quite unique, but it also presents its own unique challenges.
And I think the 45-minute race is going to equal it out. If you can get somewhere in that top 10, try and stay out of a little bit of the push and shove. That's really the sweet spot where you need to be. But to sort of filter that out a bit later, let's have a bit of a replay here.
So this will be...
Oh, who is that?
This will be Thomas and Jackson. Race control have asked to have a look at this one more time. So they're clearly wanting to have a think about should there be a penalty. You can see Thomas was coming in on. He was fighting that steering wheel in the 69 to bring that car under control. So race control will keep an eye on that. Stephen White, the white dog, is operating up there as normal. I don't think he wants this amount of stress this early in the day. He's already fearing the 45-minute race later today. Former open wheel star in his own right back in the 90s, Stephen White, as he come through to complete another lap. Just over 7.5 minutes remaining, and Alice Buckley checking out once again. 2.4 seconds.
5 in 5 minutes.
Super Series. Welcome to Queensland Raceway. The sun is shining down on us, and what a weekend of action has been. We've moved into an endurance round here at the High-Tech Oil Super Series. I'm at Cabinet, joining me, Jared McLean. What a weekend it's been.
The Sunshine State living up to its name. Not a cloud in the sky and beautiful conditions here.
Well, it wasn't all beautiful yesterday, was it? Because there were some massive moments in our Driver 2 race yesterday afternoon. Big crash happening out there where we saw three or four drivers wide going into turn number 1. There was a bit of push and shove in the end. Jordan Cox got turned around, made contact out there with Nash Morris, who turned the 18 around. Everyone tried to get around, but the carnage was left out on track. And Ben Baguana, well, he was an unfortunate bystander.
Yeah, massive works going through the night. But for them to be able to make it back out on track, in fact, they didn't make the Driver 2 race earlier today. They have got the car back out, but this one coming up soon.
Yeah, there was a big moment there. Gillis caught up in that one as well. So there's a lot of cars being repaired overnight, and I tell you what, the repair bills will not be friendly on them either. There was also a massive moment in pit lane, though, with Jordan Costa. It didn't end there for him.
Yeah, absolutely not. We saw that blazing inferno in pit lane with drivers like Hayden Jackson running to help with the fire extinguisher. Turned out to be an injector leak. Now, they changed the hardware out overnight, but unfortunately that issue reared its head again in the Driver 2 race today.
Yeah, they've got a lot to work on, but Alice Buckley, well, she's come back strong after her debut round that she had here just 6 weeks ago, where she got 2 race wins on day number 2. Well, yesterday she polled it. She got herself a race win, and she's back out in pole again today. So Alice Buckley, well, there's plenty to celebrate between her and Tim Slade this weekend.
I'm going to say, Tim Slade, he's the man to call when you want to drive a car fast, and he has been a fantastic match partner for Alice Buckley, who's just managed to stamp her authority all over this TA2 muscle car field.
Well, let's have a look at what's happening here this afternoon as part of the High-Tech Oil Super Series. Of course, we've got our Driver 1 TA2 race, 25 minutes or 14 laps as they get out there. Whatever comes first, they'll get around. And, of course, we will head into their endurance, their 45-minute at about 4 p.m. this afternoon. So they've still got a big one to go. We've still got our Formula V's to come out this afternoon. Our Innovation Race Cars have a 50-minute endurance race as well, and our Australian Super Tin Top. So we've got a fantastic field of drivers. It's great to be back here at Queensland Raceway.
Yeah, these undercard of support categories has really turned up the heat and brought some incredible action. But man, it keep coming back to it. The weather here at Queensland Raceway, it is stunning here. 21 degrees with a wind from the northwest at a very shallow amount. It's occasionally gusty, but won't cause too many issues today.
Why would you want to be here at the track? I tell you what, with this fantastic weather. Let's head over to Mello with Alice Buckley.
So before we talk to our pole sitter Alice Buckley about the race, something pretty cool happened in the lunch break here, and you got to take your mum and your pop in a car on a racetrack for the first time. What was their reaction?
Yeah, they were really excited. I've been lucky enough to be supported by Llewellyn Motors Ipswich, so they've been so good to me, and yeah, I get to do family things. I took my dad up for a few laps in the Corvette on Monday night, so to do it with my pop and my mum was very surreal before the race. Obviously, it's not in this beast, but that's the second best thing for sure.
Yeah, great fun, and the Buckleys are a family. We always talk about that, so great experience for them. But let's get back to the racing. Starting on pole, I presume the plan is exactly the same as yesterday.
Yeah, 100%. It's just get the start right, get to turn 1 first, and then manage it from there. Manage the gap, manage these tyres. Obviously, we're not using these tyres for the next race. We've got 4 green ones, so yeah, we're pretty pumped about that, and just got to send it in this race.
And you've had good results all weekend. You've kept the car clean. I did see one tiny little scratch there. Are we blaming you or your co-driver for that one?
I think we know who to blame. Tim was just here a minute ago, so I'll give him stick about that later. But I've kept the car clean all weekend. I don't know about many of the co-drivers. Driver B, there's a lot of beat-up cars. I think one of ours is the cleanest in the field. So, well, I'm pretty happy about it, realistically.
Well, it's certainly this one isn't one of them. And good luck in this race.
Awesome. Thank you, Mel.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, there's a lot of people out here this weekend. We've got Roland Dane here, Brody Kostecki, Paul Morris, so many supercar drivers. Craig Lowndes, an absolute legend of supercars. And let's check out who's floating around here at Queensland Raceway as part of this TA2 Enduro Series.
A stacked grid of 26 cars will take the Queensland Raceway for the TA2 Tag Team Enduro this weekend, which will mark the highest profile event in the history of the TA2 Muscle Car Series. Championship leader Jared Hughes will be backed by 7-time Bathurst 1000 winner Craig Lowndes this weekend, and is determined to bounce back after a crash in last week's Super 2 Series that left him with a shoulder injury. 18-year-old Alice Buckley returns to the TA2 Muscle Car Series for her second outing in the Chevrolet Camaro, teaming up with Supercars co-driver Tim Slade. Buckley stunned the paddock on debut at the previous round, dominating the Sunday with a pole position and 2 race wins. Supercars team owner Tim Blanchard is set to make his TA2 debut this weekend, partnering with New Zealand driver John Udy. And while this marks his first appearance in the TA2 Muscle Car Series, Blanchard is no stranger to these cars, having previously competed at round 3 of the Trans Am Series in Darwin. 2023 Supercars champion Brody Kostecki and Bathurst Triple Crown winner Paul Morris will drive together for the first time ever in an event. While Morris' son and newly named Premier Supercars Enduro co-driver Nash Morris will form part of the powerhouse TFH racing team that includes the current Trans Am Series leader Todd Hazelwood, Matt Stone Racing co-driver and former TA2 champion Aaron Seaton. Son of Guns Jason Bargwanna and Stephen Richards have also made the journey north from their Melbourne base. Ben Bargwanna and Clay Richards combining for their first ever TA2 Muscle Car Series event. Other 2-driver combinations include father and son combo Graham and Tyler Cheney. Connor Roberts is paired up with Brian Casher. Brandon Madden with Scott Andriski, and Brock Payne has former Super 2 driver Daniel Jellison. The format will see a sprint race for each of the team drivers both Saturday and Sunday, while 2 45-minute enduro races will feature a compulsory driver change mid-race, with the team that has accumulated the most points over all 6 races declared the winner of the 2025 Queensland Raceway TA2 Tag Team Enduro.
Well, the Hangchar Forklifts TA2 Muscle Car has undergone a dramatic transformation from where we saw it at the close of yesterday. They weren't able to make the 45-minute 2-driver enduro, but have been able to make it out for the driver 1 race here today. Ben Bargwanna, a monster effort to even get this car back out on track.
Absolutely. You know, motorsport, when it rains, it pours. It's just been one of those weekends, but the best team you could ever have is family. We've worked our asses off. We're up late last night fixing the car. A lot of damage to it. Unfortunately, a little electrical issue. I missed my race this morning, but we've got it sorted at the last minute. Clay's been an absolute superstar this weekend. He's starting P4. He's going to have a red hot crack.
We're looking forward to seeing you two out there in the enduro. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, I want to do some laps. I'm excited, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Great stuff.
And great to see that Hangchar Forklifts Mustang back on the track here for the final qualifying race in this tag team enduro event that started at Hidden Valley back in 2023. Visited South Australia last year, and now it's Queensland Raceway's tyre here. Matt Kavanagh has sprinted once again back from pit lane. A long journey to get to where we are right now.
Oh, I just had Speedlane limiter on, I'll tell you what, to get back here. But we got back here in a rush. No, I think it's been one of those things that's been building. It was probably its inception when they went up to Darwin. It was a long travel. We saw a few of the names really start to appear up there. Yet last year at the Bend was incredible, really. The racing, well, it spoke for itself. We didn't really need to promote that too much. And this year it just gets bigger and bigger. And you can tell by the amount of people wanting to be involved in this TA2 Muscle Car Endurance Series. It really brings a lot of experience from previous drivers as well as a lot of up-and-coming talent as well. So let's check out some of the race highlights.
Our editors have been busy behind the scenes because there's been so much going on in TA2 land. This was yesterday's endurance race. The Cheney car being turned around down here at turn number 4. One of a few significant moments in this 45-minute race. This was Prosser and Robbie Farr and Danny Reedy coming together for the second time in as many races yesterday. As Des Collier following a wide down there and grabbing on the Chevy Camaros on the way through was Reedy's second incident as many laps. This big one from down the inside for Prosser saw the 91 machine facing backwards. And if they didn't have enough work to do at TFH, well, Diesel Thomas was likely to give them some down here. A flame incident here for Cruncher, but that would get worse later in the race.
Yeah, that just carried on from that. Was very unfortunate for that number 4 car. Big brake lock up here as well, and lucky not to make contact with Des Collier, who was in the wars. And this was the moment down in pit lane we spoke about just before, where Mark Crutcher got out of that car very, very quickly. I was waiting to see him strip off and get the Ricky Bobby going up.
But out in front, it was Alice Buckley and Tim Slade. Led every lap bar 1 during that pit stop cycle and see comprehensive victory, and Team Chevrolet stoked with that result. She'll start from the pole for this 4th race of the weekend, 4th qualifying race. And here is the grid. Alice Buckley and Lachlan Everett. Now, these are the results of their driver race from yesterday. Jared Hughes and Clay Richards. Good to see the Hanger Walkers car out there. Paul Morrison, Diesel Thomas on row 3. Brandon Madden and Ben Gomersall, Josh Webster and Tom Davies on row number 5 here for today. Brad Gardner and Lee Stevens, the High-Tech Oil Chevy Camaro start on row number 6. Hayden Jackson and Brock Payne, Connor Roberts and Tim Blanchard in 16th. Greg Cheney, Robbie Farr, Josh Thomas and Des Collier buried down there in 19th and 20th. Steve Wilson and Danny Reedy, Mark Crutcher, hoping whatever those gremlins are gone from the 4 and down to Paul Hadley at the back. We're on the formation lap. It's also a pleasure to have a 7-time Bathurst champion in the commentary box alongside us. Craig Lowndes, your first run in TA2 muscle cars this weekend. How have you found it?
Yeah, good afternoon, Matt Knowles. Yeah, it's great. Obviously, this circuit we know so well, but to drive something completely different, it's all about just getting the best out of the tyre. The Goodyear tyre is something that I'm unfamiliar with, but it walks around. You see the cars actually sort of moving around under brakes as we're about to get on the start of this race. It's all about just getting it smooth, having small inputs into the steering wheel, getting on the brake pedal, releasing it nicely on the throttle pedal. It's an interesting car to drive. I've really had a lot of fun.
We'll team up with Jared Hughes here this afternoon from now. Hughes starting from that second row as the safety car pulls in, waiting for our pole position lady as the fans have turned out to watch 2 fantastic days here in the High-Tech Oil Super Series. Final chance to get some points, and they're already bumping in the mid-pack as we go racing for the qualifying race, the final one of the weekend. Unleashed leaders through turn number 1 with Evident on the outside. Hughes drops into 3rd position. Clay Richardson and repaired Hanger Faulkner's car going for 2nd for a moment. Surfs up on the outside from Brock Payne in the 33s. The jumping car with Brad Gardner, his teammate on the left-hand side, and a spicy start to race 1.
Yeah, there's a little bit of smoke in the back of there, maybe a bit of wheel rubbing where Brock Payne was as he went around the outside. We'll get back with our leaders though at the moment and have a look at Evident under fire. Richard's doing a fantastic job and they haven't had a time to really test that car out either. I'll be looking for Josh Thomas to come off the rear of the field to see how far he can go through this because they were very late to get out of pit lane.
Like Guana Motorsport are looking at going, don't fend this car. We spent too much time. They were here after midnight last night. And Clay trying to get as many points as he can in here to at least salvage a result on what's been a tough weekend.
It certainly has been a tough weekend for Hughes, well, especially for Richards here as Buckley leads here at the end of lap 1 over Evanet. It's less than half a second as we look on here with Madden trying to get up the inside of Davies. They run side by side on corner exit of the final corner. And now it's a drag strip down the back straight. Lap 2 of 14 here. The car's running into turn 1. This is race 2 of the day and off the road for one of the TFH hire cars. That was Thomas off the road. Just a little bit there. Just running off the road just a tad bit more than what he would have liked, as we have Davies and Stibbs side by side. And there's a bit of smoke coming out of what seems to be Stibbs' car, the High-Tech Oils car, having a bit of smoke out the end of it, which won't be good for that car either. Stibbs and Webster side by side there on the corner exit of 3. And the thing is, now Webster's going to get the inside run here for the next corner at 4. Late break from Webster. Webster gets the move done on Stibbs. That is up into P2. But guess who gets the crisscross? It's Stibbs. Side by side again on the exit of 5. And now for the braking zone of 6. We have Blanchard. Tim Blanchard in behind him. Possibly looking to get another move done. The 200 car, Webster. Side by side. Guess who's in this? Jackson in behind him. Also getting into this. It's nearly 3 wide. There's a bit of dust kicked up behind. But these 2 cars have gone side by side for the whole lap. Webster and Stibbs still run side by side. Possibly on the exit of 2. Contact, just a little bit of it. And now, now the 42 gets back in this. It's Davies, and they've been split up now. On the exit, it's now Jackson and Blanchard side by side. It's a 5-way battle pack as they run on lap 3 of 14. Into turn 3 they go. And it's now Evanet looking up the inside. Evanet covering. Who has the inside run? This is the battle for the lead. Evanet around the outsides. In the braking zone of 5. Evanet takes the lead over Buckley. Good job. Beautiful stuff there from Evanet. Around the outsides. At turn 5, he gets the move done. And now into 6. These muscle cars producing a lot of grip for these drivers here on these first few laps, but the tyres will continue to grade. Of course, it's a limited tyre bank for this weekend. So you've got limited tyres, very, very limited. I think you've only got 2 more sets of Goodyear rubber to use this weekend. You've still got 2 other races still to come. You've got one more. You've still got the endurance still to come as well. You've only got 1 set of Goodyear tyres left, and you've got to use them correctly. And well, at least that's for most drivers as to what we think is Hughes right up the back of Buckley, putting the pressure on the back of Buckley. And then in behind is Richards and Gomersal. Gomersal's 1.5 seconds back, but he's still a threat to this top 4 battle with 10 laps to go. Buckley's struggling for a bit of grip. Maybe he's on older tyres, saving tyres for the Enduro maybe. Of course, it's not permitted that you can't change tyres within the Enduro, so I don't see why they aren't using new tyres here. Unless we have another race that I don't know about a bit later on today. But Evanet has pulled a margin 1.1 seconds. That number 8, Monaro, is really quick, and it has been all weekend. 9 laps to go in this one. 1.2 seconds between Evanet and Buckley, with just less than 9 laps to go in this one.
Outside that top 10 and add insult to injury on top of that penalty, that a broken radiator during the race yesterday with George Meadey behind the wheel.
Yeah, it just hasn't been a weekend for them at the moment, and I can definitely tell you this is not a driver swap test. They look like they go straight into pit lane, which is very unfortunate. As the bonnet coming off, I was surprised there. I might have seen that jacked up, potentially looking for a gearbox issue, which we have seen a couple of times throughout the weekend, but the bonnet coming off that car will stay watching this to find out exactly what's going on. In the meantime, Evanet still opening up that 1.3 second lead at the moment as he starts to edge away. Jared Hughes right on the back of Alice Buckley, and the question will be is what tyre bank have they taken into this race? Have they taken that risk on throwing 2 greens on the car, or are they going with 4 eroded tyres in that case? Maybe they're going to wait for the endurance if they can just try and hold the top 4 position there. Heron Slade would be pretty happy with the points they've accumulated.
Well, I've been focused on the engine here at Marcus Ambrose Motorsport. I think there's going to be quite a few teams who bring tyres later on today for that race that haven't had a good weekend, particularly that 97 that didn't race at all yesterday. So we're for some surprises, I think, later today that we weren't expecting to happen yesterday, particularly that blue and green car that just went through the shot. So we do have a waiter on the field here. It's Diesel Thomas with Paul Morris behind Brandon Madden in that number 11 car. The starter from 7 today continues to run inside that top 10. And a troubled weekend continues down at Marcus Ambrose Motorsport. The AutoFix 200 Mustang. In the pits also, in the pit lane, is Tim Blanchard in the Cool Drive Auto Parts entry. Car number 36 in 25th spot.
Great to see Hayden Jackson there just in the background. That's a fantastic little fight they got going on. Paul Morris has dropped that back down a few numbers here now with Madden right over the back. Morris in 7th position. I'm not quite sure what happened on the start there. They maybe got a bit of wheel spin because the car was moving around very tail happy, unless Madden was just giving it a bit of a nudge.
Maybe. Just to keep on alert around him, maybe. There is the 36 Cool Drive car, sharing with John Udi, another newcomer to TA2 Muscle Cars in Australia this year. So, the lead Stibbs in the 66 Camaros come up into 11th position now. Some of these drivers charging for the back, including Danny Reedy, who's going from 22nd into 14th. Graham Cheney now runs just behind him. Des Collier, Josh Thomas, Connor Roberts, and Aaron Prosser all inside that top 20. So half race distance with Lockie Evanet just under 2 seconds clear of Alice Buckley. Jared Hughes a further half a second behind. Back to Richards, Gomersal. The rest of the field motoring on by here. Lap times, incidentally, have dropped well away from yesterday's times. We're in the 1 minute 14, some in 1 minute 15.
Yeah, that will tell us a bit of a tale about what tyres are going to take onto these cars. I think there'll be some teams that will really want to be further up come the endurance race. I think that's an advantage to try and chew up a bit of a green tyre in this race and get a bit further up, get some more points, try and stay out of trouble come the opening of the endurance. And there are other teams who will be willing to take that risk, go out in a eroded tyre, get the car through. Brock Payne very wide again by the looks there. Yeah, just waiting. You'd think there would be, potentially just push wide. Yeah, other teams will be taking the risk on the eroded tyre in this race. Oh, there we go.
That's uneven and it's scratching away in the Alien Tech entry. That's further back in turn number 2. So, the 82 car that he's sharing with Luke Vanner back in 24th position. Hadn't seen too much of that car this weekend. One of our biggest fields ever. 26 cars that took to track for qualifying. 52 drivers, the highest quality field we've seen in the 3 episodes of the Tag Team Enduro. So it starts to line up, and it's a bit telling. Look where that's coming from the Cool Drive Auto Parts car. They burn that back into the garage, back in pit lane. Let's do the same. Here's J-Mac.
Well, unfortunately, the Quick Jacks are out, and the Cool Drive number 36 on its way back into the garage. Power steering pump failure, and it has puked power steering fluid through the entire engine bay. It's going to be a bit of work here, boys.
And less time than yesterday. In fact, we're going to be starting about 25 minutes earlier compared to yesterday in the second Tag Team Enduro, so they'll have their work cut out. Same too for Marcus Ambrose team. It's down the inside. It's Brock Payne on Danny Reedy. In 13th and 14th position ahead was Robbie Farr using the high line or running the wall out of turn number 3.
What a fight back from them. He's been super consistent, hasn't he? Robbie Farr and Jason Pride this weekend. He's got the Falcon Diesel guys here as well. But just staying out of trouble. It's down a pit lane though with Mel.
So sadly also up on Jacks is the number 200 car, Josh Webster and George Medicki. Andrew, what's the problem?
Well, he came on the radio and said it had a random misfire, which gradually got worse and worse. It looks like we've got a failed battery.
I saw Marcus run in there with the fire extinguisher under the bonnet. Tough end to the race. Hopefully we can get you back out there for the Enduro.
Yeah, hopefully. If it's just a simple swapping over a battery, we'll be back, but it's just a bummer that we...
Thank you.
So 2 cars out of this race so far as we're in the second half of the race. Lachlan Emner continues to lead from Buckley, Hughes, Richards and Gomersall, the top 5 in the final qualifying race of the Tag Team Enduro. We'll be back.
And here we go, Robbie Farr under attack from Brock Paisley. Come back here with racing in the TA2 and off on the dirt, coming out of turn 3.
That's Richards.
That's Richards, yeah. Now, and the question's going to be, is it a driver mistake or has something under that car? They've been thrashing on that car to try and get it back out on track. So hopefully they can try and regroup a number as he goes back into about 7th position at the moment. And Hayden Jackson right behind. Isn't it great to see Hayden Jackson come back at the moment in the 81 now?
Well, a long way off the track here for the Hampshire Forklifts Mustang. There's an ECU drama in the fire up this morning. Every time they try to connect the ECU, it would blow the fuse box to pieces, and they've just got that repaired in time. It's now Connor Roberts stopping in between the 2 straights here. So the 19 car, Arrow Transport Repairs Ford Mustang, is just trying to park this car at a harm's way and prevent us having a safety car period. We've been fairly clean here today. 3 cars in the garage and out of today's race so far. So at the moment, looking likely to be Buckley and Evident on the front row. So the 150 be a Chevy and Ford on the front row as it stands, with Morris and Kostecki starting from 3, but still plenty of racing laps to go. 5 remaining, in fact, as they make their way down to turn number 3. Yeah, Hayden Jackson's having a much better weekend. Probably the round of the season so far for the Dodge Challenger.
I'm going to go Dave. Declan Fraser was really fast in that car, so I think his put into the team has made a massive difference in terms of car setup. That just needs keeping us outside of that mid-pack, because that's where the danger zone is when they're all jostling for positions at the start of the race. He has a look down the inside here now. Cameron gets it very nice. He slides the car and a bit of side-by-side bump and grind. Rubbing his racing, as they say.
He came in hot there, but it was an intentional hit on the Brandon Madden car. Regardless, he's got the job done down there at turn 4. So Madden stays with him, both he and Scott Andriski. A couple of Aussie racing car drivers this year. The car steps out on the exit of turn 6, and it should set up a nice challenge down the Dick Johnson straight here. In the battle for 8th and 9th with Tom Davies now in position number 10. Evident is out to 4 seconds. They wonder now if they're putting on their best tyres to put them in the best position for that Enduro later today.
Definitely, this is where we really need to look at the strategy that they've come into this weekend. And would it change for some of the teams through accidents, how the tyres turned out, what drivers are looking after them, but this will tell us how we're going to go into this endurance race this afternoon. 45 minutes, it's a real test for those tyres. You want to have 4 brand new if you possibly could. Put them on the car. It's going to give you a slight advantage. But like we saw yesterday, so much difference in the driver chain. We went from 10 seconds under to about 50 seconds over.
Yeah, it's true. Some of those guys yesterday were really taking their time, and they'll tighten it up for today's one because that's costly. As we saw at the Australian Production Car Championship race as well last night, the closer to perfection you got, the more track position you gain. The 200 team yesterday. They were 10 seconds under in their pit stop times. A costly mistake at Marcus Ambrose Motorsport. Their day is already done. At least this race is done for the Autofix team. As down at the final turn, it's Morris and Clay Richards who's right the wrong of that little off down there at turn number 3. As he continues his chase, and that's 67 with Jackson and Madden in tow.
So Evanet leads this race here by just over 4 seconds, 4.1, 4.4 that margin, back to Hughes, and then Buckley, who's 6/10 behind, and this is the battle that I'm talking about here. Hughes up in front there, just by 6/10. It's not much of a margin, but it can mean something with just 2 laps to go. Lap 12 of 14 in this one. Evanet leading by just 4.5 seconds. And I think it's showing here. I think Evanet is on those newer Goodyear tyres compared to Hughes, maybe on an older set, saving rubber for the back end for the Enduro. Here, saving tyres for the back end of the Enduro as well. Of course, no tyre changes when it comes to the Enduro, just driver changes. So there is a compulsory pit stop that must be done at some point. I think there's about a 20-minute pit window, or maybe even a 15-minute pit window that you get to come in, change your driver, and head back out. So there's you have to be held in the pit lane for 90 seconds when it comes to that Enduro. If you are held for 90 seconds, you are A-okay. If you are not held for 90 seconds, if you hold for like a second or 2 under, you will be applied that penalty at the end of the race. As replay here of what we saw a few moments ago. Car off the road, one of the Chevrolet or Mustangs. That is the 87 off the road. It's 87, yes, off the road. The 87 Mustang off the road. And in that big pile of gravel and dust and grime out there, it is not convenient because you get all that stuck up in your bonnet as the number 50 Corvette is off the road and sliding back on, bringing dust and dirt and grime back on the circuit. Final lap, though, starts this time around for Evanet. This will be his 3rd win in a row this weekend. He's absolutely dominated this number 8 car. She's absolutely dominated Evanet, and she very much be happy with this result. They've got pace, this number 8 car, and then, of course, this is the final race before the Enduro. So this is deciding the grid for a bit later on today. It's 5 seconds as Evanet exits turn 3, sliding on exit, laying down a bit of Goodyear rubber onto this very much rubbered in circuit here with all the support races that we have here this weekend. Very much rubbered in circuit. It's been rubbering in all weekend with layers and layers going down from this category right here, TFH Hire, TA2 muscle cars, and many more support races. We have an improved product. We have a Enduro later on, but it is Jarvis Racing. Evanet wins race number 2 for the TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars here today. In day number 2, the final sprint of the weekend, and Jarvis Racing have done it once again. First, the cars cross the line, and a bit of dust being kicked up there on the entry of turn 6. And on the exit, running to the line for everybody here, the checkered flag waves. The marshals have done an absolutely amazing job this weekend, getting us back on schedule. Funnily enough, we are perfectly on schedule here, so that is absolutely amazing. Well done to the Jarvis crew. It is Lachlan Evanet winning this race by 5 seconds over Jared Hughes, Alice Buckley, Ben Gomersall, Diesel Thomas, Clay Richards, Paul Morris in the number 67, Hayden Jackson, Brendan Madden, and Tom Davies rounding out your top 10 cars here at QR this weekend. And with Brock Payne, Lee Stibbs, Denny Reedy, Robbie Farr, Josh Thomas, Graham Cheney, Des Collier, Mark Crutcher, Brett Gartner, and Aaron Prosser, your top 20 cars here for the TFHI TA2 Muscle Cars Series presented by Marantimo. And Stephen Wilson, Paul Hadley, Connor Roberts, Glenn Herbert, Tim Blanchard, and Josh Webster, sadly, out of this race, along with Tim Blanchard and Glenn Herbert. So what an absolutely amazing TFHI TA2 Muscle Car race, and the highlights show it all. And it was an alright start, actually, from Hughes. He got into turn 1, he led, and a big sideways moment further back for the 33 Mustang. Getting real sideways. This was the change for the lead. Evanet around the outside at turn 6. Pulling that move quite nicely. Side by side, these two for 2 whole laps around this circuit. Doing absolutely amazing to keep a hold of that. And then we saw a car off the road and on the gravel. Pick up all the dust and grime and then left that right on the circuit. Luckily, it was off the racing line as well. That was when we came back from the ad break on SBS, but that was quite controversial for that car off the road. And then this was the number 50 Corvette off the road as well, bringing more dust and dirt onto the racing line, as if there's not enough off that racing line there. But in the end, it was the Jarvis team. This car's just been dominant all weekend. He goes 3 in a row on the Hyundai highlights this weekend. It's the Jarvis team winning race number 2.
8.7. We're about a second away from the times of yesterday. The P3 for James Golding down in victory lane. And J-Mac standing by, our third place getter. And what was a very cool race. That'll set the field for the main race.
Alice Buckley for Chevrolet Racing in the Camaro. A third place here in the Driver 1 race. Before we go into the Enduro, not the result you were hoping for. Run us through how it all went down.
Oh yeah, obviously I had to come off the winning streak at one point, and sadly that had to happen today. But yeah, just sorry to the team, made a few mistakes there, and just couldn't get it to unlock. Just had a big lock up there, but yeah, I felt like overall we didn't have the pace that we did in previous sessions, so we'll work on it and come back for the Enduro. We've got a good tyre bank for it, so we're excited.
And starting from a good position nonetheless, yourself and Tim Slade, you'll bring this one home.
Awesome, thank you.
Moving right along into second place. Also, with support, let's go and find him. It's a little bit difficult here. That's everyone. Let's find him. Here he is. He spent all race running away from the competition. Secured yourself second place. Jared Hughes, congratulations.
Hey, thank you, mate. It's it's good to get second. Fortunately for Alice, made a bit of a mistake able to capitalise on, but yeah, still not happy with the Camaro. Unfortunately, we just haven't been able to crack it yet, and then it was a tough race that time. But yeah, good to get second.
Fantastic job. We're looking forward to it. The Enduro, how's everything looking coming into that?
If it's like that, we're gonna have a long race, but we'll see. Yeah, I know I've said it every time. We're gonna go see what we can do after this, but yeah, hopefully we can shoot it up a bit. Otherwise, it's gonna be a long afternoon.
Well, fantastic stuff. Well done. And here he is. World Get On Notice. Lachlan Evanet, your race winner. Congratulations, bringing it home by over 4 seconds. You broke the streak, coming in ahead of Jared Hughes and Alice Buckley. Well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, couldn't be happier. Come home with a race win coming into today. It's incredible, and it's really important going into the Enduro and bank the points and save the tyres. And those last couple laps, I can look back and I can back off a little bit and just save them up. And we'll go through some strategy, look at some tyres, and hopefully make the right choice for the Enduro this afternoon.
Well, the Cam Quarries and Ash Jarvis Racing back to entry were looking good out there. Mr. Golding over there, how are you feeling? You guys are fairly evenly matched in terms of the weight. The strategy should be pretty easy. You guys have been using the tyres well. Who's going to be doing the majority of the stint?
Yeah, we'll probably go back and have a look at the times and data and have a look and see what's best. We'll go through all that, make some setup changes maybe, and just looking at improving on pace and overall, and just keeping it consistent. And the car felt really good there. I can't thank the team at Ashley Jarvis Racing enough. I think it was mint, so looking forward to the next race.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Lockie. That's a great win.
Thank you very much.
Well, plenty of race tape, a few broken panels. There's been non-stop action for you, Brock Payne, and that race was no exception.
Yeah, it's been an up and down weekend for us. It's good to come home 11th in that race. There was, I've made a few mistakes. A little bit disappointed in some of the mistakes I made, but overall happy to finish 11th, considering we had 2 DNFs yesterday, and the car was quite damaged. So shout out to my team who stuck in and got it repaired, and we're back out here today.
Seems a pretty wild overtaking by you. What's the plan for the Enduro? You're starting, you're second, new tyres?
I think I'll be starting. We do have some fresh tyres considering we didn't DNF 2 races yesterday, so that might work in our favour. But hopefully start the race clean, get into a rhythm, and just see what happens.
I think the number 33 will be a card at watching the next race.
James Golding, congratulations. The young gun here, bringing it home to a great result. Give me a rundown on how he operates, young Lachlan Evenet.
Oh, he goes hard, mate. He doesn't muck around. So, yeah, as you said, great job by him. A few issues with the car in the last one, so the boys did well to get it back out. It was last minute getting out to the grid, so credit to them for all their hard work there. And great turnaround. Lockie did an awesome job, settled in at the start and then passed Alice down the outside of turn 4. Awesome move. So, yeah, fantastic job. He's definitely got a lot of talent, so looking forward to sharing the race with him, Savo.
Tell me a little bit about Ash Jarvis. Obviously, he's got a history that goes back quite a way. He's prepped the car that did have some minor vibration issues yesterday. You picked it up, Lachlan picked it up, but it sounded like they got it sorted.
Yeah, it's all sorted now. So, yeah, we had a dip problem yesterday, which we lost a lot of straight line speed and had a lot of temp and a bit of oil floating around in the back end of the car. So, lucky to just finish that race, I think, get some points, and we'll be looking forward to the Savo when everything's going well.
You and me both. Thank you.
Cheers.
Yes, an incredible race there, and it will set the tone for the endurance a little bit later on this afternoon for our TR2 muscle cars. But let's get back into some open wheel action. The Formula V on track right now here at the Hi-Tech Oil Super Series for their 4th race. Dan McCarthy joins me back here in commentary, and I'll tell you what, they put some exciting racing on so far.
They certainly have, and there's been drama already. McDonald, he won a race yesterday. He's been right in contention for victories all weekend long, but he has fallen down the back of the field. His hand was raised out of turn number 1. It's clearly some mechanical issue with that car. He has fallen to the back of the field. That's real disappointment for the man who's been in great form the last couple of rounds. Won 3 races in the last 2 rounds, but his weekend, it appears, has come to an early end. Kinsella has broken away early on over a second margin over Daniel Reynolds, and it's been those two that have been the front runners in this series the last couple of years. But it's been good to see these 2 cars going with them this weekend. Porter and Haydeman, they've been really challenging. We've had some real photo finishes this weekend. The first 2 races, Manny, separated by just 0.06 of a second. It was 4 wide across the line in race number 2 yesterday.
Yeah, it seems to be what we expect from these open wheel races, a very even format in terms of the power to weight ratio. The tyres start to slide around, so it's really a driver's category if you want to get into it. The cars do so much, but they can be either really good at the start of the race or really sliding around really loose at the end of the race. So, you know, the drivers have to take that into their control as well and wait for their opportunistic moments. Not so much aero on these cars as they go down the main straight, is there? Which means that they're not going to really push those body shapes down. You can see it heavily under braking there as the nose comes right down to the bitumen. A lot of smoke from these little Volkswagen engines. It's just what sometimes they like to do when they're wound right up, and they've been hard on them, bordering 3rd position with a purple sector now, sector number 1. So very fast to start this lap of the race.
Yeah, it didn't look good, did it, from the Harriet machine. Matthew Harriet, Queenslander, in his Polar MD 0501. Oh, mistake, running wide there for Reynolds. They're now 3 wide as it results into the final corner. He does have the inside line, and the high ground as there's a lock-up directly behind him from Porter, who was, I think, a bit caught out with how early Reynolds was on the brakes. They're still side by side on the main straight. This time, though, is fully positioned behind. This is good racing. They just about stayed away from clipping any wheels, and they are continuing to circulate. But with that mistake or off-track excursion anyway from Reynolds, the margin is blown out now to over 2 seconds. And in Formula V, it's all about toes, it's all about slipstream. And when you've got a 2-second margin, you're almost out of that drafting window. So that is great news for Kinsella, the 4-time champ, leading the way early in this one. Here comes Haydeman, late in the brakes, down through the gearbox, up the inside at the turn 3 hairpin. Another national champion, and it looks like he's got the nose ahead, but he's on the wrong side. The 2 left-handers here at QR, but look at this.
with the toe of both of them. Porter has come up the inside, and he now moves up into second position. This is classic Formula V action.
Great racing action out here for the Formula V's. Had a look at that AASA leaderboard. Kinsella in first line, Porter, Reynolds, Hedeman, Beeswick, McPhail, Listen, Harriet, Lawrence, and Beswick to round out our top 10 as we get another move down the inside there. And Hedeman will take a big dive and move up into second position. Reynolds back in third, and all this time Porter just sitting in fourth position, waiting for a moment. Like you say, it's not just about getting the toe. These cars wind up. You really need to be smooth out there. Continually get through these laps. You can't have the car slide too much. You don't want it where the car starts to nose over on the power because you're turning so hard. And have a look at Porter in the background. He doesn't know which way to go.
We've had 3 different people sitting in position number 2 in the last 3 corners. And look who's joined the fight now. The number 26 of Alexander Besic has also joined it as they go down the back straight. 2 by 2, Noah's Ark style towards the turn 3. Happy are we going 3 wide? Yes, we certainly are. Can't quite do 4 wide. I think that's simply because the track's not wide enough. And what if they could? Through turn 3 and on the power. Who's got the best run? I imagine those 2 behind in the toe be looking left, looking right, down towards turn 4. J-Mac, what's your thoughts on this?
Reynolds did a really good job to manage track position on the way into turn 4 there and leave the 3 behind him to scrap it out and potentially catch a wheel. That's one thing that I haven't really seen an awful lot of this weekend. The Formula V has been open wheeler. That's just very easy for them to lock wheels if they start to get a little bit too gregarious with any passing manoeuvres. Here we go, 3 wide on the run into 6. Heavy on the brakes. It's almost getting tangled up. Look at him rotate. Big handful of option lock for the 44 of Henneman as they tag the hubs. It's going to be close. It's a drag race across the finish line, and we are still 9 minutes left on this race.
Yeah, the intensity is already at 1,000,000%. And as you say, we're nowhere near the halfway stage even. This vigorous fight has allowed Reynolds to break away or sideways there for Haydeman, who's got it back on the road, but as a result he's relinquished third position back to Porter. It changes every time you blink your eyes. It's changing that quickly at the moment out there. This is some awesome racing here at Queensland Raceway down the back straight. Here we go again. 2 wide, potentially 3 wide into the braking zone. Who's going to be last for the late breakers? It's going to be Porter that's going to hold on ahead of Besic, who's got through on Heidemann, or has he? Heidemann can keep the nose there. He will have the inside. Look at the camber on those high wheels.
Yeah, Besic looked to try and put a move down through turn 3, had to relinquish track position, and this has meant that he is tacked onto the back for position 5, right behind Hedeman. Hedeman trying to catch up to the gearbox of Porter. On the run up into 6 now. Porter looking good. Last lap was just having a look somewhere in the order of a 126. Here we go, heavy on the brakes here as they are nose to tail across the finish line. It will all be about that toe. Look to see who makes the move first. Will it be Hedeman or Beswick?
Look at Reynolds. He pulled all the way to the inside. He didn't want to give those 3 any kind of toe behind. So wise thinking from him to pull over, because as you say, these cars, they're pretty low powered. As the name suggests, Formula V, VW engine underneath them, and they're pretty low powered, and it's all about momentum. A bit of a signal there from Porter to say, yeah, come on through.
Adjusting the mirror.
Oh yeah, well spotted. Well spotted. I thought he was saying, come on through, I botched my exit, but he didn't seem to botch his exit at all, so mirror adjusting. Nevertheless, despite that, through again comes Hedeman.
Yeah, Hedeman again, big handfuls of opposite lock through turn 3. He's going to hold off the exit there. With Beswick really going out, taking a bite out of that short track transit road. Here we come, the run into 4 now. The running order looks like this. Kinsella out in first over Reynolds, with Porter in 3rd, Hedeman in 4th, and Beswick rounds out your 5. This is the number 35 machine on screen now. That's your race leader, Kinsella. Also owns the best lap, the 125.42. Reynolds in hot pursuit in 2nd place. And I have to say, Beswick and Porter are just going toe to toe, lap after lap.
certainly are. They come across the line once again, side by side, back up the inside. Comes Porter. He's making his way through on the number 26 machine, the Queenslander. Of course, this is an Australian round, but there's a lot of Queenslanders a part of this field this weekend. The usual suspects are at the front: Kinsella, Reynolds, Porter. McDonald would have been had he not retired on the opening lap. But there's a few Queenslanders, some real wild cards thrown into the mix that's really spicing up the action this weekend.
Let's have a look. The move goes down on the run into 3. That will be Porter on Beswick. Beswick gets it out of 3. Now looking back to McFarlane and Harriet. Little bit of smoke coming out there. I know these Volkswagen motors are a little smoky, but that seems to be a little bit excessive, Dan McCarthy.
I agree. I do agree with you there. That is definitely smoking more than you would expect. There was a lot of smoke coming from Daniel Reynolds on Friday in qualifying. He seemed like more of a steam train than a Formula V machine, and those cars behind couldn't probably see where they were going, to be honest, but that seemed to affect his qualifying performance, to be honest. So smoking a V normally doesn't mean high pace, shall we say, but he's going all right at the moment. It's just smoking occasionally, isn't it? It seems to me under load, either under brakes or under acceleration.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a big puff all stuff, almost like he's grabbed the gear and it's just pulling a little bit past the valve stem seals, but all speculation, and we'll wait and see how it all pans out. Kinsella up to a handy lead, 5.4 seconds, and on screen now, battle for 4th and 5th. Isn't even for a major placing, Dan.
That's right. It isn't, but it's all about round honours where they're going to finish overall, and it's been really tight all weekend. These guys have always been fighting each other, and we've had so many side-by-side finishes, I should say, in the V's this weekend, as we've always seen. Let's not forget, we called the race at Sydney, the last round of this championship, decided by 1/10,000th of a second.
Yes, that was definitely one to look at. For those that aren't too good with the decimal system, that's going to 4 decimal places. Most timing systems stop at 3.
Yes, we needed that last decimal place, didn't we? It was quite crucial to determine the outcome of that race as they hit the little strip once again, the little run towards turn 6.
All big move shaping up around the outside. Can Porter get it done on Henneman? No is the answer. Has Porter broken the back of Beswick? Or will he be able to get the number 26 up onto the gearbox? Look at it, Henneman trying to get out and make life difficult, not create it so at all. You see him jinking over the track, and it looks like the move will be done before turn 1 down.
Yeah, absolutely. Through he goes on the man that just set the fastest lap of the race. That just shows how important a toe is. The fact that number 44 set the fast lap of the race, but before turn 1, he's lost that position. So back to 4 for Heidemann. I note that Kinsella also set an absolute blinder on the last lap as we changed position once again on the strip towards turn number 3. Back up inside comes Heidemann, so more sideways again.
Oh no, problems. That's only McDonald in the 51 machine.
That's the car that came to a stop on the opening lap. Couldn't quite tell who it was from the overhead. I don't normally see a Formula V from on top. So that was McDonald. What a shame for him. He's been really good though this season. He's shown real promise, real great performances throughout the season. Yeah, okay, the result's not gone his way in this race, but overall again, another fantastic round for him.
Just seeing a brilliant defence from Porter on Henneman through the turn 4-5 complex up into 6 now. This trio still tightly packed as ever, separated by only half a second.
These 3 fighting have allowed Reynolds to get away, and away by quite some margin. He's 4 seconds down the road now. If you remember on the opening laps, it was Reynolds that was fighting these guys, and that's allowed Kinsella to pull away. To give you a comparison of how much of a margin that is, the first 3 races of the weekend were all decided by less than 600ths of a second. And this one, and now with a 6-second lead, Kinsella over Reynolds. That just shows how important the slipstream is. If you break away from the slipstream, you can quite convincingly take a win.
It's not a bad bad conversion rate, going from gaps of 600 a second to 6 seconds.
6 seconds, exactly right. As the jostling for position continues for third position on the road. Importantly though, Porter will be really wanting this third position. We said about these Queensland wildcards coming in this weekend. Porter needs to finish third, close to his championship rivals Kinsella and Reynolds. If Haydeman or Bezic get in the way of that, that's just costing him points in the championship.
Tell you what, Kinsella, Nicky Gracie out there, a beautifully turned out machine, now drawing up onto the back of lap traffic. Butler and the number 65 entry for the checkered flag. Kinsella.
Oh, here we go. It is going to be a back race to the line for third. Who's in front at the moment? It's Haydeman. But is he going to be pipped at the line? No, not quite. Across the line, the three of them come separated by just a 10th and a half. Third to fourth, the margin just 100th of a second. A typical Formula V ending there, J-Man.
Best weekend, Lawrence back for 9th and 10th, duking it out. It's a drag race to the finish. Has Lawrence got anything in the bag? It's do or die. He moves out and will be half a car length back. The number 27 grabs 9th position by 0.07 of a second.
That's huge compared to some of the numbers this weekend, isn't it? Here then are the official results. Kinsella taking it comfortably ahead of Daniel Reynolds. What a race though for third. It was Haydeman that came out on top. Then Curtis Porter and Alexander Bezic. Then we had McFall, Harriet, Lisson, Adam Bezic and Lawrence rounding out the top 10.
Chris Bean brings it home in 11th with Robertson, Westerhood, Lisson and Ridstein rounding out your top 15. There was James Cornford, Adrian Taylor, Peter Butler, Alex McDonald and Morris Park for your top 20.
Well, there was certainly a lot of highlights in that one. It's a very even jump on the front row of the group. We saw a bit of smoke there from Daniel Reynolds as the lights went out. But straight away, Kinsella was able to break away as those behind jostled fourth position. This was one of the notable moments early on with Harriet right in the thick of the action. But this was a fight for second position. Haydeman, Reynolds and Porter. That fighting then allowed the next car to follow in as well on Bezic, the number 26. There was a bit of contact midway through the race, but other than that, they kept it clean.
Yeah, that was really the only incident that marred the entire race. Aside from McDonald pulling off the infield there later on. There was some bang-up battles, this one between the 65 and the 35. That was at the back of the field as our winner crosses over. And man, oh man, Formula V, I have to say, open wheel, I have a newfound appreciation for them, Dan.
Yeah, you said at Sydney, didn't you, how much you enjoy calling their races, and they just deliver week in, week out, wherever they are, whether it's the Victorian Series, the Queensland Series, or the National Series. Great respect between Kinsella and Reynolds as always. The multi-time champs shaking hands. And Mel, you're down there with our race winners.
Well, we seem to have lost P3, but P2. Daniel Reynolds, you really had to fight for that one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Michael got a good jump and I kind of got balked slightly by Alex and it just gave Michael enough, but yeah, it became a fight for second for a while until I managed to get a break.
I mean, as always, non-stop action in the Formula V, it's different car on every lap, but you just pulled away a bit at the very end.
Yeah, that's what it's like around tracks like this. If you can't get a bit of a break, it very quickly turns into a big train, but luckily I found a moment to kind of get half a lap to build a bit of a gap, and from there it was just managing the pace because I was never going to catch Michael.
Another podium, congratulations.
Yeah, that's it. No, big congrats to Michael, and yeah, thank you for Queensland putting up a great meeting.
Thank you. And our winner, Michael Kinsella. Once you break the toe, it's hard for them to get anywhere near you, isn't it?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. I thought it'd be another bit of pack racing like the other races, but I'm not sure what happened on the start. Got 50, 60 metres and then just kept hitting my marks and put in some consistent lap times and pulled a gap.
I mean, it was all going on behind you as usual, but you were just miles out in front and kept on building on that gap. So great end to the great weekend and more points for your championship.
Yeah, it was a great weekend, a few wins, and look forward to the next round. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, brilliant action in the Formula V Australia Series. We're going to take a quick break. Round 4 of the High-Tech Oil Super Series. We'll be back on the other side of this with the endurance race for the Innovation Race Cars.
Well, welcome back here to the High-Tech Oil Super Series. Time to get the Innovation Race Cars back out for their 4th and final race of this 2-day event here in Queensland. 15 minutes to get through, yes, 5-0. 10 cars out on track, and we've seen some interesting things happen. Jeff Tauten, who was a big name there, leading the championship after yesterday. Well, now he's got Jeff Emery, who's in front of him. Jeff Tauten's got a little bit of a help to get pushed off the track there during race number 3. So wait and see how that unfolds. Let's catch up, though, with one of our competitors, John Goodacre. They'll put up with him earlier this weekend.
We are down in the Innovation Race Car pits with John Goodacre. These are fantastic cars. You've driven a lot of things in the past. What is it about these that you love so much?
Just the cost effectiveness and the performance and handling of this. Pretty sensational. It's up there with Porsche sort of handling and performance and at a cheaper rate. It's good for us older blokes to get in and have a bit of fun, and yeah, it's a good category, building up slowly. It's got a few cars here this weekend, I think 7 or 8, which is great. There's a couple more being produced at the moment, so we're hoping to get a few more up on the grid over the next few months and next year especially.
And you've been here since the beginning. This weekend is an endurance round. The last round was here as well, of course, and it didn't go so well for you on the Saturday, did it?
Oh no, it was okay in the end. Had a bit of a bingle with on turn 1, which damaged the front of the car pretty extensively. But the fantastic design of these cars allow you to pull the front clip off. We've had a support truck, a spare one, so we put a new front clip on it. The boys worked overnight. We got a lot of help from a lot of the other teams, you know, on the spanners that give us a hand. The truck had all the parts available, ready to go. So we got it back up and running that night and back onto the track the next day. So
yeah, and the camaraderie, just everybody jumped on board to help, didn't they? And you all hang out and have a good time. Like, we were amazed to see the car roll past for the next race.
There was a lot of tape on it that you couldn't see on the telly.
And she's got a new dress on this weekend, nice new livery, looking fantastic.
Yeah, so after the round, we obviously took it back to the workshop, stripped it down, and because we hadn't placed a number of parts, we decided to put our new delivery on it, which we sort of designed up over the year. We're just waiting for the right time to do it, and it was the right time, so we put the new livery on. It looks pretty great. Yeah, I only saw it myself yesterday, so.
There's got to be a 10th or 2 in looking good as well. What are your expectations for the weekend?
I don't know. It's really, really competitive out there. The cars are so equally matched, and that's the great thing about the Innovation Race Car Series. They're all controlled cars, so there's no one can do any tricky bits or bodge anything up. So it's a really controlled series. It's very competitive. Hopefully I'll get in the top 3 at the end of the day if we can.
Well, you've had a race victory already this year. This is an endurance weekend, so 2 50-minute races. Are you a bit tired at the end?
Extremely tired at the end. I haven't done the endurance round yet. I missed the last one due to business commitments. So I did a lot of racing in New Zealand last year in a 1-hour series, so we did pretty well on that. So hopefully we extend that over here in Australia.
Well, fantastic cars to watch, fantastic racing, and we can't wait to see you out there.
Great, can't wait to see myself either. Thank you.
Always smiles.
Here we go for the improved production. Not the improved production, the I can't remember what they are. I can't remember. I genuinely can't remember what these cars are called.
As he said, he probably would be a little bit higher had he done the round earlier on at Sydney.
Oh, there we go. Innovation Race Cars. There we go. Innovation Race Cars. Here we go, though, for the Innovation Race Cars. 50-minute race still to come. And we have Jeff Taunton and Jeff Emery, of course, on the front row of the grid. Jeff Taunton has got a bit of a race to do here today. As we take a look at your grid, Jeff Emery on the front row of the grid, as I just said a few moments ago. Jeff Taunton in second, James Parker, Axel Donaldson, Adrian Flack, and John Hollinger, Brian Finn, Paul Gregory, Andrew Lethead, and Todd O'Brien in 10th position. Of course, the leader in the IRC is Jeff Emery, and then the leader in the Mark II cars is Axel Donaldson as well. So I think there are 3 classes to the improved production series, or the Innovation Race Cars, whatever you would like to call them. But the improved production cars are going to put on a stunning show. The second Enduro this week, and we had a race this morning. Race 2 was one of the Enduros. Race 1 and 3 are the sprint races here this week. And Matt Cavinger and Dan McCarthy up in the World Feed commentary box. I will be taking this race for today. It's going to be between Jeff Emery and Jeff Taunton on the front row of the grid. We've got 50 minutes of racing still to come. What will happen? Well, that's the good thing. We have absolutely no idea. The lights are on, the lights are out, and we go racing for the improved production cars. What an absolute start for Jeff Emery, as Jeff Emery and Jeff Taunton side by side into turn number 1. Can they keep it that way? Yes, they can. What a start for Jeff Emery and Jeff Taunton. They won side by side on the Exeter 2. Who's going to have the straight line speed as the braking zone for these 2 marked cars. Taunton trying to run it around the outside. He's going to keep it there. Gilson is in behind him. He's going to look for a little bit of a move as well. He's going to be late under brakes here. Jeff Emery. Taunton's late under brakes. And he gets the move done. So Taunton will lead here on lap 1 of the IRC and invited race cars. Oh, they're off the road. They're both off the road. Lock up for Jeff Emery. And it's a big accident. Big accident for Jeff Emery. He has clobbered the drainage. There's a big drainage pipe there, and he's clobbered it, went straight over, and that car will have substantial floor damage, substantial vibration, and wow, that's big. Taunton's back to 6th. He missed the big drain pipe that was sitting practically in the middle of the road, and Emery's just gone straight over the top of it. Oh, so Taunton got sideways, then Taunton got sideways, then Emery slid sideways, and bang! Straight over that. What? That looked to be a dirt pile, more or less. It didn't seem like it was a drainage system. It looked like it was a massive dirt pile. But now Gilson will lead this race by 1.5 seconds. And now Taunton has a lot of work to do here in this race to get himself back up there. And in this fight for the lead. But that was a substantial hit there for Jeff Emery. And sadly, he will be out of this race. Of course, there is a compulsory pit stop in this one. Everybody will have to do a compulsory pit stop. The 7:02 of Gilson leads this one by 1.9 seconds. And Jeff Emery is out of that car. Look at the splitter damage on that left-hand side. Absolutely destroyed. And I think this left front suspension is gone off that car as well. Jeff Emery is out of this race. Taunton's still in. He's got 11 seconds to the good of Gregory. And then O'Brien, Finn, Hollinger, Flack. Adrian Flack up there in P3. What a start. Up 3 spots. Donaldson and Gilson. Donaldson and Flack at the moment battling for 2nd spot. Of course, Hollinger, the leader of the Mark II category at the moment in the number 23. We're only 2 minutes into this race. What a start. Gilson covering to the outside, keeping that outside line nice and healthy for himself and keeps that position. So Donaldson keeps it over Flack and Gilson leading by 3 seconds.
Suspension damage on the left-hand side, judging by the amount of attention that is getting. It potentially looks from this angle that there is a bit of toe out on the left-hand side compared to the front right. So we'll wait. We'll try and get some more news from our Pillar reporters out there very, very shortly. And we've still got 42 minutes remaining. Very, very early moments of this race already. A lot to unfold. And last time out, we didn't see any penalties thrown. So we'll wait to find out if that is going to happen. The pit lane was not open. That's damage on both those vehicles as they go side by side almost. Donaldson going very wide to try and get the drive out of that corner. And the Axel Durr's moving entry. Doing a fantastic job to hold off a very fast Flack. We've seen the difference in the 2 Flacks when they came in last time. The driver changed when the tyres start to pull down. It just takes a moment to get their car back up to speed. Gilson firing along at the moment with a purple sector number 1, 23.64 seconds. I tell you what, that is very fast. The 110 already out there. If we see a 109 in race pace, we know they are on, especially considering it's a 50-minute. But let's head down and find out what's going on with all that damage in pit lane with Bill Price.
Well, it has been a rough and tumble Sunday in IRC, hasn't it, Jeff Emery? And there were definitely no winners in that one.
Definitely not. Obviously, Jeff came in a bit hot there and couldn't hang on to it between 4 and 5 and wasn't sure whether he was staying on and going off, and he went off and he came back on, and then obviously I received
hit in the right front there, and then I broke my steering, and then I found out there's a new ditch in the middle of the track over there with a big drain on it.
Yeah, wow, it was a bumpy road. You were airborne at one point.
Yeah, I think my head hit the roof. I went that high, to be fair. I've never actually been so high in a race car before, but yeah, that was an interesting ride.
Yeah, well, both cars now parked up in the pit, so as I said, no winners this time for the championship leader, P1 and P2.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Like, I'd really like to finish around. I might have half a chance of winning if I can actually keep the wheels on it.
Well, there's always next time, I guess. Tough luck.
Hopefully round 5. So we've had 4 rounds so far with tyre failures and all the other stuff. So hopefully round 5 we might actually finish it.
Fingers crossed.
Well, there we go. Jeff Emery with some tough words there. But here's our leaderboard at the moment. Gillis are leading over Flack, Donaldson, Hollinger, Finn, O'Brien, Gregory, and Lane. And our 8 cars still left on track. Bit of a short break. Don't go anywhere. Well, the fight continues though. Black has got past Donaldson for that second position now. Gillis is still leading, and you can see down there Jeff Taunton. He's pretty upset, I think, as well. It's a pretty tough moment there. He unfortunately came off in race number 3 as well. And he won't be happy, even though they rejoined that race. There's a lot of points missing down that championship.
Certainly is for both parties. Both of our championship contenders are out of the race. That means advantage to this man on the screen right now. He led the championship coming in after being consistent for all the first 3 rounds. He lost the lead to both of them yesterday, but he's going to get it back here today if he can hold where he is at the moment. That's just the way Innovation Race Cars has been this year. It's been all about consistency, and he has been very, very consistent. Let's not forget, he had spun in yesterday's race after contact with John Goodacre, and then he spun on the final lap as well in the race earlier on today, but he's been able to still collect the points despite a couple of spins, and that is why he is 3rd in the championship and could very well retake that lead at the end of this race. But at the moment, he has the Mark II Mustang directly ahead of him of Axel Donaldson, who's been driving immaculately this week, and I've been so impressed with him in the older model car. To be driving the way he has been a real show of speed and what a talented driver he is.
Yeah, John Hollinger, the Victorian, trying to get back in the championship lead now. So they're talking to him on the radio, not sharing any driver duties, so he's going to do the full 50 minutes. So coming for that minimum pit stop. Get a chance to maybe grab something to drink, get the car up, check it over, potentially take some tyres. I'm quite sure if they're going to need to do that for John Hollinger, but this race now changes for him. It's not necessarily about going out there with outright speed. It's about just looking at one position at a time. Whether you can just move up that field slowly, maybe get onto a podium finish, but really taking those points of Taunton and Emery, who look like they are not going to rejoin this race. Emery, I'd be surprised if he rejoins the race at all. Taunton potentially, depending on what the suspension damage is, whether they try to fix that here. It's just a steering arm or a control arm or something like that. That is definitely something they can potentially do down in pit lane. Where the team really want to try and get that car out and take the risk either, because we'll wait to see too whether we're going to be dished out any penalties from that incident as well. So haven't seen any of that come up from our race control either. As we have a look at this gorgeous car that Black is driving at the moment, it's really stood out in the Innovation Race Cars. We started at round number 1, we saw this car. It is bright in the sunshine. No, you can't miss it anywhere. A bit of a crowd favourite when you see the photographers down there in the pits as well. Now looks like they're coming around, just getting on the back of Layhead, and they may get him to go a lap down at the moment. 7 laps in the books for Innovation Race Cars. Gillison leading this one over Flack, Donaldson, Hollinger, Finn, Gregory, O'Brien, and Layhead. Unfortunately, John Goodacre, quite sure what happened to that car, was out in race number 3, finished the race. Did not see him take the grid in race 4.
Yeah, real shame there. The local search car leading the way with their margin of 6 seconds out in front.
Coming out of the main straight as they complete lap number 8. It's 50-minute endurance race. We're just over 10 minutes in. Starting to spread themselves out. You can see some of the Mark 1, Mark 2 cars a little bit off the pace, but I tell you what, definitely is for Donaldson in the Mark 2 car, isn't he? Very fast in the 111, and that incident earlier unfortunately takes the Taunton Emery car out, and the man who's down there having a chat about what's going on, J-Mac.
Well, I'm going to butt in. It's the two Jeffs that keep coming together. Jeff Taunton, we already had a chat with Jeff Emery. While he's right here, do you want to give us your rundown of what happened down there?
Ready? No, we raced hard, but yeah, I must admit I had a big tank slapper coming out. And I was all over the place and trying to gather it up, but I know he's there and I ain't giving in to him. So yeah, we're still balling. Yeah, there's only so much slap stuff.
So it looks like a broken LCA on the car, and you weren't wanting to damage the car.
It just broke the linkage to the upright. But yeah, it's a half an hour fix. It's not worth worrying about. But hey, it was good for half a lap.
In the meantime, Jeff Emery found Tony Quinn's new ski jump that he had installed recently. I think we might need to go back to the drawing board on that one, guys.
It was definitely a jump. He got airborne. I thought it was a stunt show potentially.
I've not seen something like that in quite some time, but great that Jeff's all right with that impact. But out on the circuit at the moment, looks to me like Donaldson has gapped Hollinger. He was all over him just a little while ago. So Flack is now in position number 2, and Hollinger now the one behind Donaldson. This is a really intriguing race because all of our front runners are ones with the 2 drivers, so we are going to see driver changes at the pointy end of the field. Gillison will hand over to New Zealander James Parker, and the Flacks will change as well. We currently have Damien Flack behind the wheel, but speaking of, we've got a spinner, and it's the number 20 of Damien Flack. Just as I'm talking about him, I was about to say he'll hand over to Adrian Flack later on in the race, but he himself has spun at turn number 4. Fortunately, it appears to be a harmless spin, but that's really costly because he was running nicely in position number 2. That's no longer the case. Down to position number 5, losing out to Donaldson, Hollinger, and Brian Finn, who today is returned to the track after a incident yesterday. Innocent victim, really, in a lap 1 incident. And he's been driving well. He's getting stronger and stronger with every single session after debuting here last round. The regular in the Victorian V8 series, Vic V8s as it's locally known, always driving his VS Commodore multi-time champion. He knows how to drive a rear-wheel drive V8 powered machine, so I'm very confident that he will get stronger and stronger as the rounds go on as well.
Yeah, just getting a feel for the car really, and imagine what 2026 is going to be like for these cars. They keep building them, like we said, a couple of cars already in the build, and many more potentially going to be on order before the end of the year. About a 6-week turnaround from the time the deposit is paid to the time they churn out one of these fantastic GT style cars. So there's going to be a lot more to unfold over the next coming years for the Innovation Race cars, but we've got some reporters down there in pit lane to find out what's going on down here for Price.
So Adrian Flack getting ready for his stint in the car. We just saw Damien have a little bit of a spin. He's been kicked out now for being naughty.
Yeah, we'll talk about that one later, I think. Got a great start, and he's doing a really good job, so I'm not sure what happened there, but we've still got a bit of time to try and pull that back, so anything can happen from here.
You got a few more cars in front of you to get through this time.
Yeah, it'll be eyes on, but we'll see what happens by the end.
You get ready, thank you.
Well, the good news is that Damien's put his anger to good use, and he's just gone purple in sector 1 and a PB in the final sector as well. So he's recovering well from the spin anyway. Yeah, okay, he's lost a lot of ground, but he's back on it, focused, reset, and setting some blinding lap times. He's just as he crosses the line, gone PB on that last lap. Now 1 minute 10.7, and that's comfortably faster than all 3 of those ahead of him. Only Daniel Gillison out at the front of the field is faster. So Gillison continues to stretch his lead lap upon lap. The margin now out to 11 seconds, or very nearly anyway, as we focus on Finn coming around the final corner. Just coming back to that point with all the spin and the drama and everything, I moved away from the point, but the 7:02, the race leader, Gillison will hand over to James Parker. In the flat car, Damien will hand over to Adrian. You don't have to have a second driver in these endurance races. It's an optional thing to do, but it's an incentive to invite your mate to have a go, because you never know that
you know, he might get interested, he might want to join the series himself. It's a good way to get some other drivers as part of Innovation Race Cars.
Yeah, share the costs as well. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's right.
Standalone driver, they can actually share the costs on these vehicles, do a lot of buy-off between them. They can take alternate rounds. We do, even in our sprint rounds, if they're not worried about chasing a championship, they can actually take teams to ride the car as well. They don't have to ride multiple races on a sprint format weekend either. As Gillis in the commanding lead, 11.1 seconds out in front. But John Hollinger, it's been comfortable for him. He's really having to work hard now to get back in the lead of this championship in terms of just a little bad luck here this weekend. A couple of spins in the car, drop back down into third position in the championship. But at the moment, with Thornton and Emery out, he'll be likely to take that lead back over. Just needs to get through this period, to get through the pit stop strategy. Doesn't need to change drivers out there, so he's very comfortable out in front. Here's the other, the X3 moving entries there, the 777 of Gregory getting around a little bit further back in the field, probably not where he's been around here, Paul Gregory. He's just been doing those consistent times at the moment, and that's one of the Mark 1 cars as well, so slightly different speed for him.
Yeah, so there's 3 Mark 1 cars here this weekend, all of which are focuses. There were other ones designed, the Mazda, that was a popular one.
Mazda here this weekend?
They're making me check.
Oh, no, you never know then. Want to keep you on your toes.
I believe they're all
But yeah, you're right, there's a couple of body shapes.
Absolutely, so we've seen that battle for position number 2 as they come across the line. So a bit less oomph underneath the bonnet. So 5-litre V8 Coyote Ford engine, 550 brake horsepower. So around 100 less horsepower as they are really fighting. Leith then has just gone down a lap, letting our race leader through. Gregory continues to lead the way in the class, the 777 machine, heading down to turn 3. So these cars, unlike the more modern machines, the Mark II and the Innovation Race Car, they don't have a flappy paddle gearbox. They've got a good old-fashioned sequential gearbox, like we see, of course, in a modern-day supercar. But they're still very, very fast machines that we've seen run internationally in many different endurance races. They're a good, reliable, quick package, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're not too far off some of these later model Innovation Race cars either. They only even have 1 second a lap sometimes. They get around here at Queensland Raceway over the 3.1 3-kilometre track. Where they really are at an advantage is some of our smaller tracks. Lincoln Motor Race Office doesn't have massive straights down there. We might see a bit of a null, I reckon, to it our next round. 27th to the 29th of September. That's another 6 weeks away. That could be a track that really brings the Mark 1 cars closer to the Innovation Race cars in terms of performance.
I think it's going to be a really interesting weekend at Mallala Motorsport Park because not only is it new for the Innovation Race Car Series, it's going to be new up and down the lane for every category in the Hi-Tech Super Series. And race there, there's not been a national event at Mallala for, I believe it's 16 years. So we're going to break that duck after over a decade and a half. Will be the first national event there in just over a month's time. So it's going to be new for pretty much everybody. There might be a few elder statesmen, a few veterans in various different categories that may have raced another type of car at the venue many moons ago, but the track will certainly be different in terms of its surface and everything. It's evolved so much over the last 15 or 16 years, so it's going to be fascinating across all categories. It's an equal playing field for everybody.
Yeah, it's definitely going to equalise all the drivers out there, not many of them from South Australia either, so there won't be many drivers that may have seen that circuit previously. Of course, the trucks are well known for going there, aren't they?
Yes, the trucks return there for their opening round of the season after many, many moons away as well, and the crowd on the Anzac Day long weekend was absolutely phenomenal. It really, really was. So it's great to see Mallala being revived, getting back to its former glory, to have 2 great tracks in South Australia, the Bend and, of course, Mallala Motorsport Park. So I can't wait to see national racing televised there after so many years, and you can catch it all with the Hi-Tech All Super Series across the weekend.
Well, Daniel Dillison still leading this one, followed by Donaldson, Hollinger, Finn Flack, Gregory, O'Brien and Lade. Head Taunton and Emery. We can see them up on the screens, but they are retired in the pit lane, as we heard from Jeff Taunton. A lot of control arm damage there. It takes about half an hour to replace. we only have 40 minutes left in the race. They're not going to record a time. They're not going to do enough laps. I won't even make a pit window. So they decided that's all run and done for them this afternoon. We can't be too far away from the pit window opening, actually, as we start to head towards the halfway point of this race. Hollinger really the benefactor out of this moment, though, because came into this weekend leading the championship by slim margins. He comes into the pit lane, and this could be the moment. Get himself maybe a drink, potentially reset the car. I'll have a moment while they sit down there, just be able to take a breath, and then sell himself in for this final stint. 26 minutes still remaining in this race.
So he is the first to come in for his compulsory pit stop. Come to a stop. It's all about the transit time. Can't be under that time, like we've seen in TA2 this weekend, like we've seen in the Australian Production Car Championship as well. So it's all about the pit stop time from pit lane entry to pit lane exit, the transit time. You've got to take, obviously, the pit stop into account, but if you leave before that time has elapsed, you'll be slapped with a severe penalty. We saw it yesterday, didn't we, in the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series. Josh Webster and George Mediki slapped with a 15-second penalty for that infringement, plus the 10 seconds at which they missed the cut by, totaling 25 seconds. And that's the penalty in TA2. It may vary slightly in this category, but either way you look at it, it is a severe slap on the wrist.
Pushes you back through the pack just a little bit, although the Innovation race cars are spread out just a fraction. Johnson's still staying out on track at the moment, not opting to come in and take that pit stop. Donaldson now into the pits, just entered. Hollinger sitting there taking this minimum pit stop time. So Finn will promote himself up into second position, staying out on track. Flack also entering the pit, so we'll see a driver change there, and Adrian will take the wheel as the crew get out of the way very hastily down there. Jumping out of the way, Paul Gregory will stay out on track as well in the 777 by the looks. Just finishes another lap. Layford coming in, O'Brien as well. So we'll just wait and see to make sure that Hollinger gets away nice and clean. Plenty of time there for the drive change. That's what I think is good about this minimum pit stop time as Hollinger just goes by. Is they don't need to rush too much. A little bit of smoke coming off those very, very hot brakes. Not unusual to see that.
That's really awkward, actually. The 67 has come in at a bit of an awkward angle, and I don't think that the flat car will have enough steering lock to make it out behind that car, so they may well have to push the number 20 Adrian and Damien flat car back a little bit. Yeah, there's no way that car's going to make it out with the steering lock, so the number 20 crew will have to take this into account with their pit stop time, because they are in race winning contention. Yeah, okay, they had a bit of a spin, but Adrian has been the faster of the two this weekend, so it's going to be fascinating to see what he can do in the back half of this race, as some of our crews are set to leave. In fact, John Hollinger has returned to the racetrack. He's nailed that, a 2 minutes 2.3. The minimum time in the lane is 2 minutes. Are they going to push the number 20 back, or does it have enough steering lock? Either way, we are about to find out. They're just doing the tyre pressures, as you can see on the front left, putting the tyre pressure down. They are having to push it back, so good heads up thinking there from the team. And the number 20 driving out, Adrian behind the wheel, will have a clear road out of the pits just like that, and he will trundle down the lane. But has that altered their minimum pit stop time a little bit? 2 minutes is elapsing now. 2 minutes 1, 2 minutes 2, 2 minutes 3. That's pretty good, to be fair. It's going to be 2 minutes 5.1 for the flat drivers.
I was holding my breath watching Donaldson drive out, actually, because that was barely 2 minutes and 1 second, 0.0. So yeah, I was watching them drive out going, oh, this is going to be touch and go when they make that minimum stop. And if you're half a second under, that's still under, and you get a little bit of trouble for that one as well. So yeah, very hard, I think, though, for the 67 car just to pull in late here. Just didn't quite have enough room to get the car in. Especially the IRC cars are a little bit longer with the aero on the front, the big wing on the back. It takes up a lot of space there. It is really a full-size sedan compared to some of the smaller cars. Looks like we'll reignite that battle in the background. That's going to be Paul Gregory, actually, just going past Lakehead, who's just come out of the pits. So Gillison still in the lead at the moment with 20 laps in the back. Got a 1.4 lap advantage at the moment. Has not gone into pits. Will take 2 minutes through the pits as a bare minimum, so we'll wait and see when they're going to decide to do that. In the meantime, let's head down to Mel Price in pit lane.
So, Andrew, you've just jumped out of the car, handed over to your son, Tim. He was telling me you'd left him with a little bit more time to catch up than he was planning.
Well, he's 40 years younger than me, so he's just a tad quicker than I am.
So, tell us, how was your first stint?
Yeah, the first stint was good. Really enjoyed that. It was good fun to get in the car and get some laps down.
So, you had a bit of work to do last night to get back here today?
No, the car was all fine after yesterday. We had a few little... We've both been off into the gravel trap for different reasons, so just a bit of cleaning up rather than anything serious.
Oh, well, hopefully he can make up the time he thinks he's missing and give you guys a good result.
Indeed, and hopefully QR won't send me a bill for the gravel.
Thanks.
Well, here with Damien Flack, you've done the driver change. Adrian out in the car now. Little Birdie had a bit of a chat with you and made you aware of the steering angle issues you would have had leaving out. But a good, clean pit stop. You feeling happy?
Yeah, look, I feel like I just let the team down. I've been chasing car all weekend, and they gave me one out there, and I took off. The car was mint. I went past, managed to pass a couple. We had a bit of a tangle at the front. Sat in second and just ran away from the pack. And then, yeah, a bit of a whoopsie into turn 4 and went backwards and watched everyone drive past me.
How do you fancy Adrian out there?
Oh, look, Ames on game at the moment. He's been running over at Super Cup and doing some really good things in Carrera Cup. So he's race fit. He's very good. Yeah, his old brother's a little bit rusty, as you might see. But yeah, overall, we're having a great weekend. It's good fun. Awesome stuff. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, in the meantime, while J-Max had him busy down there, Adrian Flack has an issue now with the local search number 20, and that's very, very slow. And the angle from the car behind we saw up in our screen before almost looked like the car was going along sideways or crabbing as we know it. Now you can see him talking to the crew. There might be some reason for concern at the moment. We might just follow this story for a second.
Yeah, that's crabbing really, really badly. There's something not right at all in the left rear. Demeanour from Damien Flack has gone from relative optimism and positivity to a bit of despair and disappointment as in comes the number 20 machine. Look at it, crabbing along in a straight line. So that car has got a bit of repairs to do. It's been an attritional affair, hasn't it? This one we've lost several over the course of this race. But this is the latest victim. In comes the local search innovation race car. Immaculate livery, but unfortunately something wrong with the left rear, and it looks to me like Adrian might be hopping straight out of the car. Door open immediately. They are having a quick look over that left rear corner. See what the drama is. J-Mac is down there to see what the drama is.
And have a look at some of the arms. There'll be a lot of control arms in terms of how to look how loose it is. Now, I didn't see them change the tyres, but potentially an arm has come loose or snap. Could just be from hitting some ripple strips as well out there. Eventually just hit something a little bit too hard. You see that Michelin's had a fair bit of wear on that tyre as well.
They're such a durable tyre. It's basically the Carrera Cup Michelin tyre that they use, and they do no problem 50 minutes as part of their little endurance cup that they have once around. So 50 minutes is no problem for those tyres. So it's, yeah, that's no problem. So it's something. What I'm trying to say is it's not been a tyre change that's caused that. It's not a loose wheel. It's something a little bit more troublesome than that. No tyres are changed at any point during the.
Well, I'll tell you what, while this all unfolds, we get a bit more information. At the moment, it's Gillis and leading over Donaldson, Hollinger, Finn, Basil, Gregory now in the car, and Flack in the pits. Wait, what's going to happen? Don't go anywhere. And Donaldson, 1 minute behind our leader, Gillison. Has to still take well, it's actually 1.5 laps. We've got about time. That's very good. He has not come into pits though, so Gillison has opted to stay out. I know they'll know that they need to get in there and get that done within. Obviously, Parker's going to be taking the wheel of that. Potentially, they've looked at some of the lap times and said, you know what, Gillison, you should probably stay in the car for this and go as far as you possibly can.
Yes, exactly right. Gillison has been so fast this weekend in not just this, but the Tier 2 Crosscar Series as well. So I can see him performing double duties. Gillison debuted as a solo driver at the last round here at Queensland Raceway. So great to see him return as a co-driver for Parker this time around, the New Zealander. Great to have him a part of the Aussie series here this weekend as he slides it through turn number 1 there, does Gillison. But yeah, exactly, keep him in as long as you can and then hand over the reins. Notably, Donaldson was ahead of Hollinger before the stops. Donaldson with that superb stop that we mentioned, gained 1.5 seconds on Hollinger, but steadily the number 23 Innovation Race car is catching. That margin is coming down. Just a couple of tenths a lap at the moment. Just don't say it though, Hollinger's lost 0.3 of a second, but he was until that very moment catching him by a couple of tenths a lap. So a good battle between this car on the screen, the Axel's earth-moving car, and the car directly behind it. In fact, we've got both of the Axel earth-moving machines together. The teammates, one Mark 1 Mustang and one Mark 1 Focus. So great to have them a part of the series this weekend. And lots of Mark cars are welcome. And speaking to the category founder and owner, really, effectively, Danny Stoddard, he was saying to me, if we have enough Mark cars, we might make a Mark class. So that would be really interesting. But effectively, this weekend, we're calling it as a Mark class. There's been some really good battling in the slower tiered machines. It's being led at the moment by Gregory, though he's about to be lapped here by John Hollinger out there on the circuit. Head down in towards turn number 6. Great heads-up driving there from Gregory. Saw the 23 on the outside, broke that little bit earlier, and slots in directly behind. Over the course of the last lap, Hollinger has got that back down to 1.5 seconds, and has lost 4 tenths in that last second. So back out to 1.9. It's ebbing and flowing, isn't it?
Yeah, between these two, definitely, it's going to be interesting heading to the final few minutes of this race. It's still 15 minutes to go. We have 35 minutes into what is a British race, the Innovation Race cars here at Queensland Raceway. And is that Gillison in the background now? Is just into pit lane. So let's watch and see how long it takes for this pit journey for him. The minimum 2 minutes we're looking for out there at the moment. We'll wait and find out in the meantime. We can see the flat car still up on jack stands. Of course, it's got the air jack system in these later model cars. But we can see now Donaldson leading is over Hollinger, Vic, Basil, Gregory, and Leighton still on track. Let's keep an eye on this Gillison pit stop. And we will see a driver change now. Parker, New Zealander, will get behind the wheel. The Danny Stoddard machine. Well, it was formerly a Danny Stoddard machine. It wasn't that long ago before he's passed the reins over to this one.
I'm sure Danny will be back in a new car again next round.
He likes the new car stuff.
He does. He does.
We don't like the round. We don't like to go away from it. We are hearing a few murmurs up and down pit lane about, always evolving these cars. And there's some fresh and exciting news. Hopefully it'll come over the next couple of months, really, leading into Malala, potentially we'll hear some stuff about the Innovation Race cars and some of the concepts they're working on in the background.
Absolutely, yeah. Always a talking point in Innovation Race cars, always innovating and evolving. And that's one of the great things about this class. Gillison then still has around about half a minute still in the lane. But this car is not going to cover half a lap in half a minute, so it should come out ahead. J-Mac, to you.
Well, a lot of you may not know what this component is. This is a toe link clever, so that helps to keep the diff centered in between the wheels. There's a rod that comes out, connects into this section here, and essentially just keeps everything all triangulated. Unfortunately, a component failure putting the flat car into the pits. The good news is parts were very easy to rustle up here in no time flat, and they are currently getting bolted up to the back of the left rear as we speak.
Yeah, and while that's been happening, a nice pit stop there from Daniel Gillison as well, or Parker, who's just now jumped into the car. A 2 minute, 1 second, 0.77, our second fastest pit stop so far from this group. In the endurance for the Innovation Race cars. That's neat. That'll keep him on track with Donaldson. Only 7/10 of a second difference in the pit stop strategy. Talking about some pit stop strategy, let's get down to Mel Price and find out what's going on.
So Dan Gillison, it is always the plan to bring the car in first place if you can, but let's go back to the start of the race. You would have had a bird's eye view for what unfolded.
Yeah, it was a very good spot to watch those two. They made it more than one quarter this time. They made it 3/4 of a lap. Jeff Taunton had a massive big slide coming out of turn 4, and we all on the brakes. I just about rear-ended everyone, but we all got on the brakes, managed to miss. Emery went up the inside, and then there was contact, and the seas parted for me, so it was excellent, and all I had to do was just drive away from there. So
You've got to love it when that happens as a race car driver's dream. But you've purple sectored and you've been driving fantastic all weekend, and now you've handed over to your co-driver. You're confident that he can bring it home for number 1?
yeah, we'll see how he goes. James has obviously come over from New Zealand. He has an IRC car in New Zealand, so he's used to the car. Never been to this track till Friday, so he's learning it, finding struggles with 1 and 2, but he's getting there slowly. So yeah, hopefully James can have a nice lead. I don't even know how big it is, but bring it home hopefully.
So you're a driver coach as well as a race car driver. So will you be on the radio now coaching him to the win?
No, I won't leave that up to Josh. He's on the radio. He's good on the radio. He's on the radio to me, so gives all the right information. He's an old school racer from back too, so he knows what to say on the radio.
So 14 seconds is your lead. Feeling confident with that?
Yeah, should be pretty good. Hopefully no safety cars, so because there's a few fast guys obviously out there, faster guys. So hopefully at a good enough lead that should work.
Well, if you're a good boy, they might even put your name on the door next time.
Yeah, well, that's up to me. I have to put the name on the door. It was 5 minutes before qualifying 2 that James said, oh, the 50-minute races are fairly long. Do you want to jump in with me? So I said, well, we made it make your mind up now because we're going to go up for qualifying. So he said, yep, jump in, suit on, off we go for qualifying. So
good racing car driver always has their helmet and race suit in the car.
Absolutely. And also doing TA2 here as well with Brock Payne. So yeah, turned out to be doing 1 co-drive with Brock, and now 2 drives, one in an IRC and one in a TA2, so it's good fun.
Popular man, well done.
Thank you, thanks Mel.
Yeah, that's a lot of hard work in Queensland Raceway this weekend, isn't it, from Gillison, and he unfortunately got stuck in that incident yesterday too, that big crash that we saw at the start of the second driver race in TA2 muscle car yesterday, so that probably wasn't where he wanted to be, but he's made up for it in innovation race cars, definitely, and you can tell by the accent, you can take the Kiwis out of New Zealand, but you can't take that accent away.
I knew it was a late entry because he wasn't on our initial entry list, but I didn't know it was 5 minutes before qualifying too. That really is leaving it late, but better late than never because it's clearly paid dividends for the Kiwi James Parker, putting Daniel Gillison alongside of him. It has worked certainly well for him, out there leading the way. When the interview started, his race lead was over 14 seconds. It's about 14 and a half seconds. That's already come down by 2 seconds. So Donaldson is catching lap upon lap. We'll see what the official margin is when they come across the line at the end of this lap. At 1 minute 12.7 for Parker. Donaldson comes around the final corner now. What can he do that time around? A 1:11.1. 1.6 seconds faster. I tell you what, this is going to be pretty close by the end of this race. At that rate, it could be a photo finish.
Probably got about 6 laps remaining in this race as well. Yeah. It's going to get right down. That's going to be 9 or 10 seconds if he keeps lapping at this pace. But that's provided that Parker doesn't slow down at all. Donaldson on a charge at the moment, and I'm sure the crews are doing the maths, and they'll be saying time to push on in the Axel third moving entry. Potentially a win here in the Enduro this afternoon at the Innovation Race Cars. Donaldson will need to get a move on. Hollinger being left a little bit behind by that too because he's dropping back a couple of tenths every lap around as well. So Hollinger will just need to try and keep that pace potentially with Donaldson. If you can do that, you never know. One slight mistake from the car out in front, parking behind the wheel at the moment, could really close this gap down. It's times like these you almost want those yellow lights out there, don't you? You don't want anything to happen to any of the competitors, but imagine what a safety car would do at this point in the race.
Well, the 702 crew couldn't think of anything worse. Donaldson couldn't think of anything better. Depends what camp you're in to whether or not you want the safety car at this point in time. Donaldson flashing the lights, coming down pit straight. He wants the focus to get out the way ahead of him. That's currently got Tim Leithhead behind the wheel. He's saying, just move over, please don't slow me down. I'm in the fight for race victory here this afternoon. We haven't seen a Mark II car take a win this year. It's been all about the innovation race car. So this is really cool to see the margin continues to come down. That was nicely done by Donaldson. It's nice and smooth to the inside, late on the brakes, and he takes the position, or puts down, I should say, the 67 down a further lap. So this is good stuff from Donaldson at the moment, but he has to keep smooth, keep consistent. And the thing as well is, he is dragging John Hollinger along with him. That margin has remained pretty much at the same rate, lap upon lap. So he's not pulling away for second either. So he's having Donaldson at the moment to fight just as much for second as he is a potential race victory. Again, last time through, a 1:12.1 from Parker. What will Donaldson do? Another 1:11.1. Another second take in that lap. Donaldson set the exact same time pretty much to the nearest 100th. It was Parker that improved his time, and that's important. If Parker can keep doing the 1:12.1, that should just about be enough. A second a lap with 6.5 minutes to go. That should be safe. It's if he falls back into the late 12s where he's got to start worrying again.
Yeah, for the first time in a number of laps, it's under 10 seconds now between our race leader and the person on your screen here in the Actions Earth Moving entry, Donaldson. 9.3 seconds as he's cutting that lead down every corner with 6 minutes remaining. This is potentially going to be very, very close across the finish line. John Hollinger not being able to match the pace of Donaldson, who's really changed momentum at the moment. Nurturing those tyres up to the final 10-minute mark where they found out this is within reach. Parker is in the car. Let's see what we can do. Alex Donaldson out of Queensland. The Actions Earth Moving entry. Local tracking from Queensland Raceway. Got lots of experience here. The flags are up. There's a slight breeze across the track. It's not slowing him down. It's not affecting too much of the aero on these cars. A 1:10 now for Donaldson, a 1:10.98, and he has cut a heap of time out, almost down to under 8 seconds the difference between him and Parker in the lead. Parker's going to need to try and retaliate or answer to this. Can he just go a little bit faster?
Let's talk about John Hollinger as well. We mentioned earlier on about the fact he's in title contention. I've just been doing the maths while you've been looking at the action. John Hollinger, if he stays in third position, will reclaim the championship lead by the slender margin of just 3 points. And that'll mean that the top three going into the penultimate round are split by just 10 points. It's been a fantastic inaugural season for the Innovation Race Cars, with those three constantly changing positions into the championship. So they will head into Malala, as it is at the moment, separated by just 10 points. So looking forward to the next round. Hollinger has just been staying out of trouble in this one. He's got faster and faster as the weekend has gone on. I spoke to him just before the race. He said to me early in the weekend he was suffering a bit with understeer. However, he said, I think it's just this track. Yeah, I'm not getting the front tyre temps quite up as much as the others around. Once we're into a stint, I'm matching them, but I'm just losing time initially, either out to the pits or at the start of the race. So he's improved on that as the weekend's gone on. And he's driving it a little bit harder earlier on, and it's paying dividends for him at the moment. But at this point in time, Donaldson is streaking clear. The margin really has come down in the last couple of laps, hasn't it? But I don't think it's going to quite be enough unless there is a mistake from the 702. Importantly for Parker, the Kiwi has nobody in front of him. Look, that is a clear track. The drone footage clearly showing that there should be no lap traffic, I don't think anyway, in the next 3.5 minutes. It's a clean, clear fight between the two of them.
Yeah, talking about how well the Innovation Race Car Series has been in its inaugural all year with the Hi-Tech Oil Super Series, is that as long as one of these front runners, these front two, go across the line, we're going to have 6 different winners across this category in just 4 rounds. So I know they get 4 races per round, but it hasn't been dominated by anyone. They've had rounds where drivers have dominated, but never across the entire series, and this is really going to go for a fight to the finish.
So we've had Emery, we've had Taunton, Goodacre, Studdard, Hollinger, and Gillison winning earlier on today, became the 6th winner, but James Parker, as a co-driver, will become the 7th winner. So it'll be the first time that a duo, potentially, if he can hold on, will take the victory together. But that margin has really shrunk, hasn't it? In fact, Donaldson has just gone PB in Sector 1, and he took 8 tenths in just 2 corners. The first sector alone, Donaldson has taken back 8 tenths of a second. This is a real late race charge here. It's going to depend on where they cross the line, whether we go another lap or whether it's going to be called a lap early. That could very well make the difference here, depending on where the time's going to run out and where they are located on the racetrack.
Now Donaldson can see though that rear wing of Parker. It's really going to motivate him now as they come onto the main straight. That's the last lap board out.
It is.
That looks like the last lap. Flashing the lights. He's really going to have to work hard. Parker shouldn't be under any pressure at this point, but Donaldson's going to flash the lights and try and see if he can do anything to force a mistake there for Parker.
That's crucial though, because he gained 1.7 seconds last lap. The margin is 3.5 or 4 seconds. So if there was an extra lap, he would have been right on him at the end. The fact that it is the final lap might just about save Parker. What a scintillating race this has been. It's gone right down to the wire between these two competitors, both of them going for their first race victories in the Innovation Race Cars. But the 702 at the moment, the IRC car, driven by Kiwi James Parker and his co-driver Daniel Gillison, are looking the goods at the moment. This man has thrown everything at it in his Mark II Mustang. He's flashing the lights, he's trying to do everything to put the race leader off. But James Parker is not going to fall for that one. He takes it nice and steady around the final corner. No error from him. A great drive, a mature one. It's victory for James Parker and Daniel Gillison. What a fantastic race that was. Donaldson coming across the line in second, just 2.5 seconds behind in the end. He'd have been praying for another couple of laps. Hollinger retakes the championship lead in position number 3. And then we wait for Brian Finn. A couple of the lap runners come across the line. Flax did get back out there, notably. Adrian Flack did get back out there, albeit finishing 7 laps down. Brian Finn will get a PB result in the final race. P4 for the former Vic V8 competitor. And then we have our Mark 1 our Mark 1 Focus driver coming across the line to take victory in the class. There he is. That was Gibland in the 777.
So here it is, your Innovation Race Cars, Series Invited Cars, your race results for race number 4. James Parker, what an incredible finish from him. Gillison did a massive stint at the start of this race. The best lap of 1:10.593. And Alex Donaldson, well, that was the sole race for him, 15 minutes. Almost got to the end. It was right down to 2.5 seconds. That was blown out to almost 15 seconds earlier in the race. John Hollinger, who accumulates another bag of points there, will put him back in the lead of the championship at the end of round 4. Well, that's a good result for John Hollinger. He's had a mixed weekend here in Queensland race. That's probably one he's not too excited about, but I'll tell you what, he did come in with a big margin and he leaves with another small margin. He's got to be happy to reconciliate the weekend in this final race and really get it back. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. It didn't take long to get this underway. Jeff Thornton just had the car out of control and Emery come across. They made contact. That hurt some of the steering, and then Emery went for a big jump there, turned that car into a stunt car. Lots of parts of the bodywork falling off of that one, and the wheel was turned in, and that had to go into pit lane and was not going to return. David Black had a moment there where he just turned the car around, and that was just a bit of a brain fade for just a second. Gillison, well, he just powered on, didn't he, in the 702 machine?
Certainly did. The 777 out there of Giblin was the leader in the Mark 1 class and went on to take the win. But this was late race drama. Adrian Flack, now behind the wheel of that machine, had a mechanical problem and sadly had to come into the lane and ended up 7 laps down. But out in front, James Parker brought the car home to take his first victory in the Innovation Race Car Series, sharing the car with Daniel Gillison. And it was a fantastic drive from them. It really was. Fantastic performance. Looking forward to seeing them with our race winners from the final race of Innovation Race Cars.
John Hollinger, congratulations. You find yourself in 3rd place for this race, but back in the top spot for the championship. It's a great weekend.
Yeah, really good. Thanks to the boys. It was a great weekend.
Awesome stuff. I know you're a man of few words, but the car, it was doing well this weekend. Anything you could really pick holes in?
No, nothing at all. It was brilliant in that last one.
Well done.
Thanks, mate.
Well, P2, Axel, hard work, as you just said, doing it by yourself, but sometimes don't you wish there was just one more lap?
Yeah, I can see we're hunting him down, but Gillo, he put it on in a really good, strong position, as he always does. He's a hell of a good guy. Actually, everyone's really good. There was, I think, trying to keep it clean throughout the race was the main thing. A couple of guys spinning off a bits and pieces, but we had some pace. We had some issues. The window fell out and blew my hair about, but that was okay. But we had mechanical issues yesterday, the Gremlin, but we fixed it today, so the car was like a jet. So good thanks to all the team, Stevie, everyone was hell of a work. And Stewie that fell over today and hurt his leg, but anyway, he's all good.
Well, brilliant to see you up on the podium. Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers, everybody.
Dan Gillison and James Parker bringing it home. A fantastic job. The car, not only a jet, but looking amazing as well. Dan, this thing is a monster to drive, isn't it?
Yeah, so they're great cars to drive, these IRC cars. Very easy to drive to for people that have been racing cars for quite a while. They're easy to jump in. 10 laps, you're kind of pretty much on the pace. So good cars to drive. Yeah, and they're fast as well, which is cool.
James, bringing it home, a great result for you.
Yeah, that was all too easy. Dan was miles in the lead and really just had to cruise home, so easy day.
Fantastic stuff. Well done.
Cheers, mate.
Well, the New Zealanders take the victory out here at Queensland Race Round Innovation Race Cars Enduro. It's our final race of the weekend. Not too far away. The Australian Tin Tops race will get on our screens. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Back here at Queensland Raceway for the Australian Super Tin Tops as they line up for their fourth and final race of the weekend. And this is how it's going to start. Stephen Chilby with the win out of the last race. The BMW 36 will lead away from Brent Edwards, who's been dominant this weekend. Corey Gillette on the second row of Peter Wright. Let's see if they can get off the start line. Daniel Natoli was very quick in the Audi TT at the start of the race. Now, Nathan Indanis, well, that's a big improvement from Sydney a couple of rounds ago.
Yes, certainly is. 15 cars in total on the grid for this final race. Look forward to see how this one goes. They are lined up. Front row in the BMWs, Chilby in the Falcon. It's Brent Edwards who is going to win the drag race towards turn number 1. 5 lights are on. They are extinguished and they're underway. Peter Ryder has stalled it once again. They all managed to make their way through though, but once again Peter Ryder has fallen to the back of the field. Natoli in the Audi TT has made a good start. He is up to position number 3. But again, that is race number 2 in a row for Peter Ryder. Sorry, race number 3. He did actually stall it in race number 2 yesterday. So that is 3 in a row for Peter Ryder. He just can't quite get this thing off the line at the moment. Here comes Gillett though. He's got a nice run up the inside on the Audi TT. So as well has Brent Edwards. Nicely done, but he runs in a bit deep. Big weight in the Falcon. Couldn't quite turn on a dime like a little BMW. So change of position there once more with the 226 machine taking up the front running action. So the E36 looking good at this point in time. Gillett has held on to position number 3. So got through Natoli and then Saint up to position number 5 already. Good start from him.
Yeah, well, I think for Brent Edwards, he had to try and get in front of Chilby and be a little bit defensive there. And he knows he has the car set up really early on Chilby. As those tyres start to come up, the temperature will start to eat away and hopefully open up a gap. Well, not hopefully for us, but normally for him, that'll open up a little bit of a gap. Tony Saints now got past Daniel Natoli in the back as well, up into the 4th position. Now he's right chase down Corey Gillett. They got a nice little fight going on. Have a look at Peter Ryder, already up into 6th position, but your heart stops and you hold your breath every time we start this race this weekend, because a lot of things can go wrong when you stall a car like that on the start line. And we big shout out to all the competitors who ended up making it around without contact of that vehicle. That can be very upsetting if someone's run into that. It can cause a lot of drama. Hopefully he'll get his head around that one before we head on to our next round of racing for the Aussie Tin Tops.
He's recovered well. He's already up to position number 6, so he's already got past Dennis Cox, Ricketts, Maris Bull, and Stevenson. A bit of a lock-up for him down there. That was an issue for him throughout yesterday's racing, wasn't it? Lots and lots of lockups for Ryder, but otherwise, apart from that, it's looking all right at the moment. Out in front, though, Chilby has pulled a margin. It's been up and down weekend for him, led much of race 1, retired with a bit of a fuel pressure issue in late on in that one. Came from the back to finish 2nd in race 2. Won the opening race earlier on today, race number 3. Leading the way at the moment. Brent Edwards has been a mark of consistency. I spoke to him prior to the race. I said, do you have anything for the BMW? He said, we just have to put as much pressure on him as early as we can. Hope he makes some silly mistake or something like that. Otherwise, I just don't think no matter what we do at this track, that BMW is just a little bit out of arm's reach.
Very well balanced, a little bit really weird look at BMW as he used in not just circle races. Tony saying, well, he's going out and trying a bit of an off-track excursion. Probably a better place to do than what we saw in Innovation Race Cars. No jumps in that section of the track. Tony saying, we'll just make sure everything is okay on that car. Pulls to the inside, so he doesn't put the dirt on the racing line as well. So wait and see if he rejoins us with a little bit of pace. We saw him retire early from the last race as well, and hit the same area there. So potentially having a few issues for the local guy here, the Queenslander, and Tony hopefully can turn that car around and try and get a result here in this 4th and final race for the Aussie Tin Tops. Chilby still leading this one over Edwards, and now that's out to just 2.5 seconds. Corey Gillett just behind. He potentially could get on the back of Edwards. Ryder's very fast up in P4. Natali's got to watch out. He's watching out for Saint. He got by, but now he's got this back. So Natali after the last round where he had a DNS with an engine issue there where they managed to drop out of the race. They've got that car back up and tuned, ready to go. And a great result for him, especially in the
obviously in the ultimate Tim Tops section there, so leading that bracket there. Michael Ricketts has moved up in the Supreme TT as well, and have a look at the little pulsar up into 7th position for him past Nathan Fidanis.
Very good job from him. He's going to PB in the first couple of sectors as well on this lap, but the next car ahead of him is Saint, and he's 14 seconds further down the road. A little bit of housekeeping since the last race. You may remember, if you tuned in earlier on today, a huge accident at the final corner between Pettit and Helena Maris, and the Falcon and Pettit darting across the infield at the final corner and ploughing into the side of Helena Maris at the final corner into the driver door. Fortunately, Helena, all right, I spoke to her just before, she's absolutely fine. She's back out there in this race. The bar work of that car absolutely did its job, protected her very, very well. She doesn't have a bruise on her, so yeah, she's absolutely fine. The door looks a bit second-hand, but other than that, she's absolutely fine. The same can't be said for the Falcon. Unfortunately, that's not out there in this race. And then the same as well for Dennis Panner. So Dennis Panner, unfortunately, that engine let go on him in the race earlier on today. It's been a difficult weekend for his MX-5s. He said to me, from the moment I set off in the trailer from Victoria, he chipped his tooth when he was putting the car in the trailer. He says it's not got any better from there.
He chipped a couple of teeth, I reckon, on the timing gear or something in that MX-5. I don't know. It's been unlucky 2 cars and he's damaged this weekend as well in fighting to try and get a couple of laps done here at Queensland Raceway. Yeah, Mick Bennett, he was pretty upset with himself there. He said, I'm not worried about my car, I just want to know that Helena was fine. And that was all he was worried about there. But that car sustained heavy damage there, especially in the front left wheel, all the steering arms, things like that. So they were just trying to get that car onto the trailer there to take that home and reassess what's going to happen to that one. But
oh no!
No, Tony Saint off. And is that at turn 3?
I think so.
Looks like it, doesn't it? It sounds potentially, we see some dust there to see whether it's running or has it lost all of its power, because not trying to drive out of there.
Looks to me like it's digging itself a hole, so he's trying to drive it out because it is sunk into the gravel trap in the rear wheels. So that's a disaster. What a difficult day for the RX-7 driver. Yesterday showed real promise, real speed. And I keep saying about that car, when it's fast, when it's reliable, it is up there, it is fast. But unfortunately, due reliability issues and now an off-track excursion, when that's been caused by mechanical drama, I'm not sure. But Saint, trying to make up for lost ground, has fallen off the road. Local yellows down there at the moment at turn number 3, as Chilby is extending the margin over Brent Edwards at the moment. Corey Gillett is sitting in a comfortable 3rd position. Now Corey, overnight, has gone back to his old tyres. I told you yesterday, he put some new tyres on the bike. He did a bit of a back-to-back comparison and found that the old tyres were a lot faster, so he's gone back to the old ones, and it worked for him in that earlier race, and yes, working for him again in this one, because he is pushing Edwards at the moment. The margin just 1.3 seconds between those two.
Closing that gap down as they come up on the temperature as well. And Chilby now starts to work through as the yellow flag has been waved, and we've got that up on our screens. That looks like we are going to have a safety car make its way out of the track. Probably not the right spot for Tony Saint. They were waiting to see whether they could fire that car up, potentially where they can get that out of harm's way. But they're not going to make that happen, and the Llewellyn Motoring with Confidence car, safety car, will now be brought out on the Queensland Raceway, which gives us a moment to have a little bit of breath now. But if they can maintain those tyre temperatures, Corey Gillett and Brent Edwards may be able to get themselves into a nice little fight out there on the track for us as a viewing people here to watch that unfold. Chilby just seems to have the answer for everything at the moment, where he's winning by he's giving laps, going laps almost 2 seconds faster than anybody else on track at the moment. Ryder also brought into that equation for Peter Ryder. He's quite quick, and a rolling start will be to his advantage actually after this one. In the ultimate Tin Tops, we've got Daniel Natali leading that one in 5th position. We get back to the Supreme Tin Tops, and that's being led by Michael Ricketts. Selena Maris will be the 2nd car in that one. So little Simon Cox too, big shout out to him in the Skyline as well. Great to see the Eastern Sleepers as he's part of sponsoring this event, and looks like they'll be sponsoring a couple more of the Tin Top events moving into the future as well. So big shout out for the Eastern Sleepers coming on board for round 4 of the Australian Super Tin Top Series here as part of the High Tech Oil Super Series.
While we are under safety car conditions, I think we should mention our official charity, the Hydragor's official charity for this weekend. KIF 1A, you may not have heard of it. KIF 1A is a rare genetic disorder that slowly takes away a child's ability to move, speak, or even eat. It's a horrible disorder. Today, Drivers Are Racing to change that story. Every lap is in support of their families as we try and raise awareness for the rare disorder. Only 23 children in Australia have the disorder, only 550 people globally. But that's why we're supporting the cause, because it's so rare, not many people know about it, so it's all about spreading the awareness. You can donate to the charity. Simply go onto the KIF 1A Australia Foundation to pledge your support. If you're here at the circuit as well, you can scan a QR code and donate to win some fantastic prizes. So they are on offer. Prizes from High-Tech Oils, Bowden Zone, and even Super Series as well. So there's a lot of prizes, a few $1,000s worth of prizes on offer. So make sure you donate to KIF 1A. It's a really good cause. Trying to raise awareness and trying to find a solution to the terrible disorder.
Tony Saint dragged out of the kiddie litter and taking the short track back. Just wait to see. Yes, looks like he has gone into pit lane. There's a couple of things just hanging out from under that car. Potentially that could have just been an exhaust wrap or some wiring that may have come loose there as he went deep into the gravel trap. Be interesting to see whether we're going to get a bit of a drive around for some of these drivers that are mixed up in the order of the race. As you can see on your screen at the moment, Laura Ball, who's in our Super 6 Tip Tops category. Going to be out there in her own now. It's a bit better. Didn't make it out for this race, so we'll get maximised points there. Whether she'll start out in second position on the restart, or second position in the line, not second position overall at the moment. Some companies in down in 10th position. Also, Stevenson has made it back into the pits as well, has for the last 5 minutes. So, a couple of issues there for that car. We'll try and find out what's going on. Michael Ricketts, he's got a rocket. The Supreme TT car up into 7th position and just working his way through the field. And the safety car, we potentially hope that now that we've got Tony Saint out of that kiddie litter, we could see the lights go out as they head down to turn number 6. We shouldn't be too far away from getting this race number 4 of the Australian Tip Tops back underway. And yes, the yellow lights go out on our Llewellyn safety car. Race start about to be back underway. Chilby with the lead, but have a look at the next pairing. Edwards and Gillett. This is where the fight is really going to go down. Potentially Peter Ryder's going to get involved with this one as well. Matali always gets a big start on a standing still start, but the rolling start's really going to favour the big V8 powered race cars. And have a look at this, Chilby underway, already opens up, but they have to stay behind Laurel Bell for the restart as part of the rules. And now you see Brett Edwards with the chance. There's Chilby, he's fired away. Round the outside though, round next 3, and they're going to put the pedal to the metal. Brett Edwards holding onto the turbocharged 6-cylinder Falcon, the cable source entry. Corey Gillett looking very comfortable on those used tyres that he's very accomplished on. Peter Ryder will just slot in behind. Gillett and Edwards, they lead away. They've opened this out to almost 2 seconds over Ryder already. McDanis in the background coming through behind Matali. Leading though at the moment our Outlaw Tip Tops, no surprise there.
Oh, huge lock-up from Peter Ryder. In a bit too deep there at turn number 3. It's a 6-litre Chev LS powered Nissan Silvia. It must be said, packs an absolute punch in a straight line. A former drift car from Japan. Yes, it did compete in Japanese drifting before being shipped over to Australia and taking part these days in Super TT. Peter Ryder, a Victorian, has raced for many years in the Victorian series. It's been really good to see him step up in recent times, competing in a lot more national rounds as Corey Gillett gets a big kick off oversteer. He's lacking a bit of straight line poke, Gillett, compared to some of his rivals this weekend. And he said to me, I'm sometimes over trying. If you see it sideways, it's me getting the red mist and maybe getting a bit too throttle happy, mashing the throttle. So I think that's exactly what was happening there. You can see Brent Edwards pulling away. He's there, he wants to try and keep up with him. He knows he's got to make the difference in the corners, and just a bit too much throttle, throwing the back end of the Silvia out sideways. But as well, Gillett's Silvia is also an ex-grip car. There are 2 ex-grip Silvias out there running 3rd and 4th at the moment.
Yeah, I think Corey Gillis is overseas. He might have had a little bit of a go on that. Pretty expensive sport when you get into it. too. So I think he's opted for the circuit racing and loves his time out there. Highly involved behind the scenes when it comes to the Aussie TT Championship as well. He's a great guy to go and talk to. If you do want to get involved, it's an opportunity. Some of those cars that don't really find a place in sports stands and other categories like that, even like the UTCC, if you're not quite falling into that category, the Aussie Tin Tops is a great form of racing to have a look at and see if you fit the rules and regulations, get out here and be on track in the national style events, as well as they've gone obviously to our Whitton Motor Raceway, the home of the AASA, as well as we went to Sydney Motorsport Park. We're up here at Queensland Raceway, we go to Mallala, we go back to Winton. So a little bit of travel involved, but it gives you an opportunity to race some really interesting racing circuits around the country and be part of a cool crew of guys and girls and get a chance to race as part of the High Tech Oil Super Series and have a look at the Cable Source Commodore. Look pretty comfortable now. Brent Edwards is having a good weekend. There's could be 4 podiums that he potentially in 4 races. Could himself a couple of race wins to start. Obviously, Mitchell will be having some issues with the BMW, but since then, got himself a runner-up in the last race, and he'll be hoping to do that once again and maximise the amount of points to extend his lead in the overall Drivers' Championship for the Australian Super TT section, especially in the outlaw class, but it would mean he would overtake as part of the class championships. He would go past Matty Sims and Mark Tracy, who were leading coming into this. He was 3rd coming into the Queensland event, but without them being here, it's a big advantage to collect a whole heap of points.
Yeah, absolutely. Well put. Gillett, 2 purple sectors on this lap. He is pushing hard. He wants 2nd position from Edwards. This man, though, has bolted into the distance. 4 minutes still to go in the race. He judged that restart to perfection. I thought that would be the way to go with the lap traffic between him and the 2nd place runner on the restart. Go early, get as much as you can before the start-finish line, because those behind can't overtake the lap traffic. He did that really, really cleverly, and he got a 3-second margin even before effectively they went back to green. So that is why he is out. He's margin out for 4.6 seconds. So he's got a further 1.6 seconds since the restart. Corey Gillett, fastest lap of the race. I said he was purple in the first couple of sectors. Fastest lap of the race, a 1:15.4. Brent Edwards set his PB on the last lap. He was still 6/10 slower. The margin down to 1.2 seconds. And it's battle resumed between these two. We saw a fantastic battle in the race earlier on between the Super 6 class car of Lauren Ball in the Falcon and the Supreme Tin Tops class car of Helena Maris, and it's battle resume out there. At the moment, though, it's Lauren Ball that has just got back through on Maris in the last couple of moments.
Yeah, great to see Helen Maris after that incident in the final turn of last race, the final lap. They car back out on track so she can try and extend her lead in the Supreme TT category over Michael Ricketts, who's missed around as well. Mick didn't start the season off, but we have seen him for the last 2 years here in the High Tech World Super Series. So Ricketts want to try and accumulate as many points as possible with that number 41, Mr. Pulsar, as we head back to this fight for 2nd position. Gillett on a bit of a charge now, looking very comfortable in the car, and he is in both mirrors of Brent Edwards. The Falcon's a very wide car, but Sylvia sort of sneaks up on you a little bit, doesn't it? A lot lower. And he's just getting down under brakes here, but he's going to run out of laps with only 2 minutes remaining in this race. I can only potentially see a couple more laps, maybe this lap and one more too.
I've just been informed the next lap will be the final lap, so this is the penultimate lap. Next one will be the final lap of the race. She'll be out front. It's looking good bar any catastrophe on the final lap, but it is well and truly on for 2 seasoned campaigners in the Australian Super Tin Tops as they head down towards the final corner. Brent Edwards has the advantage in a straight line, but look at how much quicker, how much more grip Corey Gillett has around the bends, around the final corner. He's got a good run, but look again, the margin extends on the pit straight. Look, he's pulled 2 or 3 car lengths by the time they get to turn number 1. This is going to be a thrilling end to the race. Can Gillett have a little bit of a look to the inside at 2? No, not close enough there, that is for certain. As they come around the corner, the high-loaded turn number 2, bit of understeer there mid-corner. For Gillett's cost him a little bit of momentum, crucially, down towards one of the great overtaking opportunities on this track. Brent Edwards goes sort of half defensive, and it makes Corey Gillett second guess himself. He spotted it up the inside, but couldn't quite make it stick there. He had a good think about it, but he hasn't got the exit in of life. Brett Edwards, look at that, that's a good 5 or 6 car lengths as they head into the 2 left-handers. Turn number 4. He's running out of opportunities now, Gillett. He's really only got the final corner if he wants to pitch position number 2. Out in front though, Chilby. It's going to be race victory number 2 for him this weekend. A challenging day yesterday, but it has been picture perfect on Sunday. He's going to take his 2nd race victory of the day. Well done to Chilby. 2nd place is going to go the way of Brett Edwards. Gillett threw everything at him on the final lap, but came up just 3/10 shy in the end. Peter Ryder coming across the line in 4th. He didn't quite have enough to go with those 3 late on in the race.
Yes, our top 4 crossed the finish line and leading our ultimate tin top category, Daniel Natali, bring the Audi TT onto the main straight and accept the checkered flag and get the win once again. And that a bit of redemption after the last round here at Queensland Raceway. Great to have all that work in to get it back. And in 7th position, Michael Ricketts up your stream in the Supreme TT class. Gets himself a dominant win in this one. Helena Morris had to do a lot of work coming off the back of the pack after that incident, unfortunately, Nick Pettit. But it's great to see that car make it back out there for Helena. She'll still get a bundle of points here this weekend, but Michael Ricketts will close down that gap in the championship with 2 rounds still remaining for the Australian Super TT. Simon Cox across the line there in number 45. The Skyline as well, and the ultimate tin tops. But here are your official race results. Race number 4, Stephen Chilby takes the win over Brett Edwards and Corey Gillett, who went down to just 3/10 of a second across the finish line. Peter Ryder, well, what would it have been if he could have got that car off the line without stalling it? Daniel Natoli with the class win. Nathan Bandanas with a much better result this weekend than he did in Sydney a couple of rounds ago. Michael Ricketts takes out the Supreme TT category. I'm sorry, the Supreme TT category there. So that's great for him. Unfortunately, a couple of those names down the end did not make it out. Of course, Tony Saint retired early from that race. We saw him go to the pits and did not return. Let's have a look at some of the race highlights. All thanks to Hyundai this time. There we go. Peter Ryder again. Very, very dangerous, isn't it? And Helena Morris almost made contact with the Conqueror as well. They nearly went door to door. Now, Natali was very fast off the line with that all-wheel drive Audi TT. That thing's a rocket ship. It just grips up. This is a big moment from Tony. This is to start things off. This is where it started to come to an end. Potentially having some brake issues or something like that with the car. But off the Gilly, they brought out the safety car. Then on the restart, we bunched them up. We thought, hey, this is really going to get exciting. Chilby well took the advantage there, and a lot of ball behind there as the mashed away ended up and got away with a 3-second lead, and then these two were left to fight it out. Corey Gillett very fast late in the race, setting the fastest lap by 1/1000 of a second. That was all the difference over him and Chilby when it came to lap time in this final race. But Chilby already 4.5 seconds out in front, didn't need to do too much at this point in time. Accepted the checkered flag, got himself a 2nd race win of the weekend. Right behind Brett Edwards. Well, he didn't need to do much over Corey Gillett in the end. He just couldn't get up alongside of him and really challenge him for 3/10 of a second. That is very close to finish off this race here for the Australian Super TT, their final race of the weekend at the Hi-Tech Oil Super Series. It's been wonderful to have them back here at Queensland Raceway. Can't wait to see how they're going to go as we head over to Mallala at the end of September. But let's get down to your winners in pit lane right now with J-Mac.
Corey Gillett wrapping up the final race for the Super Tin Tops in 3rd place. A fantastic result. A handful of podiums for you here this weekend. Not a complete write-off, but better. Oh, well, you would have liked to have done a little better.
100%, mate. I finished 4 races. I haven't done that all season, and I've said it once and I'll say it again, mate. It's the most fun you can have with your pants on. So I will just shout out to my kids at home again. This is for you. 3rd place. Thanks again. Thanks, Hi-Tech. Thanks to all my sponsors. Awesome. Well done, Corey. Thanks, mate. Have a great night. Ta.
Brett Edwards, don't go away now. P2, you had to fight hard for that one.
Yeah, tough work. Out of tyres by the end of the weekend. The cars worked really hard and, really had nothing left. Cable Source Falcon has been a jet all weekend, won the round, led the championship, extended that. So all happy, great crew, and can't be any happier than that, I suppose.
You're in a good position now, aren't you? We're more than halfway through the season and you're in front, so hopefully you can finish it off for the end of the year.
Oh, 1 round to go, so I think we've got a good points gap. So we had a couple of good rounds here. We like QR. We could have every round here. That'd be all right, wouldn't it?
Good place, well done, thank you.
Thanks.
Stephen Chilby wrapping things up here in the top spot in the final race. I had to ask the question off air. Is she a handful?
When she doesn't want to play the game, she is. But no, I was hooked up. The last race, I only had 7 cylinders, which was a bit of a bugger. But found the problem there as a spark plug, so we had all 8 that race. So as it showed, it was hooked up. It was good. Plenty of grip out there, and the 8 cylinders helped.
It always does. A great finish to the weekend. Not the one that you would have really liked all the way through, but man, oh man, there's a lot that comes together to put this thing up on pole and take the win, isn't there?
Yeah, 100%. There's a fair bit. Look, I've only just got this car. I've only done, this is my 3rd round in the car, so I'm still, there's a lot of development and things to improve about it, but little gremlins like wires coming off in the first race yesterday with the DNF and just little things like that. Just need to get on top of that and make it more reliable.
Well, the proof's in the pudding, and you've got a good start. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Oh, the Australian Super TT Championship. Look, one more round to go. There, Chilby. Great to have him here joining us at Queensland. We saw him obviously start his Sydney Motorsport Park in the Australian Super TT. Missed our first round of racing. Have a look at the scenes here. It's quiet right now here at Queensland Raceway down McCarthy. There is no noise out on track whatsoever. But you can feel the tension building, can't you? Because we have got the TA2 muscle cars not too far away from you. Speaking of TA2 muscle cars, we caught up with a couple of former legend of supercars and Bathurst, as well as an upcoming potentially legend. Let's head over to Jared Hughes, and we caught up with, of course, Craig Lowndes.
It's unbelievable to be able to team up with Craig in the TA2 Enduro is going to be absolutely unreal. Having a great season so far in the TA2 Muscle Car Series, and to be partnered with Craig and try to extend that championship lead, but also just try and learn as much as I can off him. He's a legend of the sport, and he's someone I looked up to when I was younger and wanting to get into motorsport myself. So it's a dream come true, and yeah, I just can't wait to get it underway. No, it was I gave Craig a call a couple of weeks ago and just put the question to him if he wanted to join me for the 2 driver event, and then he actually came back and said no. He said he had an event on that weekend. I thought, oh, that's not good. But then he rang me, I think, a day later and said that event had got moved, and it was, yeah, now here we are, being able to lock it in and actually being able to do it.
No pressure, is there? No, I think Jared's great. Obviously, he's he's full of beans and very energetic person. So it's going to be really interesting because I'm going to have to learn obviously the car and how it all works, everything. I've spoken to Jason Bargwanna and a few others about the cars, and they sort of, I think the way that he describes it's like the 1990 supercars. They move around a bit. They don't have a lot of downforce. So yes, I'll have a day or so in the car before we get to the event, which will be great just to get a feel for what it's like. Obviously being left-hand drive as well as the H pattern again, which is not unfamiliar for me. It's just being on the other side of the car.
I think he's going to take it like a duck to water. I've seen him drift a few things before. I think he loves being sideways. I think it's going to match in quite well with his driving style. He's very smooth and calculated with everything he does, and that's what you need in these cars. You've got to slide it around, but it's not just sliding and hanging onto it. It is actually calculated and looking after the tyre as well. So I think it's something he's gonna enjoy and something that he's probably going to suit to as well.
But I think also the big thing is the drivers have got to manage the car somewhat. The brakes do fade a little bit, tyres do go away, which is all exciting for fans to see the cars move around and as the race develops, passing goes on. Yeah, I think Jared's been part of the GM family for a number of years now, and it's great to see him. I've done a number of things with him through AC Delco as well as with the GM racing side of it. But it's just great to have an opportunity to sit with him and work with him, and hopefully we both sort of take a lot out of this event and really just, as I said, use this platform for him to hopefully get further in his career.
And I think being a Queensland Raceway, I think it's going to attract a lot of great supporters and a lot of great fans, and obviously Craig has a pretty big fan base as well, so I think there's going to be a lot of people that are wanting to come and watch the race, and along with Craig there's a lot of high profile racers that are coming to do the race, so I think it's going to be an awesome thing to watch.
And we're going to lose the car. Here with Elliot Barber, one half of Apex Hunters United, pilot of the Pioneer DJ Trans Am muscle car, and co-driver to Des Collier here for TFH this weekend. It's been an up and down event, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. There's a little bit of carnage. We've been tuning away slowly throughout the weekend. We feel like we're starting to get close to where we need to be. Des doing a great job, so I'm excited to see what the 63's got for the last race this weekend.
So by the looks of things, you're going to be concluding the Enduro here. Tell me, what's the plan? Where do you really hope to be in the pack?
Look, I think honestly, if we can finish top 10, that'll be a great result this weekend for both of us. So, but you know, we're here to try and win. So hopefully, Des is comfortable with the car. We've fixed the things that we need from the car, and if we've got that right, then there's no reason why we can't be fighting for a top 5 at the end of the day. So that's plan A. We'll see what shakes out there.
Ordinarily, we'd say that Trans Am and TA2 are kind of two very different beasts. TA2 tending a little bit more to the gentleman racer. It wasn't very gentlemanly out there in the number 2 driver race earlier yesterday.
No, there's some big names out there, and the boys don't mind, and girls don't mind throwing punches. So, no, it's been really good. It's competitive, as I think everyone can see by the entry list. So, it's as good as it gets here in Australia for tin top races. So, I've been loving it, and just enjoying my time in the TA2. Looking forward to getting back on the Who's here in Trans Am.
Fantastic stuff. Looking forward to it.
Cheers.
Hey, Mark Crutcher, firstly, great to see the number 4 back out there. Boy, what a weekend you've had.
Yeah, we've had a shocker happen. Terrible weekend for us, but hey, great weekend. It's been really well won. It's been a great show, and the quality drivers is unreal.
Well, Jordan's been saying the car's been on fire. It's been literally on fire. Hopefully it's just on fire and you can pass a bunch of cars in this one.
It was on fire. We had some fuel issues, and you should have seen the driver change. I was like a pensioner trying to learn to ice skate. So I don't know if we'll be able to do the driver change, but we'll give it a crack.
We'll make sure we're watching.
Yeah, thanks very much. Cheers.
Yeah, Mark Crutcher here. We're looking forward to getting into the number 4 when it comes to the Enduro round. It's been a tough weekend for the brand new car coming into this weekend. It's had a lot of parts thrown at it at the moment. We get our TA2 muscle cars to start getting out and get ready for this final endurance race. 45 minutes to decide who's going to be our TA2 muscle car Enduro champion for 2025. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
The cars are making their way out onto the grid here, and we're only about 15 minutes away here from the final enduro of the weekend, the final racing action here at Queensland Raceway, before we head to Maladarn in a few weeks' time. That will be in around about a month's time before we come back for the Hi-Tech Oil Super Series. But while we have this short commercial break, we talk about the stream schedule that I have for the next couple of weeks. Next week, it is the European Le Mans Series. 6 hours, 4 hours of Spa on that weekend. Plus, I'll be doing qualifying for that. And that's really the only thing that's on, but it is quite a big race in itself. So, I'm hoping I can do that. Along with Formula 1 the week after. And I think the European Formula 4 Championship is on as well. So a bit of action still to come on your screen, Travis Motorsports here. But we're going to get back to the action in a couple moments' time. I'll be taking over here in the commentary box. Sorry about earlier. I had to go places. I was going to do the endurance race and then have the next support race off to wait for this. But no, that doesn't seem to happen. But I will be doing the 45-minute endurance race up here in the commentary box. And we're not too far away from that. Let's hand it back to the world feed in a couple of minutes' time to talk you through the pre-grid.
Motorsport. The success of the rookie event, the debut, Alice Buckley, a fantastic job there. You said it yourself earlier today, the streak had to end, but looking to rebuild it, looking to go further this time around.
Yeah, 100%. Coming into the last race, I think we have like a 40-point gap to second place, and realistically you get 60 points in the race, so we're not too fast. Tim and I still have a job to do, and obviously winning's the goal, but winning the round is the most important thing to us. We've obviously had a lot of success this round, so yeah, couldn't be happier. Tim's helped me so much, and yeah, can't give him enough credit. He's drove amazing all weekend.
Fantastic. We're looking forward to your efforts. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
So Todd Hazelwood starting in the top 10 here. But let's talk about that move around the outside on Brody Kostecki.
Yeah, it was a good one, wasn't it? I thought going around the outside of turn 6, I got away with that one. I was going down the front straight. I gave him the thumbs up and I thought, all right, this is really going to test out our friendship here. How nice is he going to beat me going through turn 1? But no, it was a really cool race. That's the best thing with this category in these cars. You can race door to door, wheel to wheel, and have a lot of fun. So yeah, enjoyed the battle.
Hopefully that doesn't upset your teammate for the future Enduro, but let's talk about this one. What's going to happen in this race? Josh is obviously starting. You've got 2 green tyres.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, Josh will be starting the TFH Mustang here behind me. So, yeah, we certainly feel like we're in with a good shot. It's just obviously, as we saw yesterday, when havoc unfolds, it unfolds very quickly. So we just got to get through this start nice and cleanly. Josh has got a couple of friends and family around him. He's got Diesel right next to him, his brother, and a teammate with Ben Gomersall just in front. So we just got to get through these first laps cleanly. But, we felt like we made really good improvements with the car, and let's see how we go.
No brotherly love in this team, is there?
No, there's no love lost in anyone, but no, we like to have fun here. It's a big part of what we do here at TFH Racing. We race hard and have fun, and it's all good times. But before we go, I just want to say a big shout out to my girlfriend Alice. She just cleaned up and won won her heats in the final in the go-karts today up in Bundaberg, so good job.
I'll go, girl. Well done. Thanks.
Paul Morris, he'll be starting things in the Norwell Motorplex Mustang, and by your own words, not bad for a couple of guys here to have some fun, starting from the inside lane, second row, up against a very, very quick number 42 machine.
Yeah, we're pretty good. Just been doing our thing. Brody's been really good at helping tune the car into the Goodyear. Yeah, his technical feedback and his confidence just to change the car's been really good. Roland in the pits has been unbelievable, holding us all accountable. So pretty easy to see why he won so many car races.
He's doing a great job there. I have to say, I got the chance to have a chat with him. I came away from that one. That was a little bit of a starstruck moment there. But it was so cool to be able to see all three of you just putting this thing into some fantastic positions, some great results. You're going to be second row back. There's some fast guys, namely that guy in the Chevrolet racing machine right behind you, Jared Hughes. You asked him about his tyres. How are yours?
We've got 4 brand new tyres, mate. We've been playing ourselves into this all day, so for the whole weekend. So yeah, four tyres, just nicely rode it in. Geez, they felt good when I rolled around then, because the last race I was on some pretty old ones, so felt really nice to be on these tyres. I reckon we're in with a pretty good shot.
Best of luck.
Thanks, mate.
Starting from P7, Nash was on fire in the last race. Your car looks super fast.
Yeah, absolutely. He went from 24th to 4th, I think, in that first race, which was really good. I went from 6th to 5th, so the car's definitely got pace. Hopefully, we don't have any greens on this car right now, so we've tried to manage our tyres through the weekend, so hopefully we're fine for this race here.
Well, hopefully that pace continues and we can watch you carve up a few. You've got your brother next to you again.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a bit of fun. Brother next to me, bit of brotherly love. Hopefully we can keep it clean together and get through the first corner.
Thank you.
Well, we've got them lined up out there, don't we? As we set this grid, Matt Nolte joins me back here in the commentary booth. The TOT muscle cars, it's the anticipation that's been building. It was a ripper race yesterday, and look, it's how they've managed the tyres over this weekend. 4 brand new tyres though for Paul Morris and Brody Kostecki. Watch out for that thing to be a rocket.
Yeah, it's a pretty damning statement, isn't it, from the 67 team? But it's interesting to hear what tyres are going around there, and what a calmer day it has been compared to 24 hours ago. There was race tape, there was zippy cables getting around, and today a lot calmer to farm down. As we look at this grid, all 26 cars are going to be back for this 45-minute race that will start very, very soon. Hey, talk about legends. J-Mac has got one of them down there on the starting grid right now.
I've got Glenn Seaton here, obviously overseeing Aaron's efforts here in the unit racing TFH machine. These are an incredible machine that came about after you'd sort of had the chance to really cut your teeth. Tell me, from the outside looking in, what do you think of them?
I think it's a fantastic category. Naturally, Aaron was involved in it in the early days from 2018, 2019. And it's been really good grounding for him. They're perfect for the young guys to come through to get the example of the things moving around, very much like a supercar. So, no, it's a fantastic category. It's very well run. And you just got to look at the fields. Like, we've got some superstars here today, and it puts on a great show. So, yeah, it's good to be a part of it.
And the pairing, of course, of Aaron and Ben Gomersall, two incredibly talented racers. Aaron obviously cutting his teeth in this to great results. Gomersall, he's, I believe, second in the championship right now. His championship could be on the line here. It's not something that you lightly sort of offer to someone to come in and basically pilot your car in something that's got championship-changing possibilities.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, and he's done a fantastic job for his first year in TA2, and he's also run a Super 2 this year, so Ben's new at the game, and he's done a brilliant job, not being come through karts and things like that, which most of these guys have done, so for what he's learnt so quick, he's done a fantastic job. So yeah, to be running second in the championship is pretty good for the first year, and yeah, today's pretty important that we try and get some results, and actually these sort of races, it's all in the first couple of corners. If you can get through the carnage, from then on, it's usually pretty good racing. So we'll see what happens.
It's going to be interesting. The Enduro coming up very shortly, but still so much to catch down here on the grid.
And when he's not putting out fires, the man Aaron Jackson is out here racing in the number 81. You're starting this race. What's the plan?
Opposite to yesterday. We just want to keep it a bit under control a bit more and see how the first lap goes, and then actually make lap 2 this time. It'd be great.
So starting in the top 10, you've got 2 green tyres.
Yeah, we've got 2 on. We'll see how we go with it, and just try and work our way forward from here.
And then you'll hand over to this guy, Declan Fraser. How has your weekend in TA2 been this weekend doing this Enduro?
Yeah, it's been amazing. It's a credit to the whole Jackson family for having me, and TA2 for putting on such a great series. It's my first time in the category and loving every minute of it. The racing's hard, it's fair. It's just absolutely loving being here.
And what are these cars? You've driven lots of things. What are these like?
Yeah, they move around a lot, so getting your head around that and just how to brake them and the corner entry speed and stuff like that. So for me, it's been a pretty big learning curve. It feels like you're on lap 40 of a supercar stint, so it's a really good practice for me coming up to the Enduros.
All learning new things. Over to you, J-Mac.
Mick Harders, team manager for TFH Racing. 5 cars fielded this weekend, and more carnage than you would care to remember. Tell me, when are they going to hire another one of you guys to try and keep up with keeping these things on the road?
Yeah, well, that's up to Brett and the boys and the family. But yeah, this weekend's been a little bit trialling for us. But to have 4 of them up there in the top 10 and the boys just keep pushing on and see what happens at the end.
We know that the Goodyear tyre cycle is sort of coming to an end, but it really does look like the TFH garage was really able to sort of get an idea of this Goodyear Eagle tyre a little bit quicker than some others. How do you take that?
Yeah, well, it does help having the 5 cars, as you say, and we can sort of get the strategy across those 5, whether it be a test day or a race day, and get a better sort of pressures readout. And with having 5 different drivers, 5 different driving styles, makes fun for setups.
Makes fun for us watching on. Mate, you guys at TFH Racing do a fantastic job. We are looking forward to this big Enduro.
No, so are we, and thanks very much for Brett and the family for putting the team together and getting us here and keeping us going all year.
Fantastic.
No problems, thank you.
There is a reason why this guy's smiling, Brandon Madden, starting in the top 10, and you've got 4 greens.
Yeah, hopefully we can move further the grid. It's awesome opportunity to come race one of these. Brett Thomas looked after us with the whole TFH crew, and pairing with Scotty, I think we're in for a good result. So hopefully we can move forward in the race and see how we go. Really.
Yeah, quite new to the category, so it's a fantastic on a weekend like this to be starting in the top 10. Is that what you expected?
We always have goals. We can obviously, we think we can drive race cars until we get here, and we sometimes we get humbled. And at the moment, we're doing really good. And instead, crowd with Scotty. We done an Enduro last year at the Bend, and we didn't have the best luck. We caught fire, and sort of ended our dreams for that one. And we're back nearly a year later, and in the top 10 for the final. So 4 greens. Hopefully, we can move forward and tuck in behind Toddy, the teammate, and to move forward. Yeah.
Yeah, you have had some bad luck along the way to get to this point. Let's hope you've used it all, and it's all good from here on.
No, I hope so. Like I said, fingers crossed. The TFH crew obviously have got this thing like a rocket. They know what they're doing. Having Todd on the team sort of helps us. We sort of just roll the ball with him, and he helps out with setup and everything. He's a good, honest dude. So it's good to have him on the team. And TFH, obviously I'd like to thank Harvey's for coming on board this round. Their main sponsors. without them guys, we wouldn't be racing. So yeah, hopefully we're looking forward to it, and hopefully get up there and give Scotty a chance in the last 25 minutes or so and see what we can do.
Good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the big 45-minute enduro to finish off the event is coming hard and fast. Lachlan Eminent, you find yourself starting out of P2. You've got the outside line, but something a lot of people may not know, you actually classified dual citizenship. The American flag actually displayed right there next to your surname. Your mother's American. We got any plans to see you over in the US of A?
Maybe. You might be able to see me in the Trans Am in the future. I call it the Magic Passport because it opens a lot more opportunities, but yeah, maybe if I continue on the pathway. I love the Trans Am racing. It's going well this weekend. Yeah, in the future it might be an opportunity to go over there. I mean, you look at Nathan starting behind me here. He has plenty of opportunities. He's gone over there and he's done well in the US. And yeah, it's definitely an option to go over there in the future.
Now, last time we saw you out here in a TA2 muscle car, you were dual classing in the Formula Fords. Tell me, how much easier has it been to get the results this weekend without having to worry about jumping out of one car into the other?
Well, I said to someone the other day, I said, I got too much free time on my hands now. I'm only doing one category, but yeah, I think it's a little bit easier just sitting down and focusing on it and going through with Jimmy, and he's been a big help this weekend. Yeah, it's going through setup, tyre strategy, and yeah, just help with the overall driving. So yeah, it's definitely a little bit easier, only focusing on the TA2, and yeah, hopefully we can use that and go out there and snatch a win, Suffolk.
And last question before you jump into the car and pull the belts tight. Tell me, you surely know who's easier on the tyres here in this TA2 muscle car?
Oh, I don't know. We'll find out in about 15 minutes, mate, I think. But yeah, hopefully it's me. For Jimmy's sake as well, when he gets it halfway through. But yeah, just looking to save the tyres, similar to yesterday, and yeah, hopefully come with a good result.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
So starting from P14, George Maniggi, but you're smiling because you've got 4 greens as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a bit of a tough weekend for us, so that doesn't really show how fast the car's been. You know, we were really quick yesterday in the Enduro. So yeah, we've been pretty cautious, saved 4 greens for the race today, so pretty excited to see how we go.
It's always nice to jump in a fast race car with better tyres than everybody else, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, except Josh is the one that gets to use them. So look, I'm really confident he'll do a great job, and you know, the great strength of this Marcus Ambrose Motorsport car has been that long run, so when I get in halfway through, I'm sure it's going to be in good shape, and I'll just push on from there.
Hope you're right.
Thanks.
We'll watch for them later on in this race. George Miedeke will jump into the 200 car. The grid is being cleared. We're getting set for the final race, the TFH High TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. It's the Tag Team Enduro. Come back and join us soon. 6 cars ready. What a stacked field we've had. A lot of supercar stars, a lot of up-and-coming rising stars of motorsport. We've got reigning and defending champions, plus champions of the past in the TFHI TA2 Muscle Car Series. So welcome you back to Queensland Raceway. 45 minutes ahead of us with a compulsory pit stop during this race this afternoon. And after 5 incredible races, I'd hate to add up the damage bill of what we've had as we take that beautiful shot over the trees through turn number 2 of this 3.1 kilometre 6-turn Queensland Raceway. That spare parts truck is probably going to leave here tonight a little lighter for the trip home. HCC truck has been doing a roaring trade, and teams will be looking for a night off after working most through the night here. So we look at your grid for the
final race of the weekend, the endurance race number 2. Buckley and Slade, Evan Golding, Morrison Kostecki, Davies Hearn, Hughes Lowndes, Gomersall Seaton, Thomas Morris, and Thomas and Hazelwood, Aiden Jackson, and Fraser, and Madden, and Andreski in P10. Graham Cheney in P11, Clay Richards in P12, Josh Webster in P13, Brad Gartner in P14, Des Collier, Lee Stibbs, Connor Roberts, Robbie Farr down there in P18, Brock Payne in P19. We've got Prosser and Laws, Hadley and McAllister, Reedy and Parker, Wilson and Lange, Crutcher and Cox, and Erber and Van Harder in P26 on this grid. We're about to go racing for the Hi-Tech Oil Super Series, the TFHI TA2 muscle cars around this stunning circuit that is here. The formation lap is underway. We've got cars out there, big lineup this weekend, and the action has been insane. Plenty of support categories here, making this just absolutely static. You know, now there's going to be 2 laps to get temperature into these Goodyear tyres, trying to get as much temperature into the rubber as possible. Here's well, you don't go off at turn 1, because you don't want cold Goodyear rubber heading down into turn number 1, as Graham Cheney makes his way back into the pits. The number 51 Monaro, that car is starting from the pit lane, I'm going to guess here, but that's quite strange, more or less, as to why that car would be starting from the pit lane. But we're not too far away here from race start. Let's get to the World Fee.
We'll start from 6. Blake Tracy will drive the number 22 Chevy Camaro. Having listed again inside the 69 of Josh Thomas. Doesn't seem to be worrying too much.
It's slightly exhausted. That's all that could be. Just doesn't sound as smooth as we normally hear from some of the cars, but that's right, they were very late out in the last race, remember too. They actually went out pit exit just before the race started, so they barely made it out to the grid. I'm sure they'll be in. So they're just trying to fight back. Josh Thomas has a championship to worry about. He currently sitting 3rd overall for this season. I mean, he's got a lot more to play for, I suppose, than some of the other drivers out there who have come along. They're a lot further down the championship. It's a big enduro, a chance to be with someone else alongside him, a much more experienced racer. So they just need that car home.
We're going to lower control arm on the 51 just coming through from pit lanes. They're going to try and get this repaired and get him out for a result, but he's going to go several laps down. So even before the start, the 51 is back in the garage. But the beauty is 45 minutes of racing is ahead of us.
The final race of the weekend for the TFHI TA2 muscle cars, and the final action on track all weekend. It's time for the final enduro. The TFHI TA2 muscle cars presented by Marantino is underway, and the green flag flies for the 45-minute endurance, and they all file down into turn number 1. Our cars on the left-hand side, kicking up a bunch of dirt. Evanet to the outside, trying to hang it right around there. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen there on the outside. So much dust and dirt and tyre rubber on the outside. But the 150 leads on the exit at turn number 2. Absolutely amazing start. But it's not done yet. Evanet to the outside. The 150 will cover, and there's a problem. Big pile of smoke coming out the back of the number 3 car. Oh, off the road is the... Oh, and sideways I think that's the number 50 car, sideways and off the road. So that car is parked. I'm not sure. It's out of the gravel. It's as if that car can continue moving. As Evanet being absolutely assaulted there on the outside by Paul Morris, the dude pushing him wide. There, the number 67, Paul Morris pushing Evanet wide. And that will put him up in a P2. Starting on the second row of the grid, that was absolutely an amazing start from Evanet. It was practically almost even between those two. The 150 and Evanet. Practically even between Buckley and... Sorry, that was Kostecki starting that car. So, Brody Kostecki starting that car. Which is huge as well. So, Brody Kostecki up into P2. He will try and chase down Buckley. That's, of course, if that 67 Mustang has the pace in this one. As Evanet, in terms of sprint pace, he has more of it. As we look on board, as we look here at Davies, locking up, heading into turn number 3. And they'll make their way now down to 4. We're right on board with the 69 car. And that car now heading through turn 4. There's a bit of side-by-side action further back. A few lockups. Got to try and prevent those lockups as much as possible here in this endurance race. Nearly 45 minutes. If you can try and prevent the lockups, you should be safe here in this enduro. There's the 63 of Collier, side-by-side with with Cox. And Madden trying to look up the inside as well as Davies as they run out the other side of turn 6. Thomas starting back in behind Webster. And they exit turn 2. So far, so good. Sideways for Payne on the exit of 2. Would you look at that? Hughes. So, that's strange. Where's Kostecki gone? Is Kostecki's... Yeah, so Kostecki's had a problem here. He's dropped. So that what it was Paul Morris. It just said Kostecki was in the car. So it was Paul Morris. I had that right the first time. There, but take a look at the replay. Not a bad start from both of them. Evanet just being pushed wide there by Buckley. Putting on the defensive there. And the 91 getting pushed sideways as well by Jordan Cox further back. But apart from that, everybody was quite clean, knowing that it's a 45-minute race. It's an endurance. You have a pit stop to do. You can make that time through the pit stop as Madden, Davies, and Haynes go side by side. Well, nearly 3 wide down the back straight and into turn 6. Exiting now. And Davies will have the slipstream here on Madden as they tries to go around the outside. Davies, not going to happen. And now it's the chance for Davies to shove it up the inside on Madden. And Haynes will also try and take advantage of this. They'll run nearly 3 wide. Behind that is Webster, who will also try and get in this. Try and make it 3 wide. It's not going to end up 3 wide. Surely not. There's not enough room for these TA2 muscle cars to go 3 wide. Down that back straight into turn 3. Being pushed wide is Madden. The number 200 car of Webster is going to make it 3 wide on the exit of 3. No, it's not. He's not, surely. And he doesn't, luckily. Doesn't make it 3 wide, but as they run up into turn 4, got to be careful there because ripple strip on the outside can be quite deadly. As Buckley and Hughes were side by side at one point. So Hughes has taken the lead of this endurance. So it depends on what rubber people are on here. It depends on what tyres people are on. And we know Hughes and Buckley, they both have brand new tyres. But is Buckley just saving these tyres just a little bit? Knowing that, you know, you have a 45-minute endurance race and you want to have something left for your co-driver at the back end of this one. Of course, the pit window opens 25 minutes and you only have 10 minutes to get the pit stop done. And then you have 15 minutes of flat-out racing here to do. 15 minutes of flat-out racing indeed, as this is Kasha, Farr, and... sorry, not Kasha and Farr. Wonder who this is. Side by side. The 81. This is Haynes and Jackson side by sides. That was further back. But it isn't. Side by side as they run up into turn 4. 39 minutes to go. And it seems as if all the battles are back down the grids. On board with the number 22. Here, this is Gartner and Tracy. A little bit further back in this pack. 13th. Off the road! Off the road is Hughes! Jared Hughes off the road. And has been forced way back down the grid. He's had a big mistake. Big mistake. And I think was pushed off by Evanet. He's now going to be under pressure by what I think is the number 18. So he'll be put under pressure. But that's huge. Hughes has had a big mistake. And was that forced off by Evanet? Possibly. So we'll immediately get a replay of that because that is big. Paul Morris now up into P3. Seaton, Hughes, Thomas, Haynes, Webster, Payne, and Cox. There's a big name not up there. And it's Jared Hughes. He's been in this contention all weekend. We're now on board here with Buckley. Does Buckley or Evanet have something to do with what happened to Jared Hughes? Or did Jared Hughes make a mistake? Of course, he's a young rookie sharing with Craig Lowndes. So you never know what will happen. As Evanet closing onto the back of Buckley. We know how good Evanet's car is over a long duration. They seem to have that car down pat. Long duration and sprint. And that just seems to be working for them. They've been faster than the 150 all weekend. Not since practice, but since qualifying, that car's been quick.
Investigation is ongoing. Car up on jacks. They're doing everything they can to try and keep the car cool while it's here in the pits, but looking to try and get back out onto the race surface. What a forgetful weekend. Thanks, Jared McLean down in pit lane for that 90-17.
So the 90-17 into the pits. Quite unfortunately, as Evanet's still continuing to put the pressure on. And then Morris behind. And then Seaton as Jared Hughes covering off the number 35. Further back in his pack. Successfully was able to hold him off, but for how long?
Yeah, look, I think he just made a mistake down in the turn 6, but the car looks much better, which is great news for us. Here he's recovered really nicely, but yeah, just a bit of a shame. Obviously, when you're leading, you're trying to push hard, and he was, but look, lots still long race to go.
I know he'll be really disappointed with himself, but the car does look super fast.
Yeah, it does. We've been working on it all weekend, and really, I think today was obviously showing now we're sort of in the window where we want it to be. The sun's dropping, it's getting a bit cooler, so hopefully the tyres last a bit longer.
You're right up there. Have a good one.
We will. Cheers.
Seems as if Craig Lowndes won't be in that car for a little while, but Hughes, he's now got that pressure off Seaton, but now he's got to pass Paul Morris, and Paul Morris is not an easy feat to pass. He will not let Jared Hughes by with just a simple pass here. Paul Morris is a very aggressive sort of driver, so expect Paul to cover for as long as possible in that Norwell Mustang. And he doesn't. It just seems they just under-brakes Jared Hughes straight up the inside. Paul Morris just seemed to let him by. I was expecting a fight from Paul, but that didn't happen. The number 97 now, sorry, the number 51 out of the pit lane and back out on circuit. 4.7 seconds the margin. Hughes now has a bit of a race to go. That car, that 51 car, it will be a few laps down. But depending as to whether or not Buckley catches up, there will be a bit of traffic now up in front. And Buckley will be warned of that there, just in case he does catch him. Margin 6/10 between Buckley and Evanet here with 34 minutes to go. And then the margin 4.5 seconds back to Hughes. So I'm not going to jinx it, and I don't want to jinx it, but we haven't had a safety car just yet. And we haven't had one since about race 2 on Saturday. So that was... well, we haven't really had a safety car since race 2 on Saturday. Unless I missed something in the race this morning, which I was going to do, but then I had other things going on. But 34 minutes to go. Pit window opens in 11 minutes time. Now, you can, depending on how much you save the tyre, will depend. There you go. So there's one of a few co-drivers there getting ready. And I think that is for the number 69. Yes, I think that is. Or I could be wrong. Unless that's for Paul Morris. I don't think that would be for Paul Morris. This is Thomas looking up the inside of Aiden Jackson. Does he get the move done? Late on the brakes into turn 6. He does get the move done quite nicely. It's TFH Hire car getting that move done. And up into now P15. Will it fire back on him on the exit? No, it won't. Because, of course, he covered off the line there. But the retaliation might come back at him at turn 2 or turn 1. But it would be risky to drive down the inside at 1, being it's a bumpy, sort of fast approach. Of course, only 6 corners, and they're all quite tight corners. So that's why we call it the paperclip. It's practically how the circuit is made. It's a paperclip. That's what Queensland Raceway is. It's a paperclip of corners. Here's Buckley starting to pull away now. A little bit of contact further back. Dust being kicked up. And that is the number 63. Being a little bit, getting a little bit aggressive. Here on the opening laps, that's Collier and Jackson. Robbie Farr getting sideways. And Herdway further back as well. Dust being kicked up on exit as well. As we switch back to Tracy and Madden, side by side on the exit of 6. Tracy will be handing that car over to Josh Gardner in about possibly 7-8 minutes time. Yeah, not a bad first stint as well for our race leader, Buckley. He's been doing this all weekend, so he sort of knows, and he'll know that Evernet is quick, and he needs to try and pull away as much as possible. Tracy with a big sideways moment there. That it looks so much more dramatic on the in-car cam, but then it's just sort of normal for these muscle cars to slide around as much as possible. As Davies looks up the inside, Tracy Caven Racing Room. Very nice, he saw him there in the mirrors. And in the end, tends to cover off that attack, but Tracy all over the back of Davies. Tracy up the insides. Locks that right, left, front, bit of contact between the two. And now it's going to go the way of Davies. But Tracy, good traction on the exit of 4. Sorry, good traction on the exit of 5. And could possibly getting back here at 6. Heavy braking zone. Once again, just like 3 and 1. A bit of push and shove there for Tracy. They're going to run side by side again on the exit of 6. Who prevails at the exit of turn 1? Cars will pass the contact between the 91 and 5 off the road, and this will be a safety car because that 91 or the 5 won't be going anywhere. This will be a caution or more or less a safety car. The 51 got moving, so it was the 51, not the 91. The 51 got moving quite nicely. But did the 5 get moving? That's the question. No. So it was the 51 and the 91, both who came in with contact. 51 goes off the escape road, but safety car has been deployed, and it's before the pit window, so people can't take advantage of this unless there's a big safety car hold, and it's only one car that needs to be retrieved, so it should be a quite quick pit stop. But this closes the margins now. So the margin that Buckley and Evernet had is now going to drop. So there's now 2 cars off, so they'll take the time to try and retrieve that car, but they're hoping now that this is a long safety car, because they can really take advantage of this. They can take advantage of this safety car quite well. The Endurance Race 2 is turning out to be quite a big one. Here, we're under safety car for the TFHI TA2 muscle cars.
Damage to that car either, number 5, just palms, injury, Tim Slade. Just making sure the earpiece is going nice and smooth, doesn't he? He gets suited up.
It works.
Well, it is your earpiece, so it's fine. It's not like he's, it's his earpiece there. Going to be in a commanding lead when they come out of here, but yeah, it's when that pit stop window's going to open and how quick are these drivers going to get in now.
Lots of pressure for the teams, and this is where those rehearsals will play a big part. Danny Reedy's coming into pit lane. We look at Cam Laws and the Aaron Prosser 91 car still parked in the bunker.
And it's Steve Wilson
It was
gone
Wilson.
between, as well. So we've got another car stopped there. Whether they're going to try and recover that car at the moment, that's in a safe spot. But with an endurance race, we've still got 30 minutes remaining to go. They may opt to try and get that car out of there. So many drivers now starting to suit up, aren't they? Helmets are on. The gear is on. They're getting ready to jump into this car at any stage. When the window opens, they might take this opportunity, potentially, depending on how long we need to wait for the safety car to recover this. The Prosser car, piloted by Cameron Laws, is deep into that gravel, so they're going to have to try and drag that out. Whether they can get the car running or not to drive off under its own steam, that'll be the question to how quick we can get this done. As you see the team already on this from Queensland Raceway. Craig Lowndes already getting suited up as well.
And it'd be smart right now to do that, because this could actually go into that pit stop window, which opens in just under 3 minutes and 30 seconds. On our timing screen, it shuts, of course, at the end of the 26-minute mark. And of course, only 3 crew members, including the co-driver, are allowed to work on these cars. You can't bleed the tyres, the pressures on the tyres, until that driver change has been performed. Caught a couple of teams out yesterday during it. I do love this concept because we don't do this at any other round all year, but it puts the pressure back on the teams to perform and get it right around that 90-second mark. Pit lane will be very, very busy soon. So 91 gets retrieved. We'll go back to pit lane with Mel.
So here with Tim Slade, everyone's getting ready. Confusion as to when the pit window opens. Where are they going again? Are they coming in? But you'll be going out when you do in a good position.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried. I just went to the truck and came back, and they're getting the pit board out. I thought we had a problem, but yeah, obviously there's a car off or stopped somewhere. So yeah, I'm not sure when it's got to get restarted, but yeah, if it's still the safety cars going around, then I think you'll see everyone pit. If not, we might extend it a little bit longer if the safety car comes in.
It's been an action-packed start to the race already. How's the pace of the car?
Yeah, pretty good. I don't think we were terribly strong at the start, but yeah, it looks though the car was coming on quite well, which is obviously what you want in a longer distance race. So yeah, car looks good.
Okay, well, we'll look forward to watching you in Austin. Hopefully you guys can bring it home P1.
Yeah, thank you.
Tim Slade waits patiently while we wait patiently for the fantastic Queensland Raceway response recovery team to retrieve the 91. I think they're going to try and tow him away from the rear of the Aaron Prosser contracting Corbett's group number 91 car that's parked down here. 24th position at that point, where the drivers keep the heat alive in these good times, but also the teams watching that countdown clock as we approach 26 minutes remaining, 14 laps into the journey to riding car with Blake Tracy. Back to the pit lane, here's J-Mac.
Problems for the Wilson Auto machine. They've been struggling with gearbox and transmission problems most of the weekend. It's looking like it's further towards the rear of the car, potentially the diff this time, saying that he was happy that they had that spin and neutralised the track to be able to get the machine back into the pits where they can continue to have a look at it, see if it is able to be resurrected for the rest of this 45-minute enduro.
Not the last team to be struggling here this weekend, are they? Back in the pits. At least they got the car back. That could have been game over for them, parked in between turn 3 and turn 6.
Yeah, we've also seen a lot of diffs being changed out this weekend, so they are pushing hard. That's really when you come to the deceleration, how much, I suppose, power that puts back through the drivetrain, especially we've done the upgraded gearboxes this year. A lot of them have gone to the Hollinger gearbox, and everything else now is starting to get worn a little bit and take a little bit more of that brunt. We'll head back down to our pit lane.
Brad Gardner, the Hi-Tech Oils car's about to come into the pits. What's your aim for your stint?
Just a quick pit stop, really, especially when we're all bunched up like this. I think if we can get a good stop like we did yesterday, I think we'll jump a few cars. Other than that, just finish the job off.
Yeah, there's been a lot of variation in the pit stop times, haven't there? And you guys nailed it.
Yeah, we nailed it. So we've done a good job practicing, but everything can change now. Here's the window open, so I better head off.
Thank you.
That is the sirens in the background, the horns. There was a hard contest to see who would get that job this weekend. So 5 people queuing up just to raise the horn. I don't know why it was such a popular job, but they get the horn released now to get the drivers in the pit lane, so that window is open. They'll be able to do it from the next lap by here. And then the pressure will be on the teams to get these drivers in and out, and that'll reset the field for what will be the second half of this tag team enduro. Buckley from Evanet and Hughes, who led the race early, and Morris and Seaton still reigning 4th and 5th. This is how it's all gone down so far with 14 laps in the books. Alice Buckley led us away. That was Thomas Davies going wide, and the poor Hanger Forklift Mustang will be looking for a holiday after the weekend it's had that took to the beach for the second time down at turn number 3.
Yeah, there's plenty of side-by-side racing with Jared Hughes. He led the race for about 1 lap, and a mistake that we didn't catch on camera. He went wide and went back 3 positions. Then there was this moment which has brought out the safety car. Danny Reedy managed to get the Danny Orr earth-moving car out of there. Unfortunately, for Cameron Laws in the 91 machine, that has had to get towed backwards. So when they tried to get that out of there, the front split up under the concrete. So I had to try and get that just out of harm's way at the moment so we get this race underway. In the meantime, plenty of action still further back in the pack, and that looks like that was the IES machine now. They already had a knuckle go on the steering. So to be off again, potentially that has come back, and that may have had some more damage there. Hopefully that isn't there for the number 51 machine there for Tyler and Craig machine and father-son combination as the safety car looks like are the lights out on that. It might be getting off the track, but
it's a tricky time.
Pit window's open, isn't it? So we've got some main game drivers in there. We've got...
Okay, so pit window's open. Who boxes here with 23 minutes to go? 90% of the fields, and the 150 doesn't box. 90% of the field has boxed. About 10% of the field hasn't. This is big. Most of the field boxes, some of the field doesn't. So people trying to stay for track position, there's a slow car in the background of shot. The 67 is in, Paul Morris. So Buckley, Payne, Tracy, Madden, Kasha, Farr, and Burhalland doesn't box. Collier, Haynes, Evanet, Hughes, Morris, Seaton, Thomas, Webster, Cox, Davies, Thomas, Jackson, and Udi all box. This is huge. So Buckley still leads the 150. 3 seconds the margin. And now it's a matter of pushing as much as you can until you box. Yeah, that's the plan here for Buckley. Now, also, it depends. Those people that have done the box, have done the pit stop now, they get to bleed tyre pressures. Their tyres will be a bit better on this opening stint. On this next stint. And you can push a bit harder as well. So, there's a chance for the undercut. Yeah, whereas in that first stint, you couldn't have pushed harder. Because the chance of possibly delaminating the tyre too early. So, that's the big question here. So, what do you do? That is probably the biggest question of the weekend. 21 minutes to go in this one. People are boxing here. And that was straight after the safety car. And it was 90% of the field that boxed. Side by side on the exit. The high-tech oils car, the 66. Going side by side with Van Herwader. Does that end nicely? It does. Good side-by-side action there. As, meanwhile, we have Craig Lowndes sitting there as well. Sorry, that's Haynes sitting there. The 118 has Hughes in it. So, it's saying on our timing screen it has Hughes in it. I think it has Lowndes in it. Yeah, I think that car does have Lowndes in it. Lowndes up there around the outsides. Can he get the move done? If he can keep it there, he will be able to, but it really just depends. Yeah, he wasn't able to get the move done that time. Lounsey. He'll try and get it next time around, but there you go. Tracy is in. Sorry, not Tracy. Buckley is in. So Buckley in the pit lane. This is huge. It is. So you've just seen practically what is our race leader here run through, which is you've just seen our race leader run through, which is Golding. So of course it's 90 seconds minimum to do a pit stop. Watch the timing screens. Watch eagerly for the number 8 car of Golding and Lounsey. Watch for them. Those will be our biggest threats here. And Tim Slade will be jumping in to the Buckley car. He certainly will. They've left it a couple laps later than what everybody else has. They will get better tyre pressures. That's really the only thing that matters. Up inside of the number 118 is Kostecki. They're going to run side by side. The two best friends are now running side by side with each other. What epic racing. And Gomersal in behind as well wants to have a piece of this. But our race leader is about to exit the pit lane. Who will win the pit lane race? It will be Buckley, most likely. Buckley will lead. Golding in second. Provisionally second over Kostecki. Kasha. Sorry, possibly Gomersal. It is Gomersal. Or might be Kasha. I'm not sure. Timing screen hasn't fully updated. Buckley leads. Provisionally. But overall, it is Tracy leading by 0.3 of a second. So, huge results here for Buckley. Here, let's head it down to our pit reporter.
Obviously, it's what I couldn't do this morning, so pretty good to be able to hand Tim over the car in first. I think we've got a pretty good car underneath us, so let's see what Tim can do.
And what did you think when Jared went off the track?
Yeah, you know, it happens. I did it in front of him the race before, so feel bad for him. We had a good race then, got a little bit of argy-bargy. I got left out to drive, which was good, you know, it's hard racing, and yeah, he drove amazing in that first stint. It's so sad to see him go off, but that safety car restart helped him, so obviously being Chevy Performance teammate, yeah, it was good to see the safety car come out and help him. Obviously it didn't help us, but good to help one of us.
I'll let you go and watch your teammate.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Alice Buckley has certainly done an amazing job, but now it's over to Tim Slade to try and bring that car back up. James Golding is in behind. He's a threat. He certainly is. It's 1.4 seconds to margin, 17.5 minutes of racing still to go. And there's still 2 minutes until the pit lane closes as well. So, 2 minutes until the pit lane closes. There's still people that could box, but everybody has boxed. So that's big. And a big lock up there from the number 67. Who now get absolutely thrown on here by Craig Lowndes, who is just in behind. The 67, and then Craig Lowndes in behind him. Here in the 118 car. Yeah, that's a big threat there. So the number 22, sorry, it's Tracy that's in behind him. It's not saying that it's Tracy. Oh, it is. Sorry, it is Tracy. I'm looking wrong. So Kostecki in third, Tracy in fourth, Golding up in second. Golding will push like all hell to try and chase down Slade. Of course, they're two supercar buddies. The top three are all in the Supercars Championship. So it's a bit of a Supercars Championship battle, more or less. Tim Slade will be in the Endurance Championship for Supercars as well. So a few big names up there. First, second, and third. They're all really experienced drivers. And they're all about to have some real good fun. And then you throw Craig Lowndes into this, which, by the way, that car has been extremely quick all weekend. The margin 2 seconds, Slade to Golding. Tracy looking around the outsides of Craig Lowndes. Not very often you get to hear that. Lowndes getting overtaken here, but Gomersal is also in behind that can also spoil this party just a little bit. Roberts in P7, but Slade is just taking chunks on this margin. 2.3 seconds, that gap. Back to Golding, which is quite big. Golding has just responded a little bit here on this lap. Margin's back down to 2.3 seconds. He's definitely responded. Certainly has. Here, the number 8 car, Golding. 2.4 seconds. Kostecki is also keeping up with him in P3. 1.6 seconds back is Lowndes. So that car doesn't have as much pace with Craig Lowndes aboard. You'd think he would, as a big sideways moment back. Further back is with Gartner. Sideways indeed. So Lowndes was able to get by. So now that car's starting to pick up its pace. Yeah, and Kostecki should be the one guy that should be worried here, because he's got a big name behind him. It's Craig Lowndes, and Craig will be hunting him down, and quite vastly as well. with the huge amount of experience that he has, as Slade has really dropped that margin. It's 3 seconds back to Golding in P2. Kostecki late under brakes and closes that margin just a little wide of the apex. Off the roads. And that is the number 22 car. Off the road, that is Josh Hearn. Sorry, not Josh Hearn. That is Brett Gartner off the road. And he will not be happy about that, because he was up there. He was very much fighting for a possible podium here in this one. He's dropped back to P7. And you'll have Hazelwood in behind him, putting all the pressure in the world on him. And then Roberts as well. Hazelwood up here side, shoves it. And up on the curb in the process. Side by side on the exit of 2. Who ends this? Who's going to be late on the brakes? So Hazelwood has just given Roberts the toe, and I think there might be a problem here for Gartner, because he's backed right out. He has Hazelwood sideways on the exit of 3. Roberts putting pressure on, and that's the 82 off the road, and with a problem. So that car will not be continuing. I think that's Jeff Emery that's off the road. This is what happened to Gartner. Bit too much pace. Just following in dirty air, possibly. Oh, he actually got forced off the road. He practically nearly did get he did get forced off the road. So Stewart's might have a look at that, depending on how the contact was. Oh, off the road. That's the number 8 car. That's Jimmy Golding. Golding off the road. Our second place runner off the road, Jimmy Golding. James Golding off the road. And is out of this race. There will be a safety car. Oh, they've made contact. You're kidding. The 2 race leaders have made contact. Tim Slade and James Golding has made contact. And Brody Kostecki is going to take huge advantage of this. There's a big puncture on the left front of that car. And all the hard work from the 150 car is about to go down the drain. He's going to cover, but he's got a big puncture on that front left. Just let him go. There's no point he has. He's let him go. And there's a yellow flag. Brody has slowed down quite significantly. Oh, my God. That's just a lockup. That's all I can say. And James Golding has fallen under pressure. Have they made contact? We don't know. But the 150 has got a puncture. And the number 8 car of James Golding is off the road.
Stop now. Potentially got a mechanical issue. He's managed to get himself into that little safe area. He wanted to cut through roads, and Kostecki handed the race lead. Not like they needed to hand it to him either. He's definitely got the skills. But they put themselves in an amazing situation to be on green tyres coming to this endurance race. Paul Morris and Brody Kostecki. The safety car will be deployed at the moment. He's going to have Craig Lowndes behind him. 2 former Bathurst champions are going to go at it at the restart of this race.
Hasn't this been a game-changing moment? Kostecki and Morris, they were confident, weren't they, talking on the grid? But your heart's got to go out to the 150 team of Buckley and Slade. The Chevrolet Performance team stopping first and second out of this race in the blink of an eye.
They'll go down to make sure he's all right. That car's going to be in a position. I'm more concerned about the other car there. That's what they're going to have to bring the safety car out for at the moment for Golding. They'll have to get that put back into a safe position there. Now it's going to bunch them up. There's going to be less than 10 minutes remaining in this race. The question will be with some of those cars with some damage, will they take the safety car opportunity to come into the pit lane potentially? Someone like Brett Gartner, will they try and clear those air ducts out if that car's having any issues, or will they try and lift that home? Because we know it's going to take maybe 2 minutes to get that safety car off. So we're going to be well and truly under the 10-minute mark. It is going to be a sprint race to the finish.
Wow. How would you be? Just about to say, Paul Morris in a different pair of overalls next to son Nash on the right-hand side. His day's over, incidentally, with the Diesel Thomas car going out on lap 15. Puts them to the lead, puts Lowndes and Hughes to second. We'll put Nathan Hearn and Tom Davies third overall for the weekend at the moment. While the field catch the safety car, let's catch our breath. Let's go to pit lane.
So absolutely heartbreaking end to the weekend, Alice Buckley. You've spoken to Tim. What happened?
I haven't personally spoken to Tim, but yeah, engine just blew. He lifted off the throttle and yeah, just gave up on him. So
Devastating, obviously, everybody's shattered, but you've got to be, you know, proud of your weekend. You did absolutely everything that you can do, and sometimes I guess it just doesn't go your way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it happens to the best of us. A little bit a lot heartbreaking considering safety car was called and it went as the safety car was called. So yeah, but I can't thank my team enough. They've given me the best car, and Tim, like, I feel horrible that this has happened while he's in the car. He's done an amazing job. He's coached me and mentored me so much in this car, and yeah, obviously this is gut-wrenching, but it's been amazing to drive with Tim. He's been awesome, and yeah, my team have given us the best car, and sometimes race cars just give up on us.
Appreciate the chat. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mel.
Devastating there. You could really hear the quiver in her voice, upset about that one. What can you do when you have an engine let go like that? Tim Slade, the ultimate professional there. I think he's done very well, obviously, not to cause so much oil out on track as well. But this is the car that we need to try and get out of the way at the moment. It's Jimmy Golding, who's had it off into turn number 6 in the Cam Quarries and concrete entry in the number 8. Once we get that out of the way, we'll get this race back out on track, and it's going to be a sprint race to the finish. Let's have a look at the replay. This is Golding. Now, was there a moment with
Oh, no. Okay, we're good.
Oh, he's just trying to push it into the corner. Maybe missed his braking marker there. Finished the break. How's this? Kostecki out leading, Lowndes in second. Gomersall behind. Nathan Hearn now up into 4th position, and Todd Hazelwood in 5th. That is an amazing top 5 at the moment. Well, the car's still running though, so potentially Golding will be able to rejoin this race, but have a look at it scooping up the front, all the gravel there. And we saw last time when they tried to get Cameron Laws out that the front splitter just went under the concrete there and was going to cause a bit of damage. We're a little bit further out of turn 6 this time. There we go. We just don't want to go over that toe strap too much, but I have a lot of rocks and debris to pull out of that. Whether he'll do a bit of a tour down pit lane to maybe clean that out of the front of the car, but they will rejoin and potentially get themselves some points at the end of that.
Looking on the screen here with the 150 now back in pit lane, it's still showing them with the most points of the weekend. I'm just chasing that from our TA2 officials to see where that plays out, because they come into the race at 273, but it'll be a 0 for a DNF. And at the top, you've still got Kostecki and Morris on 256, so just going to chase that and confirm.
Let's bunch them up though. How good's the restart going to be, as much as this is not what you want to see from the TA2 racing? Things like that happening as the safety car's off and we're about to go.
We go racing, and it's Kostecki who will lead us off over Lounsey. 2 Bathurst winners. First and second, then Hearn in P3, he's just overtaken Gomersall into turn 1. And it's going to be a bit of if and barge as they run up into turn 2. On the exit, who gets sideways? Oh, and as I was saying it, someone's off. And there will be another safety car to this race. Who was that? I have no idea. That is the 50. 50 off the road, that's Hadley. And that will be another safety car. Most likely, unless that car's out in a more or less safer spot than what we saw a few moments ago from Jimmy Golding. But that's big. Kostecki, 5.5 minutes to go. They could get their first race win of the weekend. And it's just by default. By default with 2 cars. One with an engine failure and one just physically going off the road. Yellow flag, safety car. Back to the world feed we go.
9th Barber in 10th with the safety car. Looks like it might be deployed back out on track.
That's 5.5 minutes remaining as these 2 cars are going to come at a really bad time. Both Gardner rejoin the track, will catch the safety car, but they'll wave him by here. And understanding now that should be good enough still for the 150 to win the weekend. As it stands, with enough for Buckley and Slade still to win the tag team enduro from the 67 and the 118 as it stands.
Oh, let's see how that plays out. Glad you're getting the words down here in the pits. There's so many things, isn't there, in the rules? So many minor discrepancies there where we have to really take all that into account. Brad Biana looks like he's going to get the drive around past the safety car. So he'll get on the back of this pack. I don't know if he's going to get too many green flag laps to try and make an impact on the race. Meantime, we'll sit down a bit lane with Mel Price.
Well, a lot of people have had a tough weekend, and Blake Tracy, you are certainly one of them as well. What caused the car to come into the pits just then?
Unfortunately, we got a bit of a hit at the start of the race, and the wheel was really struggling to turn through turn 4 and 5, and unfortunately Brad had a little moment and ran off, and all the grass and debris covered up the air intake, and tail went through the roof, so we just had to get it in and fill the air intake to try and cool it down again. It was up to 150, so didn't want to risk it.
Well, I know it's been really difficult, but you've had moments of brilliance as well, so you've driven well, and better luck next time.
Yeah, 100%. It's still a great weekend. A massive thank you to Hi-Tech Oils and all my sponsors. They've to pull the crowds and everything they've done this week, and it's really cool. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Lachlan Evident having to see James Golding bring the car in. We're about to go for a restart. Make it quick. What was the reason for coming back?
Seems like when Tim's had an issue there, and Jim might have slipped on the oil and ended up in the gravel trap. So really unfortunate there. You know, we pulled him in, make sure everything's all right in the car, and send it back out there, and hopefully, pick up a couple points.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
And that, J-Mac, is a master stroke, because that's actually got him back.
There we go. So, we're about to go back to green flag racing once more. Can we keep it green? Let's find out. Of course, no overtaking until the timing line. Kostecki. Oh, car. Oh, I thought that was car off the road. I was like, it's car in the pit lane, but lucky enough. Kostecki off. Lowndes covering to the inside. He's got Hearn on his inside, and they're going to run side by side into turn number 1. They don't make contact, but Lowndes doesn't make it easy for Hearn. And that's down to P3 in less than 50 metres. Lowndesy going really aggressive on this opening safety car restart. And guess who's getting away? It's Brodie Kostecki leading by 0.8 of a second. Jared Hughes will be very, very happy if he can keep it the way it is. Here, as they break. The young Kiwi. The young Kiwi, not really young, he's won a Bathurst 1000. Here, the 69 of Hazelwood trying to look up the inside, and he does on the exit. And now, we've got a race and a half on our hands. 2.5 minutes to go, and there's action aplenty. Lockups further back. Kostecki, 1.2 seconds, the lead of this race. Over Hearn, then Lowndes. Lowndes will force it up the inside, nearly. But he was really late on the brakes. Oh, contact! Contact further back, and there was a big, big accident then. Contact. And 2 cars off on the gravel. There will be another safety car. Wow. So that was a car. There was a car sideways on the entry to turn 6, and they've made contact, and there's 3 cars out. That's one of the Cool Drive cars. That's the Blanchard car, Cox, and the 81 out of this race. So, big damage. Cox's car has a right front gone, and that car has just dug itself. 2 Blanchards are out of this race. And another safety car. So, we might end on safety car here, ladies and gentlemen. 3 wide. 3 wide on the safety car. And, oh, there's big damage to that Cox car. Oh, I won't be surprised if he can get that thing back to the pits. He's able to keep going, but he's dropping a bunch of gravel on the racing line here, so he might want to, drop it on the racing line. That's not good. That's not going to go well by the next 20 cars that run through here, but they're going to keep it green. They're going to keep it green here. So, we're going to keep green flag, and it's going to be the last lap of the race. Kostecki leading over Hearn. Lowndes in P3, who's going to put immense pressure onto the back of Hearn. Hazelwood will put immense pressure on the back of Lowndes. Those two, of course, haven't teamed up within the Bathurst 1000. I will be streaming the Bathurst 1000, so it's going to be good. Craig Lowndes. He is, well, at this point, putting immense pressure onto the back of Hearn. He's got the slipstream. He might be able to pull out. He does. He pulls out. He's going to make the move into turn 3 here. No, he won't. He'll stick back in behind. His last opportunity is down here at 4 and 5. That's his last opportunity. And then 6. If he doesn't get it done then, his race is over. And he will be in P3. Lowndes will force it up in. No, he won't. He'll keep it back in behind. So he's waiting for a moment. He needs to get a good exit out here at 5. And then he can set it up for 6. Does he? No. He won't. I don't think he has it. Kostecki, final corner. He's won this race by default. By default of 2 cars going off. Kostecki will take the track checkered flag first. He will win the endurance race for the TFHI TA2 muscle cars by Marantino. What a race. And 2 safety cars within 15 minutes of each, within 5 minutes of each other. Oh my God. Huge. Paul Morris. Wow. He'll be happy with that. And Morris and Kostecki, that car was set up quite nicely, actually. That car didn't seem too bad, and Kostecki took it home. He wins the TFHI TA2 muscle cars for today.
But it will go to Buckley and Slade. They'll be the tag team enduro winners of 2025. Kostecki and Morris will be second. Third is Davis home today on the podium with Lowndes and Hughes. That was a gritty drive from the 118 team. Hazelwood and Thomas, Barber and Collier back to Gomersall and Seaton. The Arctic Oils cars coming through the field today inside the top 10 with Pride and 5. Good result 2 for the 7, finished 11. Gardner and Tracy salvage 12th position. Crutcher and Coxwell, they'll get 13. But they were through this weekend with that brand new car. And a list of DNFs from 22nd backwards. At the end of 30 hard-fought racing laps, that was the Tag Team Enduro of 2025. Congratulations to Brendan Kostecki and Paul Morris. They'll be runner-up, and our winners, Alice Buckley and Tim Slade. We'll squeeze a break and come back and hear from our top 3 at the Tag Team Enduro for TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series. We'll be back. What? here at Queensland Raceway. Alex Buckley and Tim Slade, even with that 17th place finish, was enough to win this year's tag team enduro. From the 67 of Morris and Kostecki, Goldie and Evident will be the top three. A concept that was formed by Craig Denyer, who's still part of the TA2 Muscle Car Series. I'm sure he's stoked at the growth of this 3-year deal that we've had. And we're heading down to Victory Lane now to hear from our top three overall for the weekend in the Tag Team Enduro for 2025.
Third place, congratulations, James Golding, Lachlan Everton, and here to present the outright trophy, Mr. Chris Payne from Chevrolet. A brilliant result and well-deserved, and some very, very clever strategy there in the end. The option to bring you out of the pack but keep circulating to secure third place outright points. A smart one from the guys at Ash Jarvis Racing.
Yeah, it was a good call by the guys. Unfortunate with the brake issue, pedal went straight to the floor at the last corner there and really had nowhere to go. So I was a bit worried, you know, going out there and just trying to get some points, but the boys said we might be able to get on the podium, so to just roll around and get it on there was just a great call by them. Unfortunate, we were looking really strong for that race, but, you know, this stuff happens sometimes.
Lockie, what a stunning weekend. A podium position, a fantastic teammate, and an awesome car.
Yeah, super happy. Your team at Ash Jarvis Racing, you know, can't thank them enough for the weekend. They've done an incredible job over the last couple of weeks, and yeah, to bring home some silverware for them is yeah, incredible. Like Jimmy said, unfortunate that that happened in the last race. You know, that's racing sometimes, and I think Jimmy did an amazing job there in the last race, and over the entire weekend, he's been a massive help, and I can't thank him enough.
Fantastic stuff. Drink it in, guys. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, Chris Payne again to present the trophies to our second place overall for the round. Yeah, you get one each. But also, winner of that race, Brody, talk us through that ending. Was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it was a great race. Yeah, we sort of fell back in the pits a little bit. It was quite tough, obviously, with that safety car coming out, and the pit lane was quite condensed. So there was a lot of cars in the lane, so got stuck behind another competitor trying to, you know, find a clear path to their pits. But yeah, the Norwell Motorsplex Mustang was on fire there, so dude looked after the tyres for me, and I got a bit of clean air there, and I was, you know, hunting down the leaders pretty well, and obviously they had a bit of misfortune, but yeah, car was awesome, had a great weekend, it was lots of fun teaming up with dude. He's been a great mentor of mine, so it was great to share the car with him.
It's almost like you guys are pretty good at this endurance stuff.
Yeah, well, when you've been around as long as I have, you realise that you inherit more than you take when you're in endurance races. So we weren't the intimidators, we were the accumulators.
Well, you said that the whole way through, that was the plan, and it's obviously been a huge success. What's your take on the weekend? It's been so exciting, hasn't it?
It's been good. Really liked it. Just got to work out the driver weights now, because those light kids, they're running 50 kilos lighter than us when they start the race. So normal sized blokes don't have a chance.
You don't need to be making excuses when you just won the race.
It's a fact, mate.
Congratulations, guys.
Thanks.
Well, here we go for the round win and an incredible weekend. In your own words, Alice Buckley, the highs and the lows of the last 30 minutes will never be forgotten. Chris Payne from Chevrolet, come on in and give it up. First outright for the weekend, Alice Buckley setting the world on fire, and Tim Slade right there with her. An unfortunate failure here from the lubrication system in the Enduro. Tim Slade, run us through what happened out there.
Yeah, I mean, the car was amazing. We had really good pace and just cruising along, and then yeah, heap of smoke in the cabin and low oil pressure. So yeah, shut it off, and I thought that was our day done. And then we got it back here and had a look, and it didn't sound too bad when we cranked it over. So it was all guns blazing, trying to put back on whatever blew off, and then yeah, pushed like crazy to get out before the end of the race and the pit exit closing. So yeah, huge thanks to Alice and her family and team. They've done an amazing job. A huge amount of effort's gone into this weekend, so couldn't be happier with that. And definitely, yeah, the highest of highs to the lowest of lows, back to the highest of highs. So interesting day. It's motor racing.
Alice Buckley, man, it's all been said before, highs, lows, but what a fantastic result. I don't think that you ever had any doubt in yourself that you guys had it in you, that the car had it in you, that the team had it in you. But that moment out there in that Enduro, what went through your mind when you heard the call?
Oh, it was just heartbreaking. I handed the car over to Tim and he had no control, and he's done an amazing job all weekend and been so supportive and taught me so much. So to hand over a car that's going to break, you know, you never get to predict what's going to happen, and the car was fine when I handed it over, but yeah, I was...
I all say.
No, I promised him. But no, it was good. Can't thank Tim and the team enough. They've done an amazing job, and he's taught me so much with this car. So yeah, massive thank you to all my team, and it feels good.
Of course it feels good. TA2 Muscle Car loves having you around. You like being here?
Yeah, definitely. I think my driving technique really works with the cars as well. Obviously, him helping me out, Timmy helping me out has worked really well. I really he's good. I really understand with his feedback and that side of things. So I feel like we work together really well, and obviously got trophies to take home to prove that we race well together.
Well, congratulations, guys. First place outright for the round. The fight in the night. Amazing stuff.
Thank you.
Big future ahead, absolutely, for Alice Buckley. Well done, Tim Slade, mentoring as well as co-driving this year's tag team in Giro. It had a bit of everything, didn't it? There's Mike Crutcher coming into handshake our winners. So this third edition here at Queensland Raceway. Film the highlights of this race that started just before 4 o'clock here. Forgetful day, wasn't it, for the Hampshire Fork? It was a forgetful weekend, really, for the Hampshire Fork, this team of Mark Weiner and Clay Richards. A bit of feeling in the middle of the field here early on. That was the moment of the race there for Jared Hughes, who was in the lead, but went wide down at turn 6 and dropped several positions. There's contact down here between Reedy and Cameron Law. Saw them both bucket. This was the 51, the repaired 51, returning to the track. We're going off just as quick, 7 laps down with Colin Cheney behind the wheel down at turn number 3. And took several laps to get the Aaron Prosser, Cameron Law's car. Look at this traffic jam down at pit lane, setting cars scattering. That was on the restart lap. Someone behind Tech Oil's cars out there. Bit of dominoes effect down here. But look at this with Lowndes and Kostecki when the second round of drivers jumped in for part 2 of the co-driver endurance race. This was Gardner going off the track enough grass and debris to put the engine temperatures high in the 22 High-Tech Oils Camaro. They'll get back on the track there to at least get a result, but a forgetful day after having so much car pace, both those cars. But this moment for James Golding, and parked up on the beach while in a prominent position, saw a safety car come out of this, the moment of the race. The race leader, with Tim Slade behind the wheel, we saw them parked up. It was enough points to still give them the victory. They had well over 60 coming into the final race. That was a replay of Golding in the Cam Corey's car for Ash Jarvis Motorsport. This is Nathan Hearn and Craig Lowndes fluing down at turn 1. This was a significant argument down at turn 6 between these 3 cars. We thought that would be the end of the race, and heavy damage, a small fire. We can see that during the race in the Cool Drive Auto Parts car of Tim Blanchard. It was Kostecki and Morris that would win the race. They finished runner-up for the weekend. Those green tyres helping them in this final race. But Buckley and Slade, Chevrolet Performance, pick up the win, and the winners of the tag team enduro winners. As we go back down to pit lane, and one of the stories, they finished 3rd in this race today. Mel Price is down with them right now.
Yes, we're going to talk about what could have been, what nearly was, then it wasn't, but 3rd in that race, Jared Hughes. Let's dissect in a more toned down version than we were just doing then at the end of that race.
Yeah, we finally got the car on rails, which is probably not what you want in the last race, but credit to the boys. They've worked hard for the past 2 rounds, to be honest with you, to try and get the car right. We finally have. It was an absolute rocket. And I don't really know what happened at the last turn, to be honest. When it had the lead, I was feeling really good, went in the corner and then lost the rear, so I don't really know what happened there. But Big Craig Dog hopped in and he was on fire, and unfortunately safety cars sort of bit us in the butt a little bit. But yeah, we had some awesome speed in that race. Wish we could have had it early in the weekend. Wish we could have given this guy a car to race with, but that's all right. It was good fun.
It was, there was plenty of tough love out there, wasn't there, at the end of that one?
It was a bit of robbing race to go. But won the restart with Brodie. We knew he was going to be quick on the tyre, and we just wanted to stay with him. But then, of course, I got to get used to these rolling restarts. I didn't quite launch it off in that last one, and I think Hearn got up the inside of me. So, look, it was a little disappointing. But as Hughes said, like, the car was mega that race, and sort of we'd love to start the weekend off now if we can, hit the reset button. But look, it's just great to be able to have an opportunity to drive with this guy, but also to know that it's part of his championship as well. That was my main goal, is to get the car back, give him a championship lead, which he's got, and walk away from the weekend with great laughs and memories.
Well, no shortage of smiles here. How much fun have you had this weekend?
A lot of fun. The cars are really nice, especially with Brody. Like, you know, we always know Brody's going to be quick, and the cars move around so much. It's just really fun to drive. And when they're in the window like it was that race, they're just really mega. Like, you dive them under brakes, you can get them into the corners, you can drive them off the corner. Up until now, it's been a bit of a mission, and his poor old shoulder has had a workout.
Sounds like you could be hooked. Hopefully we see you again, Jared. Still leading the championship.
Yeah, no, it's good to leave here with the championship lead. It's that's why we wanted to come and just get consistent results and just get as many points as we can. As Craig said, he's done a good job giving me some points for it. So yeah, that's awesome.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Well, what an incredible weekend it was here, wasn't it, Jared? I mean, you really can't write the script for these endurance races. Everything happened possible. We thought Tim Slade, Alice Buckley was going to dominate that final race. Jared Hughes put his nose in there for a moment, had a really bad break lock up there, but him and Craig Lowndes with a really wonderful result in the end. But, I mean, these endurances, we've got Brody Kostecki and Paul Morris as part of the top two in here as well. I mean, how do you script this?
You absolutely don't. And then you throw in the strategy masterstroke of Golding and Evanet. So just go for the points. Do it safe.
Well, we're going to do it all again as we come back to TA2 racing. Of course, the Hi-Tech Oil Super Series for round number 5. We're going to Mallala. We haven't had National Series racing there for 16 years, the 27th to the 29th of September, just a short 6 weeks away. Make sure you join us for our next round of the Hi-Tech Oil Super Series. We'll see you then.
Not the only action for this weekend. Not tomorrow, but Tuesday. I've got the Cable Whip Challenge. It will be live from 4 o'clock. And then, of course, we have the European Le Mans Series next week, and which will be quite interesting indeed, the European Le Mans Series. Along with their qualifying session and the 6-hour race around Spa-Francorchamps. Before that, though, on Friday, we have the career mode. And the week after that, it's time for Formula 1. If you guys did enjoy the action this weekend, hit like button, subscribe. And I certainly did enjoy streaming it and commentating it. If you guys enjoyed, like button, subscribe. I'll catch you guys on Tuesday from 3:30. See you then. Bye-bye.